They are recognized as the entertainment industry's top loving couple. But in 2 years of marriage, they've never met once. In film and TV, they've never collaborated or appeared together. They mostly work on their own schedules. This has become Wen Lee's biggest challenge at every event, because every host brings up her husband as a topic, so she always responds awkwardly. Today, she received an invitation for a couples variety show. Her rival Zheng Xuexuan mocked that she wouldn't dare to go. Everyone in the circle knows you're a contract couple. Are you going to shamelessly perform alone? In front of her rival, Wen Lee couldn't back down. She gritted her teeth and insisted she would go. Meanwhile, Song Yin just finished shooting a major scene. He then habitually put on his wedding ring. A message on his phone made him very anxious. He immediately declined the director's dinner invitation, because if he didn't return home, his wife would run away. Wen Lee, who just finished an event, collapsed in her car. Now, there's high demand online for them to join the couple's show. Knowing her marriage situation, she was in a difficult position. Since she always lived alone in this house, she took off her constraining black dress right after entering. But she was unaware that a man was now in her house. Then, she walked naked right in front of Song Yin. Song Yin was clearly shocked by the sight, staring at her body intently. After a while, he recovered and pretended to cover his eyes with paper. Then, with an "oh," he startled Wen Lee into confusion. She instinctively covered her body with both hands. She turned red from head to toe instantly. Then an unrefined "holy crap" nearly shook the entire neighborhood. Across from her, Song Yin teased, "Looks like I came back at the right time." After speaking, he grabbed Wen Lee's arm. He pulled out a blanket and wrapped it around Wen Lee's naked body. Looking at Wen Lee again, her shy expression carried a hint of anger. "Aren't you filming? Have you finished?" Song Yi didn't answer the question, instead cornering her against the wall. Although it might seem unromantic to ask now. "But Teacher Wen, our contract hasn't expired yet. So, shouldn't we do what married couples should do?" Appearing naked in front of her contract husband. What will he do? No, aren't we just pretending? Meanwhile, at Hungyan Film Base, film star Song Yin just coolly completed an explosion scene. After the director called cut, he habitually put his wedding ring on his ring finger. Looking at the trending topics about his wife Wen Lee on his phone, he said goodbye to everyone, saying he needed to return home. The director asked if something happened at home. Song Yin said if he didn't go back, his wife would run away, spreading sweetness to everyone. Meanwhile, entertainment industry's top star, leading actress Wen Lee, in a purple crystal dress. The flowing dress perfectly outlined her figure, walking off the red carpet due to her rivalry with Zheng Shui. She said she would participate in the couple's variety show. On her way back, she reflected internally. She shouldn't have been so stubborn. She might have caused trouble for Mr. Song. Back home, the exhausted Wen Lee took off her high heels, removed her constraining fitted dress, finally able to breathe freely, planning to enjoy a nice hot bath. But just as she opened the door, she heard a long-missed, gentle, magnetic voice. "You're back." Wen Lee was startled. Why is he back? That's when Song Yin turned to look at her. He didn't expect to see such a shocking scene. Wen Lee's figure was curvaceous, her skin fair, delicate and smooth. Their eyes met. Wen Lee covered her vital parts with her hands, her face so red she wanted to find a crack to hide in, while Song Yin covered his mouth with documents, letting out a light sigh. Neither of their actions solved any real problems. It was all futile attempts at concealment, a vain attempt at cover-up. Think about other ways to describe this. Let's discuss in the comments. A woman is sexy and alluring outside, graceful and charming. After returning home, she removes her charm-enhancing high heels, takes off the evening gown that shows her stunning figure, removes all her intimate clothing. Lounging on the sofa is the most relaxing moment. Now Wen Lee is facing her husband Song Yin, asking fearfully why he suddenly came back. Then she turned to flee. But Song Yin had already risen and caught her hand. "Isn't my timing just perfect?" He grabbed a blanket with one hand, wrapping Wen Lee up tightly. Wen Lee asked angrily, "Aren't you supposed to be filming? Is it finished?" "No, I took leave," Song Yin answered evasively. Coming back home, what a surprise. Then he moved his face closer. Although it might seem unromantic to ask now, but what's this about? "Teacher Wen, our contract hasn't expired, right?" Looking at the guilty, yet appetizing Wen Lee, Song Yin wanted to settle things once and for all. He slowly moved closer, about to take further action, when suddenly there was a growling sound. They both froze. Wen Lee covered her face. She hadn't eaten properly these days because of the red carpet events. She rushed to the bathroom like the wind, saying, "I'll take a shower first," slammed the bathroom door shut, followed by the sound of running water. Wenli was also thinking about how to talk to Song Yin. But tonight's triple blow made her defiantly agree to join the couple's show. The variety show Human with You. The host's curiosity, Zheng Shui's aggressiveness, and the support and expectations of many fans. Plus, the entertainment circle was buzzing with rumors that they were a contract couple, because they had no film collaborations, no variety show appearances together. Even their social media interactions were minimal. Most crucially, the circulating information was true. A woman who's sexy and graceful in public. At home, she's pure, shy, and adorable. Now actor Song Yin was waiting eagerly. Looking through today's trending topics about the stunning Wenli, her every expression moved his heart. He was frantically liking every trending topic about her. Now Wenli had finished her bath. Her wet pink appearance made her look even more pure and beautiful. Song Yin walked towards her with focused eyes. Wenli backed away. Could he? But then Song Yin just reached for a towel, helping her dry her wet hair. Wenli felt awkward, her face reddening. She had overthought things. Song Yin asked, "Teacher Wen, I heard you want to join Human with You about not divorcing?" Wait a bit. That's when Wenli remembered the main issue. Sighing, "Did I cause you trouble?" I was about to have PR clarify, but Song Yin deliberately interrupted her words with a humph. Wenli was confused. Song Yin said their team had contacted him too. Song Yan's words cleared away all of Wenli's gloom from tonight. She asked, "Mr. Song, may I ask why?" Song Yin turned away, saying seriously but jokingly, "Who would turn down money?" Following behind him, Wenli was internally jubilant, saying, "Actually, that agreement was just a draft. If you say wait, then we'll wait. By the way, Mr. Song, let's talk more." Facing the approaching Wenli, he had no idea how tempting she was right now. Song Yin couldn't hear what she was saying. He had been holding back for too long. Song Yin wrapped one arm around her waist. His other hand embraced her shoulders along her neck. His lips directly met her cherry-like mouth. What followed was something that cannot be described in this story. A top actress caught in a love triangle became the entertainment circle's hot topic, until the appearance of the first love saved her. The next morning, Wenli woke up and saw Song Yin standing on the balcony. Although they were contract spouses, the agreement didn't specify they couldn't sleep together. Recalling last night's passion, indeed, facing the handsome and gentle Song Yin, who could resist? Wenli lazily lay in bed, picked up her phone, and told her manager Dan, "Human with You, Song Yin," and I accepted it. Dan was so excited she almost jumped through the screen to hug Wenli. She said yesterday Zheng Shui had marketing accounts spread rumors, mockingly saying Song Yin wouldn't accompany you. Now we don't even need to buy water armies. Just wait for the official announcement. Mentioning Zheng Shui, Wenli recalled their grudge. There were only a few top actresses in the entertainment industry. Open and hidden conflicts were common among them. She and Zheng Shui were known for spreading rumors about each other, neither hiding it, as their grudges were all out in the open. The trigger for their conflict was Zheng Shui's husband, Lu Ming. 2 years ago, when Li and Lu Ming collaborated on idol drama. For promotional purposes, the film company promoted them as a celebrity couple. The show was a hit. Just when the promotional period was ending and the CP was about to be dissolved, Zheng Shui and Lu Ming announced their relationship. Public opinion exploded, pushing Wenli into the spotlight. They said she knew he had a girlfriend, but still acted as a third party. Online haters spread rumors and criticized her. Wenli became the entertainment circle's hot topic. Until the appearance of her savior Song Yin, they quickly announced their relationship. The union of top stars finally stopped the malicious abuse towards Wenli. Wenli was grateful for Song Yin's help, but she was also puzzled. Why did Mr. Song help her back then? Wenli had become the entertainment circle's hot topic until Song Yin announced their relationship. That saved her. But Wenli never asked why Mr. Song helped her back then. Looking back, Song Yin was staring at her intently. Seeing her turn around, Song Yin smiled slightly. Wenli froze, realizing her clothes were disheveled, and quickly started fixing them. In Song Yin's eyes, she was like a kitten waiting to be petted. Meanwhile, at the Human with You production team, Zheng Shui's manager slammed the table. Asked who got the endorsement, the production team carefully said that the title sponsorship would go to the audience's top-voted couple. When Li and Mr. Song Yin, Zheng Shui exclaimed, "How is this possible? Wenli knew Lu Ming and I were going to participate." Zheng Shui was furious. She immediately called Lu Ming and said sarcastically, "Honey, your charm is really something. You got Wenli criticized for half a year back then, and now she's still eager to join the show to be with you." Lu Ming finally understood and asked, "When Li is joining this show?" Hearing his question, Zheng Shui became more angry. "Lu Ming, let me tell you, you better cooperate with me during filming. If people find out that you were the one who didn't want to end the CP back then, that you wanted to turn the fake romance with Wen Li real, you'll be criticized to death." Lu Ming didn't want to argue with Zheng Shui and just replied, "I know," then hung up the phone. Zheng Shui walked to the window, trying to calm her anxiety. But when she looked up, she saw Wen Li's jewelry endorsement poster. Zheng Shui looked at the huge poster that seemed to envelope her entire world. She said hatefully, "Wen Li, how could you attract Lu Ming and then get Song Yan's favor? How is this fair?" After their intimate night, Wen Li and Song Yan decided to maintain their agreement and participate in the couple's variety show together. Subsequently, Human With You official Weibo released Wen Li and Song Yan's promotional photos as a couple. Fans were very excited, saying it was more thrilling than New Year's. Wen Li thought the official photos looked great. Her assistant reminded her that the crew would start filming today, and cameras were installed in the house. Looking at her perfect face in the mirror, Wen Li replied half-heartedly, "I know." Soon, the film crew started following her. Wen Li gracefully greeted everyone on camera. Then her assistant brought over a work meal. Initially, Wen Li was excited and full of anticipation. But when she opened the lunch box, her face immediately fell. Inside was nothing but vegetables. "Is this for a little rabbit?" Seeing Wen Li's sudden change in expression, director Xie asked, "Miss Wen, do you miss Teacher Song?" Wen Li replied irritably, "Who misses him?" Her assistant suddenly coughed meaningfully. Wen Li then remembered they were filming and quickly added, "Well, maybe a little bit." Director Xie continued, "Miss Wen, our first episode's theme is surprise. What kind of surprise would you like?" Wen Li paused with her chopsticks. Surprise? Given their contractual relationship, she couldn't set too high expectations. She surprisingly said, "Him being alive is surprise enough." Suddenly, everything went quiet. "What surprise do you want?" Wen Li's surprising answer was, "Him being alive is surprise enough." The whole world fell silent. Wen Li wondered if her answer sounded too fake. But Director Xie and the assistant looked envious. "Miss Wen, that was so romantic. Sweet to the bone." Wen Li felt bewildered. Human With You official Weibo posted, "Your existence is the greatest surprise." It immediately topped the trending list. Wen Li smiled slightly. This was a beautiful misunderstanding. Her assistant cheered. As expected of Sister Li, one sentence outperformed their paid trending topics. But then she thought about tomorrow's live stream. Worried about tomorrow when Mr. Song wouldn't be there. "Sister Li, you must hold it together." Wen Li also frowned. That would be too awkward. Wen Li walked out of the elevator. The assistant reminded her again about the cameras at home. Wen Li's mind was full of thoughts about tomorrow's live stream. Mr. Song should at least return before it ends to save the situation. While pondering, she opened the door. She came face to face with Song Yan, who was about to leave with his suitcase. Their eyes met. Wen Li grabbed the suitcase and asked angrily, "Mr. Song, are you really going to let me live stream alone tomorrow night?" Song Yan apologized. He had an urgent announcement and couldn't make it back. Wen Li maintained her smile, but inside she had cursed Song Yan thousands of times. At this moment, the cameras recorded their standoff. The director watching the footage wondered if the first episode's surprise would turn into a shock. To ease the awkwardness between them, Song Yan said softly, "Actually, I could try to make it back." Hearing this was negotiable, Wen Li immediately looked at Song Yan hopefully. Song Yan continued, "Only if Miss Wen acts cute for me." Wen Li's face instantly turned red. How could he make such a condition? Just when the director thought things were settling down, there was a loud bang. The suitcase was thrown aside. Wen Li said with a red face, "Don't even think about it." To support Wen Li, fans came up with various creative usernames. But only one name could make our popular starlet blush. Wen Li was about to face her first couple variety show appearance alone. She comforted herself before the live stream, thinking, "I can do this without a man." She adjusted her mood. Starting the live stream mode, over 400,000 viewers immediately flooded in. Wen Li sweetly greeted everyone during her first live stream, wanting to see viewers' real-time interactions clearly. She kept moving her big, sparkling eyes closer to the screen. Her flawless fair skin and delicate features instantly captivated the viewers. She was simply too beautiful. The comment section exploded, with some fans calling her mommy. "This woman is killing me with her beauty." Startled, Wen Li frantically waved her hands and backed away. Her manager Dan sent a WeChat reminder. "Remember to thank fans for their gifts." Wenli began enthusiastically thanking everyone, humorously responding to fans like, "Thanks, San Lee, your mommy's good baby," and "Reverse Milk Submarine. Thanks, Mom. I have money, no need to spend, no more pretending I'm actually San Lee's husband, who sent 50 skyscraper gifts. Bigamy is illegal." She couldn't resist the enthusiasm of her devoted fans. With these playful and cute interactions, more fans sent gifts and comments. Suddenly, Wenli froze. She stopped talking, her face getting redder by the second. Fans thought their connection had frozen until they saw a fan named San Lee Beauty. How many times per night sending gifts? The fan interaction got lively. Should you even know about that? Look how red San Lee's face is. Your username is really something. Wenli, hands on her slim waist, said poutingly, "No more thank yous for gifts. Stop sending them. Even if you go bankrupt sending gifts, I won't thank you." In fact, Dan sent another WeChat. "You're trending #1 again." Entertainment industry's top star, Wenli live streamed solo, playing music and leading fans in an impromptu dance party. Wenli's first live stream continued. To make it back before the end and support Wenli, Song Yin ended his schedule early. Just off the plane, he saw a trending topic, Yin Lee, fake couple, mocking how their couple show became a solo show, questioning Yin Lee fans, and accusing Wenli of buying trending topics. Song Yin immediately commented, "On my way home to accept teacher wins criticism." Meanwhile, Wenli started removing her makeup on stream. Since her eye makeup was hard to remove, she needed to let it soak. To avoid dead air, Wenli called Xiaodu to play some upbeat music. The party song was really energetic. When the music started, it startled Wenli. Wenli began swaying to the rhythmic music with her eyes closed, thinking about Song Yin, who was still out having fun somewhere. Wenli let herself go even more, eventually becoming almost entranced. Song Yin opened the door. He wanted to surprise Wenli, but no one was in the living room. Instead, rock music was coming from the bedroom. Song Yin followed the sound and pushed open the bedroom door. He was stunned by what he saw. Teacher Wen was truly multi-talented. Wenli was completely immersed, dancing with all her heart. In the live stream, fans frantically warned, "San Lee, wake up. Your handsome husband has been smiling at the door for half a minute." Song Yin leaned coolly against the doorframe, admiring Wenli's dance moves. When Wenli removed her eye makeup and looked at the screen, her pupils suddenly dilated. She turned toward the door, instantly freezing. Song Yin was staring at her intently. Wenli was so shocked that she blurted out, "You dash. When did you come back?" The entertainment industry's top star, Wenli, who was dancing live with millions of fans, was caught off guard by Song Yin's early return. After the surprise turned to shock, Wenli put on a show of double standards. The live stream ended, and this contract couple occupied 5 top trending spots. Now Wenli curled up like an ostrich, recalling her uncontrolled dancing, completely unsure how to face Song Yin now. Song Yin found it amusing, saying, "Weren't you just being lively and cute?" He moved closer and gently said, "Let's go back to the room." But Wenli wouldn't even look at him. She turned her back to him and sulkily said, "I'm sleeping here tonight." Song Yin sat beside her and asked softly, "Are you tired from dancing too long?" Wenli felt like she was being mocked. She shouted, "You." Song Yin raised an eyebrow and replied, "Me what? Are you unhappy that I'm back?" Wenli yelled with a red face, "I'm not unhappy that you're back. I'm unhappy because you didn't tell me you were coming back. You made me so embarrassed." Song Yin was confused. "You weren't worried about being embarrassed in front of millions of viewers. Why the different standard with me?" Wenli finally realized, "Oh, I guess I do have double standards." She watched as Song Yin nodded seriously. Wenli gathered her thoughts, returned to the room, and while fiddling with her phone, asked curiously, "Teacher Song, weren't you busy with work? How did you come back?" She added, "I could have handled it myself." Song Yin replied, "Indeed, you single-handedly occupied 5 trending topics. Teacher Wen is really impressive." Wenli felt elated, enjoying Song Yin's praise. "You knew all that? Then why did you dare come back?" Song Yin felt a bit disappointed. "You didn't want me to come back?" Wenli felt guilty, but stubbornly turned away, saying, "No, I didn't. If you're busy, just stay busy. I can handle everything by myself." Song Yin sighed. He stopped talking. The room suddenly fell silent. After waiting for a while, without hearing Song Yin speak, Wenli turned and asked, "Are you asleep?" She didn't expect Song Yin to be so close. Their eyes met. The thing was, Song Yin was just too handsome. Wenli seemed to get lost in his deep eyes again. Aloof and proud, cold yet noble, with a beautiful face, clear pupils, fluffy and soft body, with kitten-like meows. In Song Yan's eyes, Wen Li was just like a little kitten. In the dim light, Wen Li seemed to lose herself again in Song Yan's deep gaze. Her face suddenly turned red. Shyly pulling up the blanket, she quickly turned away, asking, "Why didn't you say anything if you weren't asleep?" Song Yin watched her back, saying, "I was thinking." Wen Li was just like a little kitten, aloof and proud. Cold yet noble. Whenever such creatures deign to lower themselves, meowing and nuzzling in a human's arms, humans lose all their defenses. Wen Li waited a bit longer, seeing he still hadn't spoken. She wondered what he was thinking. Song Yin said, "Do you know why dogs are closer to humans than cats, yet so many people still love cats?" Wen Li didn't get Song Yan's point and cautiously said, "Are you thinking of getting a cat?" "No way. Cat hair will be everywhere." Song Yin twirled her hair with his finger and softly said, "With all the hair in the bathroom, you're one to talk about cat shedding." Wen Li jumped up like a startled cat, angrily saying, "Are you mocking me for going bald?" The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. The next day, Director Guo hosted a banquet at a club for Yu Dao and Song Yin. Yu Dao was a film that made Song Yin famous. To Song Yin, he was both a talent scout and mentor. Guo Dao met Song Yin through Yu Dao, and through Song Yin, met by Z of Bo Shi. This gathering was to thank Song Yin for introducing Bo Shi Materials, which invested 200 million in Guo's film. Song Yin humbly declined credit. That was President Bo's decision. Director Guo earnestly invited Song Yin to play a role in a major IP wuxia drama. But Song Yin politely refused, saying he wasn't good at romantic scenes. He didn't want to ruin the good script. Yu Dao persisted. "But your wife would be suitable, right? Didn't she start in idol dramas?" Song Yin replied, "If Director Guo thinks she's suitable, you can contact her agent. But if it's because of me, please don't." On the way home, Song Yin thought about Wen Li. She doesn't like troubling me, nor wants any connection with me. Then he opened the door. He saw Wen Li wearing cute loungewear, looking innocent, greeting him softly and cheerfully. "You're back!" Song Yin was shocked. He had never seen Wen Li like this before. Did I enter the wrong house? Something unusual must be up. There must be some trap hidden in these slippers. Song Yin opened the door to see Wen Li in light makeup and cute loungewear, sweetly saying, "You're back. Let me get your slippers." The previously incredulous Song Yin seriously doubted he had entered the wrong door. Then his peripheral vision caught the camera behind the vase. By then, Wen Li had already neatly arranged the slippers, placing them in front of Song Yin. Song Yin picked up the slippers, walking back and forth. Wen Li squatted there, staring at Song Yin blankly. Asked, "What are you doing?" Song Yin nervously said nothing, but was actually thinking, could there be needles hidden in these? I better check carefully. This scene made the directors behind the camera laugh hysterically. Unusual behavior must hide something. Teacher Song was afraid Teacher Wen might harm him. Wen Li didn't notice this at all. She stood up, forcefully pulled Song Yin to sit on the sofa, and said sweetly, "Honey," with a professional service smile. She even gently massaged his shoulders and intimately leaned close to his ear. Asked, "Is the pressure okay?" This made Song Yin blush. Feeling uncomfortable, he gently held her restless hands and said, "Don't trouble yourself. I'll just rest in my room." Before Wen Li could respond, he disappeared in a flash. Only the sound of a door slamming echoed in the air. Back in his room, Song Yin finally let out a complete breath. This kind of gentle care from the unusually behaving teacher was really hard to digest. Wen Li didn't know what went wrong. She asked the camera for help. He's not appreciating it. "I can't do this." The directing team received Wen Li's question and replied, "Teacher Wen, that's not really acting cute." Wen Li was confused. This isn't acting cute, so it's all about being cutesy? Do I need to go gidge, inging to count? The usually fierce wild cat suddenly becoming overly sweet. The goddess's attempt at acting cute backfired. Wen Li pouted at the camera. "Gidge, ing." The directing team hadn't even swallowed their water. They spat it out directly, then nodded frantically. Wen Li expressed she couldn't do it. The directing team sincerely suggested, "Why don't you reference teacher Zheng's video?" At the mention of Zheng Shui, Wen Li's fighting spirit was ignited. She couldn't lose. The directing team said maybe Song Yin was just shy, suggesting Wen Li tell him the cameras were off. Wen Li thought it was so difficult, sighed, and said, "I'll try again." then carried a plate of fruit into the room and pretended to turn off the camera. Song Yin asked why she turned off the camera. Wenli nervously said they couldn't keep it on forever, plus it was getting late. She moved her delicate face closer, softly asking, "Teacher Song, would you like some fruit?" Song Yin still looked guarded, saying thanks and reaching for the fruit. But Wenli moved away, putting the fruit plate behind her back. She took a piece and held it to Song Yan's lips, intimately saying, "Let me feed you." Her fingers unknowingly touched Song Yan's lips. She didn't realize this action had already stirred something in Song Yin. Song Yin touched his lips, wondering what Teacher Wen was trying to do. Suddenly, Wenli said, "Okay, now it's your turn to feed me." Song Yin mechanically took a piece of fruit and put it in Wenli's mouth. Wenli happily said, "Everything Gidge feeds me is sweet." Teacher Wen's actions made the directing team cringe. Song Yin felt a headache. "What did you call me?" Wenli thought about acting cute. Don't people usually say Gidge? Why doesn't this man seem to like it? He even seems disgusted. "Well, Gidge, or do you prefer me calling you husband?" Song Yin calmed his nerves. "Say it again." Trying hard to control his emotions, Wenli, completely oblivious to Song Yan's reaction, snuggled into his arms, sweetly calling Gidge, "Husband, I want another grape." Song Yan's throat moved slightly. Emotion spread. The fruit plate directly fell to the ground. He restrained Wenli with both hands, pinning her down on the bed. At this moment, they were both in yoga-like positions. Advanced level moves. Song Yin asked closely, "You little minx, what exactly are you trying to do?" She nestled into Song Yan's arms, acting cute, whimpering, ing, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Facing Song Yin so close to her, feeling his emotion-filled breath, Wenli unconsciously swallowed. Song Yin tried hard to control himself, his voice becoming hoarse, asking, "You troublesome little flirt, you turned off the cameras to tease me. What exactly do you want?" Wenli's face turned red, stammering, "I just wanted to eat a grape." Song Yin wouldn't listen to her explanation, saying, "I think you're asking for it." Song Yin placed one hand on Wenli's long legs, while the other restrained her restless hands, then freed one hand to lift Wenli's chin. Wenli's heart was pounding so hard it might jump out. She urgently reminded him the cameras weren't off. "Teacher Song, please calm down." Song Yin immediately stopped, looking at Wenli in confusion. Wenli was also at a loss. What exactly went wrong? She covered her face with her hands, awkwardly, saying, "Please get up first." At this moment, the production team remotely turned off the cameras. The next part, the R-rated scenes weren't for them to see. However, this super explosive preview would be ready soon. They reminded themselves that Song's last two words must be muted, or it wouldn't pass the Broadcasting Bureau's review. Before Song Yin could speak, Wenli explained that the production team had a script, saying there were cameras, worried he wouldn't respond well. And then Song Yin had a headache, thinking this Teacher Wen was too careless. She should have given him a heads up. Wenli, like a child who had done something wrong, peeked at Song Yin, stubbornly thinking it was all the production team's arrangement, nothing to do with her. Song Yin sighed helplessly. What a predicament. But what can I do when I like her? Seeing him silent, Wenli moved her beautiful face closer again, asking, "Teacher Song, are you okay?" Looking at this little troublemaker, trying to please him. Remembering his earlier unbridled emotions, Song Yin was annoyed but still gently pushed her head away, blurting out, "Okay, my foot." The little troublemaker controlled by cameras, blaming everything on the production team after causing trouble. Fans became intensely interested in the post-production footage and muted parts. Watching Song Yin seriously picking up the scattered fruit, Wenli sensed the atmosphere wasn't quite right, so she asked, "Are you angry?" Song Yin didn't answer Wenli, continuing, "I knew calling you that way earlier must have disgusted you." He glanced at the camera, confirming it was off. Trying to ease the awkward situation, he stretched lazily, saying he originally wanted to call her Senior, but felt it might seem like trying to act young. So he didn't. Song Yan Sr. seemed to invisibly close the distance between him and Wenli. He then stood up and warmly said, "At this age, you're still my junior. Life is beautiful with you." As soon as the first episode preview of the Yin-Li couple went online, fans immediately called for crowdfunding to restore the muted parts and subsequent footage. The Yin-Li couple directly occupied 5 spots in trending topics. On the first day of filming the main episode, watching the Yin-Li couple's popularity soar straight up. Zheng Shui's hands trembled uncontrollably with anger. She angrily threw her phone at Lu Ming, warning, "You must cooperate well today." Lu Ming glanced at the content on the phone, said, "I know." Meanwhile, In another car, Wenli was instructing Song Yin, teacher Song. Today it's all up to you. We must crush Zheng Shui and Lu Ming. She even flattered him. You've won Best Actor before. You can definitely do it. Song Yin, looking at Wenli's excessive concern, felt like she still had feelings for this rumored boyfriend. So he asked, after 2 years, haven't you forgotten him? But Wenli thought he was asking about her being cyberbullied and wrongly accused of being a homewrecker. She replied heartbrokenly, of course. How could I forget? Song Yin became jealous, turned his head away. Wenli didn't understand what was wrong. Song Yin frowned slightly, saying, my wife is using me as a tool. I'll feel sorry for myself for a while. Then turned his head toward the window. Wenli was very dissatisfied with his reaction, mumbling, if you're unwilling to help, just say so. But inside she thought darkly. He agreed so well before. Now he's being passive-aggressive. What's this about? I was criticized so badly 2 years ago. You know that. Now you're complaining that I hold grudges. So she angrily turned to look out the window too. Song Yin felt her anger, but didn't understand why he was competing with her. He sighed and said, no, I'm not unwilling. One thought the other couldn't forget their rumored boyfriend. One thought the other was being passive-aggressive and complaining about grudges. Miscommunication maximized the anger in the car. At the busy food street in the evening. Later, the two sat at separate tables. Song Yin with staff members at one table, Wenli with her assistant and manager at another. Watching her assistant eating crayfish without restraint, Wenli looked on longingly, helplessly swallowing. The assistant couldn't bear it. Added one for Wenli, comforting her sister. Why don't you have a bite? One bite won't hurt. Wenli looked at the crayfish in her bowl, eyes sparkling, almost drooling. Pretending to be overwhelmed by kindness, she replied, since you insist, I can't refuse. Wenli didn't even use chopsticks, going straight in with her hands. Just as she was about to put it in her mouth, manager Dan suddenly coughed. Wenli's hand froze midair. Then Dan went on a rant. 1 leads to 2, 2 leads to 3. With your appetite, you'll eat at least 5 pounds in one night. Wenli, exposed publicly, felt like coughing up blood from frustration. Putting down the crayfish, Dan's torment continued. Don't come crying to me tomorrow with stomach problems. You must go to the gym. No leaving before 3 hours. Wenli was instantly in tears. Dan had completely destroyed her last bit of willpower. Meanwhile, Song Yin was feasting and chatting happily with the staff, occasionally stealing glances at Wenli. Watching her transform from a little troublemaker to a foodie, his eyes full of tenderness and affection. On the way back to the hotel, Wenli was tipsy, getting dramatic, starting to self-pity. Wenwen, I'm so pitiful. Before Wenwen could ask what's wrong, she was already rambling. Just think, I'm a top-tier celebrity, earning so much money each year, I can buy any luxury brand. Even my phone case is globally limited edition, but I can't even eat crayfish that cost just dozens per pound. Wenwen listened with a dark expression. Sister Wen is really stuck in this crayfish situation, unable to get over it. Wenli was grinding her teeth, constantly tapping on her phone, angrily saying, I'm 166.3 centimeters. During New Year's, I couldn't resist eating a bit more, gained a few pounds, just 96 pounds total. Then people online called me fat. I had to eat like a rabbit for a month to lose it. Wenli tearfully gritted her teeth, biting her phone angrily, saying, they're thin, they're the thinnest. Even their ashes with the urn wouldn't weigh more than 9.6 pounds. Woman couldn't take it anymore, shouting, sister, please speak civilly. Unable to eat crayfish, Wenli's anger hadn't subsided. Zheng Shui came to ignite the war. Entertainment Circle's top star drunk talks, praising husband's few words. In the hotel elevator, Wenwen worriedly said, sister, I think you need some sobering medicine. Wenli held the railing with one hand, waving off, saying, I'm not that delicate. Suddenly, the elevator door opened. What an unfortunate encounter. It was Zheng Shui and Lu Ming. Seeing Wenli alone, Zheng Shui pulled Lu Ming closer, wanting to show off their affection. But Lu Ming felt awkward. He held Zheng Shui back, saying, let's wait for the next one. But Zheng Shui was unhappy. What? Does she own this elevator? Why are you being guilty? Wenli crossed her arms, silent, watching the two struggle. Finally, all four reached the same floor. Stepping out, Wenli and Zheng Shui were both on edge. War about to break out. Zheng Shui couldn't hold back first, lighting the fuse. turning back saying, Wen-li, how can you be so unlikable? Wen-li took a deep breath, asking, want to fight? Thinking, perfect, I didn't get my crayfish today. I'm full of anger. Can't let this opportunity pass. Taking off her sunglasses, she said disdainfully, many people hate me. Who are you to talk? Just as Zheng Shui was about to retort, Wen-li continued, don't forget, I'm #1 in the show's voting. Straightening her shoulders, more arrogantly saying, if you're not as famous as me, shut up. I haven't even bothered to let you and your husband ride on my popularity. Lu Ming couldn't stand this war between the two women, could only urge Zheng Shui, let's go. But Zheng Shui's face was livid with anger, unable to hear anyone else. Pointing directly at Wen-li, shouting, don't think I can't see what's going on between you and Song Yin. Everyone in the circle knows about you too. You throw yourself on my husband, and poor Song Yin still accompanies you on shows while being cheated on. At the mention of Song Yin, Wen-li wouldn't back down. She mockingly said, your husband? Those ambiguous messages he sent me, if not for the CP hype back then, I would have blocked him. You think that love brain thing of yours is something special. Lu Ming guiltily turned away. Wen-li proudly continued, our teacher Song is 100 times better than him, handsomer, and earns more. I'm not blind. Why would I let my teacher's Song suffer for him? Hearing her mockery, Zheng Shui took it as calling her blind, angrily shouting, Wen-li, Song Yin being handsome and rich has nothing to do with you. You're not even real spouses. Wen-li coldly laughed, who says we're not, taking a firm step forward, proudly saying, our teacher Song. Others take 1 night to make up, we take 3 days. Can Lu Ming do that? Lu Ming and Zheng Shui were shocked, their eyes nearly popping out. Wen-li was too daring. Before Zheng Shui could counter, Lu Ming dragged her away. Wen-li was like a victorious fighter, humming happily. Complete victory. With a graceful turn, she suddenly saw teacher Song right behind her. When had he started listening? Wen-li's anger from not getting crayfish had gone full force in fighting Zheng Shui, even blurting out about taking 3 days in bed without thinking. Just as Wen-li was humming happily with a victor's pose, she turned gracefully only to walk into a major embarrassing situation. Song Yin was standing right behind her. But when did he arrive? Wen-li and Song Yan's eyes met. Silence surrounded them. An awkward crow flew over their heads. They walked straight into the hotel room, walking behind. Wen-li scrutinized Song Yan's back, putting on her sunglasses to hide her investigating gaze. Feeling guilty, she wondered what she had just said, then asked, when did you come back? Song Yin placed the stone box he was carrying on the coffee table, then turned to look at Wen-li. Going back a few minutes, Wen-li entered Sherlock Holmes mode, analyzing seriously. A few minutes meant probably, possibly, maybe, perhaps. Hadn't heard what she said, but still wanted to confirm her guess. She stuttered, did you hear? Song Yin entered stealth mode, asking puzzled, hear what? But to Wen-li, this seemed like playing dumb. Embarrassed, she gritted her teeth. My argument with Zheng Shui. Time froze again. Song Yin thought seriously while Wen-li was like a child who'd done wrong. As she lowered her head, her sunglasses slipped down. Unexpectedly, Song Yin reached out to remove them. Leaning close to Wen-li, he said lightly, I heard. Wen-li felt extremely awkward, wanting to disappear on the spot. In panic, she tried to push Song Yin away, but her left foot started troubling her right foot. About to fall, in a flash, Song Yin grabbed Wen-li's hand. His strong force made Wen-li lean backward. They both fell onto the sofa. Sweet, ambiguous atmosphere flowed through the room. But Wen-li ruined the mood with a soul-searching question. Are you even a man? Wen-li and Zheng Shui's argument. Song Yin had heard it all. At night, Song Yin teased Wen-li, want to try staying in bed for 3 days? But just a second ago, Wen-li was questioning if he was a man. Wen-li asked her soul-searching question. The puzzling words made Song Yin freeze for a moment. Wen-li started shifting blame forcefully. Not gentlemanly at all. Even if you heard, you should pretend you didn't. Song Yin got up, saying helplessly, you're really something. Wen-li covered her shy face with her hands, still thinking how to shift blame, when Song Yin said gently, I packed some crayfish for you. Come eat. Hearing this, Wen-li, her eyes sparkled, pointing, really? Crayfish. Then devoured the long-awaited crayfish heartily. She accidentally noticed the takeout note saying, less spicy, less oil, and a box of hangover medicine. Feeling warmth in her heart, Teacher Song was quite thoughtful, pushing the bowl of peeled crayfish. She said to Song Yin, I can't eat too much. Don't want to waste it. After saying that, worried it'd be awkward if Song Yin refused, she added, if you don't want to eat, never mind. Song Yin looked at the awkward Wen Li, took the peeled crayfish, eating while asking puzzled, what exactly is your mouth made of? Why are you so stubborn? In the bedroom at night, Wen Li lay with her eyes closed, pretending to sleep. Song Yin, freshly cleaned up, gently got into bed. Leaning close to Wen Li's ear, he asked seductively, want to try staying in bed for 3 days? Hearing this, Wen Li instantly turned into a kitten, curling up with nowhere to hide. She could only bury her blushing face in the pillow, saying, I was just joking earlier. You really think you're that capable? Song Yin teased back. 3 days might be too much, but 1 day is doable. Wen Li wouldn't fall for it. She said, get lost. Song Yin lovingly stroked her head, saying, I was worried you'd be upset seeing them together. Glad I underestimated you. Wen Li didn't quite understand his words. She turned around confused, asking, why would I be upset? Song Yin could tell her confusion wasn't fake. So he asked, don't you like Lu Ming? Wen Li propped her chin up, who said I like him? Which gossip account spread this rumor? I'll send them a lawyer's letter tomorrow. Song Yin was also confused. He asked again, you don't like him? Then 2 years ago, in the dressing room, why were you crying so heartbrokenly? The celebrity couple was still discussing whether to try staying in bed for 3 days. The 2-year misunderstanding was cleared up in Wen Li's unique way. Song Yin was still puzzled about 2 years ago in the dressing room. Why were you crying so heartbrokenly? Wen Li avoided his gaze, not answering directly, saying, who wasn't sensitive when they were young? Song Yin took her words literally. So you did like him. If you don't have feelings for him now, there's nothing wrong with admitting it. It's all in the past. Wen Li panicked. If you don't understand, don't make assumptions. This is completely wrong. Although it wasn't me. No. Song Yin, seeing her anxious expression, felt she might not be over Lu Ming. Not wanting to continue this topic, he sighed, pulled up her blanket, and said resignedly, let's sleep. We need to wake up early tomorrow. He turned, said goodnight, and turned off the lamp. Seeing Song Yin's lonely back, the little person in Wen Li's heart kept fighting. Finally, Wen Li gritted her teeth and directly climbed to sit on Song Yin. Song Yin, who wasn't actually asleep, opened his eyes immediately, but was still startled. What was this kitten up to now? He saw the bristling. Wen Li shouted loudly, I was crying out of anger. Those were tears of rage. Wen Li recalled her predicament to Song Yin. Before the publicity, the crew and Sister Dan repeatedly confirmed with that trash. But even though he already had a girlfriend, he still shipped CP with me. I was cyberbullied because of him. As Wen Li spoke, she became more angry, her round eyes turning green with rage. If Sister Dan hadn't persuaded me to endure it for my career, I would have beaten him to disability. She turned to look at Song Yin. You don't believe me either? Song Yin, seeing Wen Li's hopeful eyes, moved closer. Softly said no. Wen Li could feel Song Yin's gentle breath, shyly backing away bit by bit. Then came an ah, echoing through the quiet night. Song Yin hurriedly turned on the lamp to check, only to see Wen Li sprawled out on the floor. Song Yin, who had been startled by her, froze. After 3 seconds, Song Yin burst out laughing. The little kitten, Wen Li bristled up again. What are you laughing at? Wen Li, in trying to explain to Song Yin that she never liked Lu Ming, paid the painful price of a concussion and a sore bottom. Song Yin, who was initially worried, couldn't help but laugh when he saw the little kitten hurt herself while bristling up. But then he got up and picked up Wen Li, gently carrying her to the bed, tenderly caring for her. Where does it hurt? Though Wen Li was just laughed at, she was now slightly blushing. She replied irritably, obviously, I might have a concussion. Song Yin ignored her tone and gently massaged her temples. Of course, Wen Li hadn't just hit her head, but also her waist and bottom. So she rubbed the sensitive areas herself. Song Yin asked, does it hurt here too? He was about to help massage, but Wen Li shyly moved away, saying, I'll do it myself. But Song Yin directly embraced her, teasing, why so shy? It's not like I haven't touched before. Wen Li leaned on his shoulder, feeling his gentleness, saying, don't tell others about me crying from cyberbullying. If haters know, they'll mock me even more. Song Yin asked concernedly, were they very mean? But Wen Li casually said, it's fine. I'm used to it, and many fans love me. Looking at the strong Wen-li, Song-yin held her tight, saying it's all in the past. The next day, Human with You officially began recording. Several guest couples entered the scene successively. The Yin-li couple, entering hand in hand, received the loudest cheers. The director gave the first game instruction, compatibility challenge. You guess what I'm acting. Wen-li and Song-yin were the first group. Wen-li made ear gestures. Song-yin guessed rabbit. Then Wen-li started waving both hands, like trying to fly. Song-yin thought for a moment. Chicken flying, egg breaking. The host was amazed at the correct answer. Song-yin was so clever. Meanwhile, Wen-li looked at the next topic and froze. Song-yin said confused, "There's a time limit. Hurry up." But Wen-li was embarrassed and said, "Let's skip this one." The audience disagreed, saying they couldn't skip. No skipping. Wen-li's niece mode activated, retorting, "Are you playing the game, or am I?" Song-yin saw how upset she was, then heard the audience shouting, "She wants to act grape." Song-yin smiled knowingly. Little surprise. The audience was fully engaged. Yes, it's a little surprise. Wen-li tugged at her dress, flustered amid the cheers. During the variety show recording, Wen-li kept getting references to Death of 3000. Military Young Master versus Kissing Lady. Fans exclaimed amazing at the Human with You variety show recording site. The good show was derailed by writers and fans. Even Little Cutie appeared in the game guesses. Wen-li experienced another major embarrassing moment. Most critically, Song-yin played along and guessed correctly. The helpless Wen-li could only pretend to be angry, saying, "I'm leaving, not recording anymore," and walked towards backstage. While Song-yin was still smilingly waving to fans, Wen-li pulled her hand and dragged her away. The host complained to the director, "Look at the topics you chose. You've made teacher when angry." But the director didn't seem to mind. The fans love it. The live audience was drumming up excitement, shouting, "We love it." The host timely stirred up the atmosphere. Well, let's look forward to the next segment, recreating classic movie and drama scenes. Meanwhile, in the backstage makeup room, Wen-li was reading the script for the next shoot while getting styled. She thought to herself, those old screenwriters were really daring, writing such torment between siblings. Suddenly she noticed something. Why is there a kissing scene? She waved the script and asked the director, "For the kiss written in our script, should it be real or simulated?" The director thought, "You're married, why simulate?" But said aloud, "Either way works, but I think the audience would prefer a real kiss." Wen-li replied, "I understand," thinking to herself, "I definitely can't do a real kiss." Then she went to the changing room for the next scene's costume. Cheers came from the studio. Ming Zheng Yin Shun. YYDS. Ming Zheng Yan Shun. So beautiful. At the same time, a knock came. Song-yin reminded, "Teacher Wen, it's our turn." Wen-li turned and replied, coming. The set was incredibly realistic. Inside a corridor of a grand mansion, two graceful figures, military young master versus elegant lady. Wen-li gently bowed to Song-yin, "Big brother, are you well?" Song-yin tenderly caressed Wen-li, "Little sister." As expected of entertainment industry's top star, every movement and expression immediately drew people into the scene. The live audience exclaimed, "Amazing! The scene is too beautiful." Top stars performing Republican-era style, instantly immersive. Military young master versus cool lady. A veteran variety show host's one line reversed the plot. Yin-li fans couldn't contain their excitement. Posted updates on Weibo, triggering crazy comments and reposts. The host panicked. "Fans, no spoilers. Save something for the official broadcast." Meanwhile, Wen-li and Song-yin seriously performed their roles. Wen-li said, "Big brother, I don't want to stay here. I want to go back to find mom and dad." As she turned to leave, her delicate wrist was firmly grabbed by Song-yin, pulling her into his embrace. "If you go back now, mom and dad will never let you out again." Wen-li struggled, avoiding his gaze. "Then I won't come out. Staying at home is fine." Song-yin gazed at her lovingly, making her face him. "Then what about me? Little sister, are you abandoning your big brother? Tell me if I did something wrong." The tender-hearted pair gazed at each other. The audience was completely silent, anticipating the next climactic moment. At this point, niece Wen-li never disappointed fans. She turned her head, wiping non-existent tears, thinking, "This is variety show, not real acting. Time to liven things up." She blurted out, "Your snoring is just too loud." The host and audience were stunned. Then suddenly, PFT, everyone burst into laughter. Mikasa is Mikasa. Unexpected Mikasa creates miracles. This move even caught Song Yin off guard. This wasn't in the script, thinking I could guide her in acting, but in variety shows, she's the senior. He could only take a deep breath and play along. Well, you grind your teeth in your sleep. What did I say? When Lee hadn't expected Song Yin could keep up with her line. The audience erupted in cheers again. Then came the climax. Song Yin directly cornered Wen Li against the wall. The audience's expectations were at their peak. Song Yin's left arm perfectly blocked Wen Li's small face. He leaned down, his nose tip against hers. Wen Li pushed at Song Yin's waist, whispering, "The performance is over." But Song Yin ignored her, giving her lips a fleeting kiss like a dragonfly touching water. Then Song Yin stepped back. Wen Li's delicate face was flushed red. The host eagerly asked if they really kissed. Song Yin savored the brief moment, lightly biting his lower lip, casually replied, "Didn't kiss." After losing the argument to niece Wen Li, the scheming Zheng Shui showed off her acting skills in front of fans, performing palace intrigue, created another huge stir online. After their performance, Wen Li and Song Yin waved goodbye to the audience. The host announced the final segment of Human with You. For life's small happiness, each guest brought their most meaningful personal item. But first, they would test the audience to guess which item belonged to which guest. When the first item was revealed, fans shouted in unison, "It's from Mikasa and the Beauty's home." We saw it during the live stream. Wen Li and Song Yin froze. Wen Li asked, "Did you have them bring my father's painting?" Song Yin replied, "No, this shouldn't be the one from our home." Zheng Shui stepped forward saying, "This is a memento from my husband and me. This painting is by Master Su Shimao. He only painted one pomegranate painting. It's one of a kind," she said proudly. "When we got married, my husband specially bought it from a collector at a high price as a wedding gift. I think it's very meaningful, so I brought it today." The host smiled and asked, "Then why do the audience keep saying it's from Teacher Wen's home? I thought the script was wrong." Zheng Shui showed her two-faced nature, pretentiously covering her mouth, saying, "This painting is indeed unique." She said to Wen Li, "Sorry, I didn't know your family had a copied forgery." She particularly emphasized the word forgery, hurriedly saying, "Let's take this painting away. I'll bring another memento. I really didn't know this would cause such a mix-up." The host was sweating, trying to smooth things over, saying, "Teacher Zheng is so thoughtful." In Wen Li's eyes, Zheng Shui was purely putting on a White Lotus act, very calculating. A woman full of schemes. On the way back, Wen Li saw rumors flying everywhere on her phone, saying she was uncultured, making big money but buying fake paintings. Wen Li was furious and wanted to curse. Zheng Shui must have done this deliberately. The painting at home was from her father. It must be genuine. Besides, the audience knew about their painting. How could she not know? She thought about calling her father right away and finding an appraiser, but seeing how late it was, she had to give up. After stirring up trouble, Zheng Shui casually posted, "It's just a small matter. Don't disturb others' rest." This move seemed to confirm that Wen Li bought a fake painting. After washing up, Wen Li was furious. She directly turned off her phone and flipped it over. The usually phone-addicted bare-faced girl was now fuming. The little kitten seemed about to explode again. The calculating, scheming Zheng Shui, using a fake to challenge Wen Li's authentic piece. Song Yin reversed the public opinion in just one night, kissing Wen Li whenever he wanted. Wen Li was furious about the false rumors online, watching Song Yin busy with his own things after returning home. The angry Wen Li kept grumbling, tossing and turning without seeing Song Yin come to bed. Waking up at noon the next day, Song Yin called her for lunch. Wen Li asked, "Did you see Weibo? Did my manager handle it?" Song Yin said, "Eat first." But Wen Li pushed away her bowl, saying, "I'm not in the mood." Song Yin checked his phone and said, "Don't worry, it's all resolved. We couldn't get verification last night, but I contacted officials. After getting verified, your father's team will take over the account." Su Shimao's official studio Weibo clarified that the pomegranate painting was his personal wedding gift to Wen Li and tactfully expressed that Zheng Shui's was the forgery. Seeing the official statement and fan support, the entire public opinion was protecting her. She stared blankly, thinking how everything changed like New Year's after just one morning's sleep. After being stunned for a minute, she asked, "Did you write this statement?" Wen Li was touched to her core. Teacher Song Yin, are you an angel? Song Yin lovingly poked her forehead with his finger. No, I'm your husband. Go wash your face first, little cat. Wenli watched Song Yin yawning continuously, getting verification, writing statements, contacting her father all night. He really went through trouble. He probably didn't sleep at all. Last night, she misunderstood him for not caring, sulking for most of the day. She shyly said, "Thank you, Teacher Song." Song Yin looked at her cute expression and said, "You're welcome." Wenli suddenly remembered her vindication online and proudly patted her chest, saying, "What do you want?" "Nin any gift, I have money." Song Yin was stunned. "You don't need money." Wenli thought mischievously maybe I could ask for a kiss, but said aloud, come on, come on. "What do you want?" Song Yin seemed to be thinking seriously. "How about you kiss me?" At the wedding scene, this enchanting person must be able to read minds. But since she suggested it, she decided to satisfy him a little. She closed her eyes and leaned forward. Song Yin didn't expect Wenli to actually do it. But just before their lips met, Song Yin suddenly turned his head and said, "Shouldn't you usually say?" Then imitated Wenli's expression and action. "Dream on," and burst out laughing. "Why are you so obedient today?" Wenli felt like she'd been teased, but wasn't angry. "Forget the thank you gift. I'm going to wash my face." But just entering the bathroom, she began to panic. What was wrong with her? Why was she upset? After thinking, she came back out and said to Song Yin, "Do you really not want a thank you gift?" Song Yin didn't understand why the little kitten seemed emotional. He replied, "No need." Wenli said, "Oh," irritably, "Whatever," and returned to the bathroom, muttering to her reflection, "What am I disappointed about?" Sensing something wrong, Song Yin came to the bathroom door. Wenli asked, "Need something?" Song Yin didn't reply. He walked straight to her side and kissed her, saying, "Even if I wanted thanks, I wouldn't want that. You're my wife. I'll kiss you whenever I want. How could that be a thank you gift?" Wenli instantly blushed, her mind still stuck on that kiss. She cried, "I haven't washed my face yet. You're not hygienic." At the new program's meeting, encountering a junior from a girl group's C-position debut, getting the cold shoulder despite warm greetings. Sister Wenli teaches how to be humble. Wenli and her manager Sister Dan arrived at Guiley Company. Sister Dan was explaining about this boy group audition, saying there would be Feng Xiu's boss and company people, but before she could finish, Wenli saw the C-position member of the popular girl group, her junior, Su Xinyue. Wenli stopped. She warmly greeted her, but Su Xinyue arrogantly turned away in front of Wenli, walking straight ahead, completely ignoring Wenli. Wenli and Sister Dan were stunned. Sister Dan complained how arrogant she'd become. Last year before debut, whenever you appeared at the company, she would follow you around, holding your hand. Just 1 year of fame, and she's already looking down on everyone. Wenli adjusted her sunglasses, saying, "Well, she's lucky. Everyone flatters her wherever she goes." Then strode toward the meeting room, saying, "Let's go. We have a meeting with juniors soon." Sister Dan was puzzled by Wenli's calmness today. Has she grown up? At the meeting room entrance, Sister Dan introduced Feng Xiu's Oli. Wenli gracefully extended her hand, saying, "Totally looking forward to our collaboration." Then Su Xinyue also greeted CEO Li. CEO Li told Sister Dan that Jure was amazing, from the boss to the artists. All beautiful women. At this moment, Su Xinyue sweetly greeted Wenli. "Hello, senior sister." Wenli thought, not bad, showing different faces in public and private. She smiled and asked concernedly, "Is your throat better?" Sister Dan chimed in, "Yes, is your throat okay?" Su Xinyue was confused, saying, "My throat is fine." Wenli pretended to understand, waving her hand, saying, "Oh, you must have forgotten your contact lenses. Otherwise, why didn't you see me greeting you earlier?" Su Xinyue finally understood Wenli's meaning, embarrassedly saying, "Yes, senior sister, I'm so sorry. I really forgot my contacts." So Li helped ease the situation. Such special mentor-student relationship. "I chose the right chief witness." Sister Dan timely interjected, "If your eyesight is that bad, we should cancel your schedules for the next 2 months. Can't have you not recognizing me someday." Su Xinyue was shocked. Sister Dan wasn't someone to offend easily. She quickly apologized, promising to wear contacts next time. Sister Dan turned to So Li, saying, "Let's not waste time. You have other matters later. Let's start the meeting." Every time Song Yin warmly cared for Wenli. Wenli always managed to push Song Yin's heart away again. Wenli and Song Yin had another conflict. Song Yin began to question who really was his wife. After the meeting, only Sister Dan and Wenli remained in the conference room. Wenli asked Sister Dan what important matter made her stay behind. Sister Dan held her head, saying painfully, "Why did you imply things about Su Xinyue in front of Xioli?" She's very popular now and favored by Fengxiu. Do you have too many resources to throw away? Wenli grumbled. Then why did you help me criticize her? Sister Dan squinted at Wenli. Don't you know? You're my biggest money tree. I can't offend you for her sake. Wenli chuckled at these love-hate words. Sister Dan suddenly leaned closer, saying, talk to your husband. If Song Yin comes as a guest star in the first episode, with the connection to your couple's variety show, it will definitely go viral. Wenli frowned. Why not directly contact his manager? You also know President Bai from their company. Sister Dan patted Wenli's shoulder, saying his dear wife is right in front of me. Why should I take the long way? But Wenli was troubled. Even if I ask, he might not come. But Sister Dan firmly believed Wenli could do it. On the way home at night, Wenli watched her contract husband Song Yi playing with his phone, thinking, as his wife, I'm less attractive than his phone. Following Wenli's script, assistant Wenwen pretended to remind her, Sister, Dan Jie said Director Zhang wants you to invite Song to be a guest star for one episode. Have you asked him? Don't forget. Wenli looked at Song Yin, who showed no reaction, and asked, Mr. Song, did you hear what my assistant just said? If you can't remember the schedule, you can ask your manager. Song Yin didn't even look up. He said he didn't hear it. Wenli exploded, yelling, Wen. She spoke so loudly. You say you didn't hear me, but how did you hear her? Do you have some filter in your ears? Song Yin looked at the angry little wildcat, calmly replied, No, I don't. Wenli persisted, reaching out her cat paw to grab Song Yin's ear, saying, Then let me check if there's one. But Song Yin caught her hand. They locked eyes for 3 seconds before Wenli started struggling. Song Yin looked at her seriously, then released her hand, saying, Always using others to make requests to me. With a dejected face, he asked Wenli who really was his wife. One moment intimate with you, the next moment cold as ice. Fortunately, our Wenli is intelligent, beautiful and cute, and most importantly, always has slippery hands. For You Group Season 2 began with great fanfare. Wenli wore a shimmering purple fitted dress with starry lace fabric, adding a layer of dreamy beauty. Her every movement exuded gentleness with a touch of ethereal grace. Her shoulder-length hair, with light purple highlights, complemented her playful, yet cute idol makeup. The staff who came knocking were stunned, exclaiming, Teacher Wen, you're too beautiful. They thought it was a mistake to exclude Teacher May's performance segment from the program. Wenli gracefully replied, Really? Thank you, and immediately started taking selfies. She posted them in the workgroup chat and received unanimous praise, just as she was about to forward them to her contract husband Song Yin. She recalled their argument from last night. After hesitating for a moment, she decided against it. Just then, staff came to collect phones, telling Teacher when she could wait backstage. Wenli cooperatively handed over her phone, but as she handed it over, she accidentally hit the send button. The beautiful photos were successfully sent. On stage, the host had already invited Su Xinyue, the popular girl group member from Season 1, returning as a mentor for Season 2. Many fans came specifically to see Su Xinyue. The audience cheered. The host built up atmosphere, setting up for the mysterious chief witness's arrival. The big screen played clips from Wenli's recent dramas. The audience cooperatively shouted, Wenli. As Wenli walked onto the stage, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. After introducing the mentors and witness, the host moved to the next segment, inviting Su Xinyue to give a wonderful performance. Wenli and Su Xinyue brushed shoulders, exchanging polite smiles. But internally, sparks flew, born from the same root. Why torture each other? At the new program meeting, her junior showed 2 faces. As the show begins, more trouble starts. Sister Li will show you what it means to shoot yourself in the foot. Su Xinyue, worthy of being a popular girl group member, finished an excellent song and dance performance. The fans went crazy for her. She interacted with fans, asking, Did my performance do justice to our senior sisters from last season? She then turned to Wenli on stage, calling out, Senior Sister Wen, you're the chief witness. All of us mentors have performed. Why don't you come up and show us something too? Wenli was stunned. This segment wasn't in the rehearsal. Su Xinyue told the fans, Wenli is my senior sister, very talented, and she's our show's chief witness. Would you like to see Teacher Wen perform? The audience naturally wanted to see and responded in unison. Wenli awkwardly waved her hands, saying, But I haven't prepared anything. She wondered what Su Xinyue was up to, daring to add something not in the script. Su Xinyue, having seen Wen Lee's live stream dancing, said with a mischievous tone, "Senior sister, just freestyle to the music. Thinking you can't escape, Wen Lee, didn't you make me wear contacts? I'm waiting to see you embarrass yourself." The audience cheered expectantly. Wen Lee sighed helplessly. After taking a deep breath, she said, "Since you insist." She walked onto the stage. As the music started, she began to dance. "Just kidding, I'm Wen Lee from the performance department. I got full marks in physical expression class." Wen Lee's makeup, expressions, and movements were perfect, like a dream girl stepping out of a manga. The audience cheered wildly. They wanted to watch all night. Su Xinyue's face stiffened. The host sincerely thanked Teacher Wen for her dance. Perfect for warming up the atmosphere. Backstage, everyone enthusiastically discussed how amazing Wen Lee's dance was. Hearing the endless praise for Wen Lee, Su Xinyue deeply regretted her actions. Why did she push Wen Lee to perform? Just as she was about to leave, Wen Lee stopped her, saying Junior sister is quite capable, changing the script as you please. Wen Lee's performance caused a sensation. The junior sister's plan backfired. A young boy joined the show, another man who could irritate Wen Lee. Backstage, Wen Lee confronted Su Xinyue about changing the script. Su Xinyue replied, "Senior sister, how could you think that? I just happened to give the director some suggestions." At the right time, the passing director guiltily tried to become invisible and escape. Wen Lee complained, "Even for the show's effect, you should have informed me beforehand." Su Xinyue hummed and walked away casually. The director apologized. "Teacher Wen, I'm really sorry." Wen Lee looked at her, wanting to know why. The director finally told the truth. "I couldn't refuse." Su Xinyue muttered that she had backing. "Understand? Oh, so that's it?" Thinking really relying on connections instead of working hard. The guilty director said, "Please calm down. Let's rest a bit before continuing." Wen Lee read the next trainee's name. Her eyes focused intently. When she said Su Lee, a young, handsome male idol, stood straight on stage. Wen Lee awkwardly and perfunctorily praised him, saying, "Not bad. Good appearance." After the recording ended, Wen Lee hadn't left the car when the door opened again. The assistant said outside, "Get in, I've checked." With no one around, a hip-hop style person got in. A pleasant male voice asked, "Why didn't you tell me you were on this show?" Wen Lee angrily pulled off the trendy person's hat and glared. "Who are you to ask?" Li Sheng said, "Kid, show some respect to your sister." Then returning to her gentle sisterly demeanor, she ruffled her brother Su Lee's hair, asking, "Weren't you studying classical guitar? Why join an idol competition?" Su Lee sighed. "The company says pure music doesn't sell nowadays. They want me to join the show to gain fans." Wen Lee was upset. "Then, why didn't you come to me? Looking down on your brother-in-law's connections?" Su Lee turned to her. "Didn't you make it on your own? I can too. Otherwise, I would have asked brother by son and teacher song long ago." Wen Lee flared up again, throwing playful punches at her brother Su Lee. "We're from the same womb. If you wanted to enter showbiz, shouldn't I have been your first thought? Why think of those two men?" Su Lee said seriously, "Dad says you've had a lot going on lately. Don't worry about me. Take care of yourself." "I'm leaving," he said, opening the car door to run. But Wen Lee instantly caught him. Wen Lee warned, "Participate properly in the show. Don't find me a male sister-in-law among those 99 trainees." "No way." Su Lee couldn't handle Wen Lee's wild imagination. He hurriedly escaped. Song Yin hadn't replied to Wen Lee's accidentally sent beautiful photo all afternoon. He returned home late after social engagements, with fan messages waiting. After recording, Wen Lee looked at the picture she accidentally sent, wondering why Teacher Song hadn't replied. She wanted to ask why no response. She typed and deleted messages, casually tossed her phone aside, showing her anger. After finishing her night routine, Wen Lee watched the ticking wall clock. At this late hour, why hasn't Teacher Song returned? Then she heard the door click open. Wen Lee rushed to open the bedroom door. Song Yin had returned. They asked simultaneously, "Song Yin, why aren't you asleep?" "Wen Lee, why so late?" Song Yin replied, "Had dinner with my senior." He turned to the camera asking, "Is the camera off?" The aftermath of that small incident had greatly affected Teacher Song. Wen Lee patted her chest, saying it's off. Watching Song Yin walk toward the camera, she asked, "Don't you trust me?" After checking, Song Yin thought, "Yes, I need to check myself to feel at ease." As Song Yin put down his phone and started changing, Wen Lee became intensely interested in his phone. Was he drinking and didn't check his phone? Or was there poor signal at the restaurant? As she hesitated, she lit up Song Yin's phone. Song Yin turned to see her staring at his phone. He said, "Go ahead and look." Wen Lee held up his phone saying, "Well, you don't reply to my WeChat, but you secretly use my selfie as your wallpaper." Wen Lee, confident as a flower, asked, "Isn't my makeup beautiful?" "So beautiful you changed your never-changing wallpaper." Then she self-admiringly said, "No need to deny it. It is beautiful. Feel free to use it." Song Yin looked exasperated, thinking her observation skills were impressive, but her deductive reasoning was terrible. While Wen Li was still immersed in her own beauty, the phone suddenly rang with a notification. Wen Li handed over the phone. Song Yin looked thoughtfully at the message content. Wen Li curiously leaned in and asked, "Who's messaging you so late?" It turned out to be the junior who had caused trouble earlier that day. Su Xinyue wrote, "Senior, hello. I got your private contact from others. Even the junior." After reading, Wen Li looked at Song Yin and asked jealously, "Someone's trying to add you, and you haven't accepted?" Song Yin used Wen Li's idol photo as his wallpaper. Wen Li was as happy as if she'd won a 50 billion lottery. Late at night, Song Yin received a message from a young fan. Wen Li was ready to destroy this scheming girl. Song Yin handed the phone to Wen Li, saying naturally, "Since she's your junior, you handle it." Wen Li was stunned, not expecting Song Yin to say this. She tentatively said, "If I handle it, I'll scold her badly." "Are you sure?" Song Yin looked at Wen Li indulgently. "Since when does teacher would need to report to me about scolding people?" Wen Li was also angry. "I wanted to confront her, but they say she is backing. I'm afraid if I act, there'll be trouble, and uncle will have an excuse to lock me up at home." For once, Wen Li used her brain. Song Yin patted her and handed her the phone, saying, "Don't worry. Her backing is Director Guo from the industry. He just made her his goddaughter." He thought about how Director Guo even gave her his private WeChat, showing unusual favor. Meanwhile, Wen Li looked at Song Yan's phone, thinking no wonder Su Xinyue kept trying to talk to her and always mentioned Song Yan. She had ulterior motives. Wen Li was seething with anger. "I want to see just how deep Su Xinyue's thoughts run." She quickly accepted the friend request, followed by continuous message notifications. Wen Li was even more displeased. What nonsense is she sending? A bunch of cute emojis expressing her love for Song Yan, hoping he would act in the Chinese Paladin movie with her. She couldn't stand it anymore. Not bothering with text messages, she directly called Su Xinyue. Su Xinyue was already delighted that Song Yin had accepted her friend request. Seeing the voice call, she thought her charm was working. Full of joy and expectation, she sweetly called out, "Teacher Song." But an angry female voice replied, "Su Xinyue." "It's me." Su Xinyue was shocked. "How is it her?" Wen Li, half lying on the bed, asked, "Have you forgotten your Jirui's artist? Even with your backing, if you want to be Jirui's top star, shouldn't you ask me and Director Zhang first?" While Su Xinyue tried explaining she didn't mean that, Wen Li replied, "You know your intentions best. Think I have no backing, so you can step all over me?" Wen Li mocked that using backdoors requires awareness. "Don't take my tolerance as your resource to show off." Su Xinyue responded righteously, "Senior, don't make accusations without evidence." Wen Li's voice message to Su Xinyue was on speaker mode. Hearing her denial, Song Yin jumped in, asking, "Would my word count as evidence?" He walked to Wen Li's side, tucked her in, and continued, "I won't do the movie. Please pass that on to Director Guo." Su Xinyue was mortified. Trembling with anger, she said, "Sorry to disturb you. I'll hang up." Wen Li shouted, "Wait!" startling Su Xinyue. Then Wen Li said, "You're not sleeping late at night, adding my husband on WeChat, disturbing our married life. That's very immoral, you know?" She promptly hung up, blocked her, and handed the phone to Song Yin, but he didn't take it. Instead, he headed to the bathroom, saying, "I'm going to shower. Need to prepare." Wen Li wondered, prepare for what? Song Yin turned his head. "The married life you mentioned." Wen Li gasped, "What did I say?" She blushed, thinking about how he really went to shower. Was it time for their marital duties again? The so-called junior was arrogant and casual at the recording site, going to Wen Li's show, trying to steal someone's husband late at night, joining the crew while coveting others' haute couture dresses. Reality slapped her face one after another. The news was everywhere, accusing Su Xinyue of being malicious, arbitrarily changing scripts during for your group recording. In the car, Sister Dan told Wen Li, "Good thing you weren't trapped by her yesterday. Remember next month's charity gala dress? The French haute couture you tried on at the store?" Later, Su Xinyue went to try that dress. Seeing Wen Li's slight disappointment, Sister Dan patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, the brand rejected her on the spot." Sister San rubbed her temples, saying, "Director Zhang mentioned then that Su Xinyue's success came too easily. She's lost her way." Wen Li's blood rushed up instantly. She said, "Wen, turn around." Woman asked surprisingly, "Sister, "Where are we going?" Wen Li smiled. "We're going to try on clothes." At KK Haute Couture store, Wen Li wore a French designer's evening gown. The strapless shoulder design perfectly displayed her graceful figure. She told the staff, "Bring out all the dresses Su Xinyue tried to order. There are many red carpet events in the first half of the year. My junior has decent taste. Show me what she ordered first. You can pick others for her later. I'm too busy." She has plenty of time, though. She started taking selfies. The staff, unable to offend their brand ambassador, said, "All right, I'll call to have them brought over now." Wenwen cheered, "Sister, you're amazing. They're all ours now." Meanwhile, Su Xinyue angrily threw her phone because she received beautiful photos from Wen Li wearing the haute couture dress. When she tried to reply, it showed she was no longer a friend. Remembering last night's call, this morning's news, and seeing beautiful Wen Li, Su Xinyue's composure completely broke down. She was on the verge of losing it. Wen Li's selfie became her contract husband's wallpaper. To the junior who ignored her and tried to trip her up, who tried to recruit her husband late at night, Wen Li delivered a fatal blow. For Your Group officially launched. Entertainment headlines were dominated by Wen Li. Her stunning idol makeup and graceful dance moves attracted more die-hard fans, calling her a celestial fairy descended to Earth. Lying in bed, Wen Li browsed her trending topics. Seeing fans' unique praises, she happily rolled around in bed. Humming happily, she prepared to get water from the living room. Opening the door, she saw her contract husband Song Yin. "When did you come back?" she asked, surprised. Song Yin said, "Over 2 hours ago. Saw you sleeping. Didn't want to disturb you." Wen Li asked excitedly, "Did you see the trending topics?" Song Yin asked, "What trending topics?" Wen Li waved her hand, saying nothing, but felt secretly proud, then said, "Of course it's my trending topic." Meanwhile, the director in the monitoring room of Life with You had a long face. All afternoon, they hadn't gotten any useful footage. Suddenly, a staff member called out, "Director, come look at this quickly." The director was moved to tears, saying gratefully, "Thank goodness you captured this footage." At night, when Li and Song Yin finally live-streamed together, Wen Li secretly nudged Song Yin, whispering, "Teacher Song, remember to thank fans for their gifts." Song Yin received the hint and was about to thank them, but suddenly stopped. Seeing usernames like "How many times per night," sending over 100 submarine gifts, Wen Li blushed angrily, shouting, "How dare you come again?" She whispered to Song Yin, "Teacher Song, let's not thank these kinds. They're doing it on purpose." She announced to the screen, "Keep your thoughts clean. We won't thank fans with such usernames." Meanwhile, Teacher Song found the angry little kitten quite interesting. Suddenly, fans mentioned that the show released a 30-second preview. "Have you seen it?" Both were stunned, then shook their heads. Fans said it was really well edited. "Let's watch it." Wen Li asked Song Yin if he wanted to see. Teacher Song said, "Sure, let's watch." They opened the video. It showed Wen Li lying in bed looking at her trending news, rolling around unladylike. Her little face was bright red with embarrassment. Wen Li was mortified. Meanwhile, in the preview, Song Yin was on the balcony, repeatedly watching his wife's beautiful fan cam. He was enthusiastically supporting her, liking all comments praising his wife and reporting all comments trying to steal her. A total wife-protecting maniac. Wen Li looked at Song Yin in disbelief. Song Yin could only smile to hide his embarrassment. Under Life with You cameras, the couple both blushed. Song Yin acted as a protective husband online, endlessly liking comments praising his wife, reporting all comments trying to steal her. At night, after washing up, they lay in bed. Wen Li pointed at Song Yin's repost of the Life with You preview. She lightly kicked Song Yin with her foot, asking, "Didn't you say you hadn't seen the trending topics?" Song Yin played dumb, asking, "Did I say that?" Wen Li wasn't satisfied with his answer. "Stop pretending to have amnesia." Song Yin went into typical male mode, saying, "How would I know which one you meant? If you wanted me to see your trending topics, why didn't you just say so?" Wen Li didn't know how to respond. Then Song Yin turned away to sleep, but Wen Li wouldn't let him win so easily. She suddenly pulled back the covers, sat on top of Song Yin, and turned his head, saying, "Don't change the subject. I'm asking why you watch my fancam video." Song Yin half sat up asking, "What? Am I not allowed to watch?" They began a pointless conversation. Then why watch it so many times? And like and report comments? After a moment of silence, Song Yin said, "Because you're my wife." She retorted, "It's just a contract. How can you take it seriously?" Song Yin held Wen Li's waist, saying, "Teacher Wen, if you don't get off, I'll really take it seriously." Wen Li said carelessly, "I won't get off." "What can you do about it?" Song Yin tightened his grip on her waist, saying, "I can." He immediately pulled Wen Li down. They switched positions and he started tickling her. Wen-li laughed uncontrollably. Song Yin asked triumphantly, "Will you stop now?" Wen-li said between laughs, "I'll stop. I really will stop." Their sweet moment was about to overflow from the screen. Song Yin gently tapped Wen-li's head. "This is a warning." But Wen-li didn't get up, saying teacher song. "Last time you secretly used my selfie as your wallpaper. This time you didn't say a word either. Are you my fan? Can the contract be taken seriously?" As the sweet atmosphere emerged, the next classic scene on screen triggered Wen-li's embarrassment. At the Life With You filming site, the screenwriter found Wen-li and Song Yin to discuss the content of the next scene. They were asked to name each other's most memorable works, with the hint that it couldn't be works they'd done together. Wen-li was a secret fan. She looked around awkwardly and joked, "We've never worked together anyway." Wen-li thought for a moment. "If I have to choose one, then The Last Desperado." Song Yin also recalled 9 Broken Jade Lanterns. Wen-li looked at Song Yin surprised. He had actually watched that. The screenwriter assigned their next task, to recreate the famous scenes from these 2 works. Like obedient schoolchildren, they both nodded and said okay. But back home, Wen-li was troubled. The Last Desperado didn't have any male-female scenes together. Wen-li exclaimed, "You can't expect me to play the male role." Song Yin suggested, "Why don't we look at your fantasy drama?" Wen-li turned her head dissatisfied, asking, "Among all my scenes, why did you pick this one?" Song Yin pressed the remote control, smiling broadly, "Because it left the deepest impression." They watched as the TV played the famous scene from 9 Broken Jade Lanterns. The first line was Wen-li's dialogue, "I will die." Wen-li was shocked, while Song Yin was beaming. Wen-li quickly grabbed the remote and pressed pause. Song Yin looked at the sweating Wen-li. "What's wrong?" Wen-li thought for a moment and said, "I really can't act this." Back then, it took me a long time to mentally prepare for this scene. Song Yin looked at the script and said casually, "If you could do it then, teacher Wen, aren't you being too unconfident now?" Wen-li was conflicted, thinking, "Of course it's because the plot is too embarrassing." Song Yin tried to reassure Wen-li, "If you're worried, we can practice first." He turned off the camera and said thoughtfully, "Don't worry, they won't see." In the monitoring room, the director was furious. "Why can't we watch the rehearsal?" They turned off the camera again. "What about my ratings?" The classic movie scene triggered Wen-li's embarrassment. Looking at the restrained teacher's Song, "He's really not suitable to play the Taoist priest." Wen-li had no choice. She looked at the script, then put it down. "Let's begin then." Wen-li played a snow ferret in heat who transformed into human form. With an uncontrollable expression, she called out Taoist priest delicately, her body trembling, begging, "Please help me." Clutching Song's Taoist robe, her delicate face full of expectation. Taoist Song held back, turning his head saying, "Just endure it." Then Wen-li, playing the snow ferret, suddenly hugged Song and said, "I can't endure it anymore." She tried to undo Taoist Song's clothes, breathing out, "I will die." The plot background: if a snow ferret in heat doesn't mate with a male, their blood will rush up and they'll die from blocked qi. Taoist Song showed hesitant resistance while gazing lovingly at Wen-li. Wen-li continued her lines, "You're cultivators. Saving people is accumulating virtue. I'm helping you accumulate virtue." Song Yan's hands trembled slightly as he embraced Wen-li's slender waist. Wen-li prompted teacher Song, "You should push me away here." Song Yan, seeming somewhat carried away, said, "I'm sorry. Maybe I'm not suitable to play a Taoist." Wen-li patted his back, comforting him, "You're acting well," thinking his restrained, ascetic expression looked so real. Truly worthy of being a top actor. Then she gently poked Song Yin, asking, "Shall we continue?" But Song Yin tightened his arms, holding Wen-li tight. One day, fans were discussing on Weibo, why do other couples' small theater scenes seem sweet and romantic, while Yin-li's scenes are like pointing guns? Below, an insider replied that another part hadn't passed censorship, speculating if there were some indescribable scenes. Seeing fans' discussions, Wen-li thought to herself, "I'm a proper person, okay." Initially wanting to rehearse, that day with a headache, teacher Song held her tight. Feeling something was off with Song Yin, Wen-li asked, "What's wrong with you?" Song Yin stammered, "Probably," then paused, burying his head in Wen-li's neck, continuing in heat. Wen-li was shocked. What was he saying? The entertainment industry's top couple never appeared together, nor collaborated in films. Since participating in Life with Courtesy, they frequently appeared together in public, stunning everyone and fulfilling Yin-li fans' various fantasies. At a charity banquet, Song Yin, and Wenli appeared together as a couple. Wenli wore a French haute couture strapless dress, while Song Yin remained elegant and handsome as jade. They were truly the entertainment industry's golden couple. The celebrities present eagerly greeted the Yinli couple. Business flattery and mutual greetings were standard at the banquet. Just as Song Yin and Wenli had taken their seats, a shrill voice inappropriately rang out. "Hello, teachers. Teacher Song, long time no see." Wenli looked up to see her nemesis Zheng Shui. Today, Zheng Shui wore a purple strapless evening gown, her high bun emphasizing her tall figure. Setting aside personal grudges, Zheng Shui was indeed the entertainment industry's current top actress. She bent down, seemingly intimately whispering to Wenli, mockingly saying, "What gives you the right to sit at this table?" Wenli turned to her and disdainfully replied, "Because my husband is Song Yin." Zheng Shui continued to sneer. "Besides relying on your husband, what else do you have?" Wenli calmly responded, "Without even a husband to rely on, aren't you worse off than me?" She took a sip of champagne. Zheng Shui was furious but left speechless. She angrily walked away. Wenli raised her glass to her retreating figure, saying cheers, thinking she deserved it for coming to mock her. On stage, popular girl group member Chi Sahan, also a mentor on For You Season 2, after her brilliant performance, entered the interview segment. The host asked if among the many guests present, there was anyone she particularly wanted to collaborate with. Sahan frankly replied, "Yes." The host continued asking, "Can you tell us who? If it's a male artist, your fans might get jealous." Sahan replied, "It's not a male artist." The live chat comments were discussing, saying, "Our Han Nin is into girls again." Sahan's face immediately showed a slight blush. "It's teacher Wenli." The camera turned, and the spotlight shone on Wenli. Wenli immediately waved in greeting, thinking that during the show recording, Chi Sahan had said she was her fan. She thought it was just courtesy then, but this kid was actually serious. Of course, Wenli had to love her fans. She responded enthusiastically, nodding and making a small heart gesture to Chi Sahan on stage. The host continued pushing, saying, "Henin, you're confessing to teacher when in front of teacher Song Yin. Aren't you afraid he'll get jealous?" The camera quickly turned to Song Yin, showing his handsome face responding with a standard smile. The live comments immediately evaluated. "This is the aura of the main wife." Song Beauty subtext, "I'm still here. You're all just concubines." At the banquet, after sending Zheng Shui away embarrassed and gaining an idle fangirl, the queen's dominance was undeniable. Sahan quickly explained, "I only have admiration for teacher Wenli, nothing else. Please don't mind, teacher Song." Looking expectantly at Wenli, she continued, "Last time teacher Wen danced that boy group dance on the variety show, it was so cool. If there's a chance, I'd like to collaborate with teacher Wen. Maybe dance one of our group songs?" The host, stirring things up, directly asked, "Why don't you teacher one right now?" Wenli pointed at her evening gown in surprise, hoping the host would understand. "Can I dance in this?" Staff quickly handed her a microphone. She said, "I really can't move freely in this dress. I'll practice at home. I'll show you when I've learned it." The host immediately responded, "Then it's settled. We look forward to teacher Wen's girl group dance." Wenli smiled and nodded while internally crying, thinking how things just keep coming at her. What's all this about? In the second floor VIP box, a sharp-featured business tycoon sat in an executive chair, looking down at everything happening at the banquet below. The man was Wen Yin, CEO of Star Arts Group. Managerly flatteringly said to Wen Yin, "Chairman won this actress. Shares your surname. If she hadn't married by Shi's second-in-command Song Yin, we could have invited her up to greet you." Hearing these crude words, Wen Yin coldly replied, "Since she shares my surname, managerly should refrain from such jokes." Wenli frantically researched on her phone. What style are their group songs? Suddenly, a message notification appeared. Opening it, she was startled. She immediately moved closer to Song Yin. In a sweet voice, she called teacher Song. Song Yin wasn't used to this. What was Wenli up to now? She continued, "As husband and wife, we're one. Now I'm in trouble. Shouldn't you help?" Song Yin asked her, "What help?" Wenli showed him her phone, displaying a message from her uncle. "Instead of learning to dance, you should spend more time visiting your grandmother." Wenli asked coquettishly, "Meeting my uncle or helping me with the girl group dance? Choose one to handle for me." Song Yin immediately pushed away the clingy Wenli, saying, "Not good. I'll meet your uncle," he said. Wenli returned to normal, asking, "You won't choose the second option?" Song Yin pressed his finger to his temple and said, "Teacher Wen, if you push your luck, I won't help with either." At the charity banquet, Mistress Wen defeated her rival, gained evidence and a lesbian fangirl, and received 2 tasks, meeting uncle and snow dance. As the banquet ended, while Wen Li walked arm in arm with Song Yin upstairs, she noticed her rumored love interest Lu Mingjing chatting cheerfully with a new generation actress who resembled her 30%, nicknamed Little Wen Li. Wen Li glanced over, silently mocking that a scumbag will always be a scumbag, being a jerk wherever he goes. Ignoring it, she turned to Song Yin, saying let the assistants wait outside while they go upstairs. Song Yin gently replied, okay. But just as they reached the private room door, Wen Li pushed Song Yin, saying, you go in first. My uncle won't feel comfortable scolding you. Song Yin realized she was using him as a shield. He didn't have that much face to save, but Wen Li had already escaped to the bathroom. In the VIP room, the air froze to 0 degrees. Wen Yin asked emotionlessly where Wen Li was. Song Yin replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. In the restroom, Wen Yin casually said, Mr. Song has been quite successful these years. Song Yin gave the polite response, it's all thanks to your care. But Wen Yin didn't buy it, saying such beautiful pleasantries. Song Yin countered, since you know they're pleasantries, just take them as such. Back to the point, what business does Chairman Wen have with my wife? Wen Yin, being a seasoned businessman, sternly warned, I advise Mr. Song not to interfere in our family matters. Song Yin showed little interest. I truly have no interest in your family affairs. But Wen Li is my wife. It's natural for me to protect her. Wen Yin took a sip of tea. He asked contemptuously, can you protect her? Song Yin answered seriously, compared to you as her uncle, at least I managed to do so 2 years ago. What's so difficult about that? Wen Yin scoffed. You, as my nephew-in-law, are really different from 10 years ago. Thinking back to 10 years ago, Song Yin was just a naive young man who wanted the Wen family to give up their arrangement with the Bai Sin parents, to give Wen Li to him. But his eyes were unusually determined, and he actually succeeded. Charity banquet. The scumbag chatted with the mistress, caught in the act at the ball. Wen Li was again caught in a pink love triangle. Her phone buzzed with a message notification. It was Wen Li saying she'd met a troublemaker. She couldn't leave yet. It was Zheng Shui. In the bathroom, Zheng Shui irritably asked Wen Li why she hadn't left yet. Wen Li retorted, why haven't you? Suddenly, Zheng Shui grabbed her wrist. Zheng Shui asked fiercely, did you arrange to meet my husband on the 2nd floor? Wen Li broke free, saying, what nonsense. If you want to fight, let's do it another day. In this outfit, I can't move freely. Stay away from me. Wen Li vigorously wiped her wrist where she'd been touched, as if she'd touched something unclean. Seeing Zheng Shui's trembling body, holding back tears, she said pitifully, our previous competition for resources was just business. Wen Li, though I don't like you, I must admit you're better than me. Better in every way. After fighting with Zheng Shui for so many years, Wen Li didn't know she had such self-awareness. But then she suddenly stepped back, asking in horror, have you been possessed? Zheng Shui hadn't expected her carefully prepared emotional moment to be deflated by Wen Li's frivolity. Angrily said, let me finish. Competition in the entertainment industry is normal. How could you interfere in my relationship with Lu Ming? Search your conscience. Don't you feel guilty? Seeing her open up, Wen Li patiently said, I'll say this one last time. Before the CP hype, the production team's manager repeatedly confirmed with him, and he clearly stated he was single. Zheng Shui found it hard to believe and refused to accept it. She said impossible. Wen Li seriously told Zheng Shui, your husband is just trash. He flirts around outside and deceives you with sweet talk. Zheng Shui sneered, thinking Wen Li was refusing to admit it, and asked, if you're so innocent, then tell me, why are you here? Wen Li replied helplessly to the stubborn Zheng Shui, what's wrong with me being here? The 2nd floor VIP room. Did your family book the entire floor? Zheng Shui's face twisted with anger. I saw Lu Ming come up to the 2nd floor. I followed and saw you. You still have the nerve to deny it. Wen Li really didn't want to waste any more time with this hopeless person. She turned to leave with a murderous aura, her presence sharp and intimidating. Her demeanor frightened Zheng Shui. They watched as Wen Li walked to the private room, forcefully pushed open the door, and went straight to her uncle Wen Yin. Aggressively extending her hand, she said, I know you can get the keys to all the rooms on the 2nd floor. Get them for me? Wen Yin coldly asked. Wen Li, who do you think you're talking to? Wen Li spoke softly. My dear uncle, your niece urgently needs the keys to prove she's not being someone's mistress. Will you help? Wen Yin angrily asked. Who's calling you a mistress? Wen Li didn't want to waste words. She directly pulled him up to go, while speaking carelessly. You usually seem so capable. Why are you so hesitant at crucial moments? At these words, Song Yin couldn't help but laugh. Wen Yin was furious, shouting, Wen Li, I'm your uncle. Drop that delinquent tone with me, Song Yin asked from the side. What do you need the room keys for? Wenli looked like the god of death incarnate. To catch someone cheating, Wenli was again caught in a romantic dispute, becoming a goddess of justice to assist in catching an affair. Wenli successfully dragged her uncle along and got the universal room card for the second floor, and learned which room Lu Ming had booked under the company's name. Zheng Shui didn't understand what Wenli was planning, but she found herself following her involuntarily. They arrived at a VIP room door. Wenli made a hushing gesture to Zheng Shui, gently opening the door to create a small gap. She pulled Zheng Shui forward. They heard a sweet female voice from inside. So, do you like Zheng Shui more, or Wenli more? What appeared before them was Zheng Shui's husband Lu Ming with a new generation actress known as Little Wenli. The girl's legs were wrapped around Lu Ming's waist. They heard Lu Ming say, Zheng Shui and I have already hit the 7-year itch. I really like Wenli. She has personality. And when she firmly rejected me after learning I had a girlfriend, I admired and liked her even more. Every word entered Zheng Shui's ears. Lu Ming continued, Let's hurry, I need to leave soon. The intimate scene inside made Zheng Shui's body tremble involuntarily. Wenli said to her, Give me your phone. Zheng Shui handed it over, but she still asked worriedly, What are you going to do? Wenli replied, What do you think? Why keep such scum? But Zheng Shui was still worried about Lu Ming's future and reputation. Wenli firmly avoided her, saying, I'm helping because this man is disgusting. If you want to compromise, no one's stopping you. Zheng Shui felt there was nothing wrong with defending Lu Ming because she loved him. With tears in her eyes, she said, If Song Yin were unfaithful, you're not like me. If Song Yin were unfaithful, I'd have to physically castrate him. Besides, do you think my judgment in people is as poor as yours? Zheng Shui was truly speechless. She turned to look at the scene in the room again. Yes, she must have been blind. She pushed open the door forcefully, startling the two people inside. Zheng Shui looked at the man she had loved for 7 or 8 years, what he had done to her, and she collapsed to her knees, sobbing loudly, while Lu Ming was still struggling to explain, saying, This woman is just like Wenli from 2 years ago. They both seduced me, and we were just playing around, nothing serious. Wenli initially didn't want to go in, but after hearing this, she walked straight to her side. Lu Ming was startled again. Before he could ask anything, Wenli said disdainfully, So this is how you brainwash your wife. Then Wenli's hand swung forward, striking hard across Lu Ming's face. Zheng Shui heard all your scumbag talk. She turned to the tearful Zheng Shui and said, Do what you think is right. Prove it to yourself. Finally, Wenli put down the room card, said, Thank you, uncle. When Yin was surprised, wondering if his niece had relearned the dictionary, she actually said thank you to him. Wenli continued, But don't count today's matter as me using family connections to solve problems. You can't use this as a reason to make me give up. She turned to leave quickly, but heard her uncle say, Fine, go be your star. Wenli wondered when her uncle became so agreeable. When Yin looked up and said casually, Visit your grandfather more often when you have time. Wenli thought that would be easy. She bid farewell to her uncle easily. Returning home, the romantic incident gradually came to an end. Wenli proclaimed herself as the goddess of justice, the only one in her heart. Unfortunately, this was overheard by the person himself. Zheng Shui waited for Wenli in the parking lot, telling her she had decided to give up Lu Ming. Wenli said, That's your wisest decision. Zheng Shui said she wanted to inform her before going public, afraid of hurting her accidentally. Wenli acknowledged it. Zheng Shui lowered her head reluctantly and asked, Seeing my current situation, does it make you feel good? Wenli replied frankly, Not really. Your current situation is entirely due to your love choices. But between you and that scumbag, I hate him more. Zheng Shui's eyes were full of tears. But I really love him. Wenli was furious, really wanting to open up her head to see what was inside. Zheng Shui continued, I don't know if you and Song Yin are really fake spouses, but let me ask you if Song Yin cheated. The fact that you could talk about physical castration proves you don't really like Song Yin that much. Wenli was startled. She retorted, Who says so? You focus on your own love life. The rest remained unsaid. Then she looked at Zheng Shui again. smiled meaningfully, and as she passed by, Wenli calmly said, "You should worry about your own affairs first." Then in a cold tone she said, "I said that because I know teacher Song loves me so deeply he can't help himself. His heart has no room for other women." Then she strode away. On the way back, Wenli looked at Song Yin with gentle eyes, feeling warm inside, thinking teacher Song isn't that kind of person. Then she moved closer to Song Yin, feeling his breath. She said, "If you're not sound asleep, open your eyes." Song Yin opened his drowsy eyes and said, "Your gaze woke me up." Wenli thought to herself that he clearly wasn't asleep and was ignoring her. She said irritably, "Well, sorry then." Song Yin gently patted her head and said, "It's okay. I'm not angry with you," he said seriously. "After all, I love you so deeply that my heart has no room for any other woman." Wenli blushed, and Wenwen in the passenger seat couldn't hold back. She burst out laughing. Wenli shouted, "Who told you to eavesdrop on me?" Wenli thought his existence was a surprise. Bedridden for 3 days, loving her so deeply he couldn't help himself. Unexpectedly, Song Yin heard everything. Wenli wanted to die on the spot. That night at home, after washing up, Wenli sat on the bed, still thinking about what Zheng Shui said. But why was she so certain that teacher Song wouldn't cheat? At that moment, a water cup appeared before her eyes. Song Yin asked what she was thinking about. Wenli stammered. Her expression suddenly changed, bursting with anger. "I was just thinking about that scumbag Lu Ming. He cheated with an actress who looks a bit like me. Though she's not even 1/100,000 of me, she still got the nickname Little Wenli. I really..." Then she turned and bragged, "But angry as I am, I taught that scumbag a lesson today and woke Zheng Shui up. I even spoke up for you." Song Yin, confused by her sudden outburst, calmly said, "Is that so? Well, thank you." But Wenli wasn't satisfied with his attitude. "What? You don't believe me?" Zheng Shui said if you cheated, I would defend you right away, saying you're not that kind of person. You heard it too, right? Song Yin chuckled. "You trust me that much? What if I really cheated?" Wenli froze. "Really cheat? Well, we're just in a contract marriage. I guess I don't have any position or reason to lecture you." Song Yin was speechless. Wenli was getting confused again. He rubbed her head and said, "Let's sleep. It's already 3 a.m. Then he turned off the lights. Song Yin closed his eyes to sleep, but Wenli's eyes were wide open. She turned to look at Song Yin again. "Did I just tell him it's okay if he cheats? What if he really takes it seriously?" She turned on the bedside lamp and started patting Song Yan's handsome face. "Wake up, teacher Song," Song Yin asked unhappily. "Wenli, what are you doing?" Wenli quickly explained, "About what I said earlier. Let me add something. Even though we're in a contract marriage, you still can't see other people during this time." Wenli touched her head, unsure how to express herself. Then she added, "Of course, liking someone is your right. I can't control that." Then she had an idea. "Right, I mean, just don't make things ugly when we separate." Song Yin was stunned. Talking about this in the middle of the night, Wenli kept rambling, seemingly trying hard to convince Song Yin, until he pulled her into his embrace. Song Yin nestled into Wenli's neck and said, "After saying so much, isn't your throat dry?" He tightened his hold slightly. Wenli felt his warm breath as Song Yin said, "Just say it directly. Song Yin, you're not allowed to cheat." The little cat who couldn't sleep at night, patting faces, the actor Song Yin, speaking incoherently, making up reasons why he couldn't cheat during their contract. Song Yin hugged her tightly, telling her she only needed to say, "Song Yin, you're not allowed to cheat." Wenli felt like Song Yin had established her position as the main wife, and she blushed, not knowing what to do. Song Yin burst out laughing, making Wenli feel anxious again. Song Yin continued patting her. "I promise you, I won't see anyone else." Wenli smiled after getting this confirmation. "That's right, this is how teacher Song should behave." She proudly told Song Yin, "Teacher Song, I already told Zheng Shui, if you dare to cheat, I'll immediately castrate you." Song Yin turned to stone on the spot. This woman was truly ruthless. Early morning, Wenli saw Lu Ming's PR team spreading rumors on Hot Search, harshly criticizing Zheng Shui, still trying to leave an escape route for that scumbag, just letting him push her to the edge. The other party was already in tears. "Release the solid evidence quickly, or your own future will be ruined." Then Zheng Shui and Wenli simultaneously released evidence. Lu Ming's scummy behavior from 2 years ago, his disgusting confession. Zheng Shui also apologized to Wenli and released photos of Lu Ming's cheating. The internet was flooded with righteous condemnation. People shouted in support of Wenli's 2 years of unfair treatment. Song Yin, who had just woken up, heard loud laughter from the living room. He saw Wenli reposting and commenting on Zheng Shui's Weibo, thinking the little cat could finally let go of this matter. But Wenli fell into another thought. Originally, she joined Life with You out of spite. Now that her opponent was gone, what about her and Song Yin? Looking at Wenli suddenly sighing again, Song Yin asked with concern what was wrong. Wenli avoided the main issue, saying her schedule was too full and she was tired. Song Yin advised her to take fewer jobs if she's tired. Wenli wondered if she should quit this couple's variety show. But if she quit, she would have no more schedules with Song Yin. Going back to before, no appearing together, no collaboration, no promotional coupling. Would they really have to face the contract's expiration, going separate ways? But why did thinking about this make her feel so sad? The romance scandal officially ended. Justice might be delayed, but would never be absent. Wenli laughed one moment, then became melancholic the next, thinking about quitting the show and parting ways with Song Yin. Unable to understand why she felt so sad. Watching the absent-minded Wenli, Song Yin gently called out, "Teacher Wen." Wenli looked up. Song Yin had somehow already sat down beside her. Before Wenli could answer, Song Yin held her head and pressed his forehead against hers, wondering if she had caught a cold from staying up too late last night. Quietly feeling with his forehead, he said, "No fever, though." Wenli looked at Song Yin from such close distance. Feeling breathless, she quickly backed away, stammering, "No dash, nothing's wrong." Song Yin thought Wenli must be really tired lately, so he said, "Money isn't everything. Why don't we call your manager to discuss?" Wenli thought to herself, she had sworn 2 years ago never to create buzz through CP marketing again. Now she was using this method to be linked with Song Yin for a while. She must just want to earn more money. After an internal struggle, Wenli composed herself and said, "I've decided. I'll manage even if it's tiring." "Are you sure your body can handle it?" Song Yin asked, getting up to fetch hot water. Wenli showed her energetic fighting spirit, saying, "Making money makes me happy. I can do it." She consoled herself internally, telling herself she wasn't just reluctant to part with Teacher Song. "I'm just a happy, money-loving girl." At the charity banquet, people work below, opportunities come from above. She had to fulfill her promise to her young fan. The dance teacher was very responsible, teaching both movements and expressions. She even taught Wenli to find that feeling of first love from when she was 16 or 17. Wenli reluctantly tried to act cute, mentally crying for help. Wenli was exhausted from trying to find the right feeling, catching her breath while resting in place. She sent it to Wenwen the Star Human to see if it had a girlish vibe. Wenwen directly edited it into an adorable compilation video. Wenli sighed, realizing she no longer understood Kid's world. But the video was really good. She planned to show Teacher Song to see if it captured her 16-year-old charm. Teacher Song, at an interview recording site, received Wenli's WeChat message. He had to walk far away to find a private spot. After waiting for a while, it kept showing other parties typing. Wenli wondered if he was going to reject her. Then she saw Song Yin's reply. "Is this a special treat for me?" Wenli's face turned red as a persimmon, thinking, when did Teacher Song become such a pervert? Refusing to talk to a pervert, she turned to find an innocent youth instead. She sent it to her brother, saved as Little Rascal in her contacts. Her debut brother Sue, Lee was taking a noon break. Seeing sister Wenli's video, he broke into a cold sweat. "At your age, still trying to act young?" He instantly replied, "Don't show it to Brother Yin. Corrupting me is enough." Wenli's anger rose. She fired back, ruthlessly retorting, "You tasteless thing. How do you know Song Yin won't like it?" Suli fought back. "I have factual evidence. When Brother Yin was tutoring me, he showed the same refined taste as me. Don't you remember?" Wenli ignored reality and went straight for personal attacks. "Can you even dance the theme song yet?" Then Sita, "When you were born, did you leave your brain in mom's belly?" Wenli buzzed on furiously. Thinking their tastes were really alike, she wondered whether to send it to Teacher Song. The girl group dance video, she thought about sending it to her contract husband. His pervert response killed that thought. Recalling a similar scene from 10 years ago, she was glad she hadn't sent him the video. Dorm mates heard Suli watching videos and asked whose it was. Suli said irritably, "Wenli." His friend gossiped, "So you're a fan?" But those who stay till the end will have a collaboration stage with the mentor. "Are you looking forward to doing a couple's dance with Teacher Wenli?" Seeing Suli cover his mouth, looking unwell, they asked, "What's wrong, bro?" Suli said, "Stop talking. I feel sick. At night, Song Yin looked at his phone, remembering Sue Lee's WeChat message from earlier saying his sister sent him an eye-burning cute video, and how he stopped Wen Li from corrupting him. Song Yin turned to the pretending to sleep Wen Li. Teacher, what video was it? Wen Li didn't answer, instead remembering Sue Lee's afternoon mockery. Saying Song Yin shared his aesthetics. There was that one time when she asked senior Song Yin, "Is it pretty?" Song Yin casually replied, "Just okay." She thought, good thing she didn't show him. Her thoughts returned to 10 years ago, when Li wore her newly bought pure and cute trailing evening dress, walking into her brother Sue Lee's room, asking, "Little brother, does sister look pretty?" Little Sue Lee said, "Not pretty," and when Li launched a critical hit at her brother's head, just as she was about to leave. Then she remembered the senior who was tutoring her brother. Song Yin called out, and the senior eagerly asked, "Do you think I look good?" Only then did Song Yin dare to look up at her. But the moment he looked up, he shifted his gaze, extremely embarrassed, face reddening as he muttered, "Just okay," when Li was already dissatisfied with this response. And her brother made it worse by explaining, "Just okay means not pretty." His mocking laughter was deafening. Meanwhile, Song Yin pretended to read his book, secretly glancing at Wen Li as she stormed out angrily. Only then did Song Yin dare to look directly at her retreating figure. She really looks beautiful, from being the #1 fan to ending up in a couple's variety show. Wen Li recalled the embarrassing scene from 10 years ago. She'd rather die than face teacher Song with that image again. Girl group idol Chi Sahan's co-star, after participating in Human Has You, from intern couple to chasing stars into a couple's variety show. When Li looked at Chi Sahan's Weibo mentioning her saying he's here, then remembered the girl group dance she promised him, then saw netizens' wild imaginations, all tagging teacher Song. "Chi Wei, your wife's going lesbian, grass growing on your head." Song Yin, fresh from washing up, saw Wen Li's furrowed brows, asked what she was looking at, and reached for the phone. Wen Li quickly covered it, saying, "Just Chi Sahan announcing joining Human. You're the vice president, don't worry about it." Then casually asked, "Teacher Song, do you usually watch boy group survival shows?" Teacher Song, fresh as a lotus, replied, "Usually not, but if Teacher Wen wants me to watch." Wen Li, afraid he'd say he'd watch, covered Song Yan's mouth, refusing. "No need. Teacher Song must stick to his principles." Song Yin paused, grabbed Wen Li's wrist, and said, "All right. Backstage at debut for you." Wen Li wore kawaii girlish clothes, casually tied 2 butterfly pigtails, insecurely pinched her water-fresh face. Wen excitedly called out, "Sister, you look so pretty. Let me take a photo for Weibo." Wen quickly waved no. Wen pouted, "Why not when you're so cute?" Wen broke into a cold sweat. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she said, "You don't understand." Recalling her awkward situation from 10 years ago, she had used all her might to beg the director not to include this in the final cut. Posting on Weibo now would be like public execution. Adding someone else's husband on WeChat late at night, pulling him into the group to grab haute couture Lee Kun. Plan failed, and the arrogant junior sister came to cause trouble. Little did she know teacher Song only had eyes for Wen Li. Su Xingyue pushed open the makeup room door, asking senior sister, "Are you ready?" Wen Li paused, asking, "Is the director rushing me?" Su Xingyue sat in a nearby chair, bluntly saying, "No, I just came to check." "Senior sister," she asked with ill intent, "is teacher Song Yin coming to the recording site today?" Wen Li hadn't forgotten about her adding Song Yin on WeChat late at night. She cautiously asked, "He won't. Do you need something?" Su Xingyue disappointedly spread her hands, sighed, and said, "Those trainees were hoping you'd dance facing teacher Song. Wouldn't that feel more authentic?" Wen Li's face darkened. Why would Song Yin come? To watch her public execution? Su Xingyue, acting coy, said, "I don't think teacher Song would change his schedule just to watch senior sister dance and come here specially." Wen Li anxiously asked, "What do you mean? Is he coming or not?" Su Xingyue shook her head, saying the production team hasn't received any notice. "He won't come." Wen Li immediately stood up, composing herself, saying, "Can't you get to the point next time?" "You scared me." She slammed the door shut, leaving Su Xingyue frowning in disbelief. Teacher Song wasn't coming, and she seemed relieved. On stage, the lights flickered, and the venue was completely silent. Wen Li was still mentally preparing herself. "It's all for work. Just dance." At that moment, a figure appeared in the crowd below. It was Song Yin, wearing his baseball cap very low. Then the stage lights turned on. Wen Li was cute and playful, singing and dancing, pure yet alluring. The crowd below kept chanting Wen Li's name. Wen Li winked and made heart gestures to the audience below, Unfortunately, her eyesight was too good. She immediately spotted Song Ning, the most handsome one in the crowd. The panic in the lyrics became real for Wen Li. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze for them both. The principal Song Yin had said he never watched boy group competitions. Wen Li had been mocked once before. She especially didn't want Song Yin to watch her girlfriend dance. The streets were bustling with traffic. Debut for You specially invited and arranged for Song Yin to make a surprise visit. In the visiting car, the production team asked Song Yin, "Teacher Song, are you looking forward to Teacher Wen Li's girl group dance?" Song Yin gently replied, "Very much." The production team deliberately created drama by asking, "Teacher Song, Teacher Wen Li is a guest judge on a boy group survival show, surrounded by energetic young boys. Do you feel any sense of crisis?" Song Yin confidently smiled and replied, "I think except for age, I still have many advantages." The production team said to Song Yin, "I heard many trainees are around your age. They try to trap him again. We've prepared a trainee uniform for you too. Want to try it on and maybe dance that dance?" Song Yin wouldn't fall for this trap. He directly refused, seeing through the director's intentions. The production team awkwardly tried to explain. They continued persuading, "Teacher Song, you're too concerned about your image. Look at Teacher Wen. She learned the girl group dance right away, though it doesn't suit her at all." Song Yin ignored them, looking out the window, saying, "I don't think it doesn't suit her." His thoughts drifted back to their student days. Song Yin was walking in the corridor. Suddenly someone popped out from the side. A young face, high ponytail, colorful clips. Wen Li in her school uniform, posing like a little tiger. She called out Song Yin. He was captivated by Wen Li's cuteness radiating from everywhere, unable to snap out of it for a while. Wen Li also awkwardly froze in place, saying, "You're about as tall as Brother Bison, and wearing the same uniform too." She might as well have said it was normal to mistake him for someone else, not her fault. Song Yin looked at her fondly, saying, "Running around like a cat, besides Bison, who else could you scare?" Wen Li pouted, "Oh, so I didn't scare you? Well, you're amazing then." Wen Li excelled in singing and dancing on stage. She immediately spotted the most handsome face in the crowd. "Teacher Song, did you really come to watch my public execution?" In the memory, after Wen Li scared the wrong person, she hurriedly ran away. After just a few steps, she saw Bison. Bison knew right away that Wen Li must be hiding to try to scare him. Wen Li quickly denied it, saying, "No, I wasn't." Bison directly knocked on Wen Li's head. Wen Li complained, "How could you hit people like that?" Song Yin, lost in memories, was prompted by the production team. He came back to reality. Due to traffic, it seemed the show had already started. Song Yin walked into the studio. His baseball cap pulled low, while Wen Li was being cute and playful on stage. She was singing and dancing, sweet yet alluring. Song Yin couldn't help but be mesmerized. Wen Li always managed to unconsciously captivate him. Watching her sweetly sing towards him, at the moment she smiled, her eyes locked directly onto that handsome face in the audience. She instantly blushed, her expression becoming unnatural. Meanwhile, Song Yan's heart was racing like a startled deer. The host came to Song Yan's side for an interview. The audience and contestants were thrilled to see Song Yin, excited to meet their idol in person. After the interview, the host and Song Yin noticed that Wen Li had stumbled on stage. Song Yin went up on stage, heading towards Wen Li. Wen Li looked up at Song Yin. He really came. Song Yin reached out to help her up, but Wen Li felt embarrassed. She stood up straight by herself and kept backing away. Song Yin asked dissatisfied, "Why are you avoiding me?" Wen Li didn't know how to answer. She thought, "You unprincipled person, didn't you say you weren't coming?" The audience below started teasing. They all shouted, "Teacher Wen is shy." The cute and playful Wen Li was indeed blushing red. She really seemed shy. On stage, Wen Li excelled in singing and dancing, cutely winking and making heart gestures, just like a real idol. It struck right at actor Song Yan's heart. On stage, the host interviewed Song Yin about his surprise visit. "Teacher Song, what do you think about Teacher Wen's girl group dance?" Song Yin praised her, saying her voice was beautiful and her dance was full of youthful energy. Wen Li shyly turned her head away, going to the other side of the stage, shouting, "Thank you, Teacher Song Yin. This is our group song." Song Yin smiled. "The dancer is even cuter." The audience burst into cheers. The embarrassed Wen Li just wanted to find a place to hide, thinking Teacher Song, "Just end me quickly." After the visit, Song Yin left before the show finished recording. In the bathroom, listening to the sound of running water, He cupped the cold water in his hands, repeatedly splashing his face until he calmed down. Thinking back to the visit, he muttered to himself, "Good thing he didn't see me lose composure." Meanwhile, at debut for you backstage, when Lee was doing a post-recording interview, the staff asked, "Teacher Wen, were you surprised by Teacher Song's visit today?" Wen Lee instantly lost control, losing all ability to manage her facial expressions. She sighed deeply and said, "For the show's effect, you shouldn't prank me like this." Then waved her hand saying, "I'll never dance girl group dances again. Never ever." But the staff said, "But Teacher Song liked it. He said it was cute." Wen Lee seriously replied, "He was just being nice. He must be laughing at me inside." The staff looked incredulous, saying no way. At her doorstep, Wen Lee didn't know what expression to wear when facing Song Yin. She slowly pushed open the door. Peeking inside like a thief, she didn't see Song Yin. She started feeling proud again. "This is my own home. What am I afraid of?" Everyone praised her performance on stage. Off stage, they think he's a god-tier actor. Who knows how he's laughing at me inside? Back home, there was a surprise waiting for them. Wen Lee slowly pushed open the door like a thief. Not seeing anyone, she ran inside. She opened the balcony door, planning to hide there and observe the situation. Just as she stepped onto the balcony, she heard a male voice ask, "You're back?" Before the words were fully out, Wen Lee slammed the balcony door shut. Song Yin knocked on the door amusingly. Wen Lee asked irritably, "What do you want?" Song Yin replied, "Let's talk." Wen Lee lowered her head and said resentfully, "I won't talk to you. You conspired with the show's crew. I'm being generous, not settling scores with you. Just disappear from my sight." Song Yin took a deep breath, then exhaled and said, "All right, just watch me disappear." Song Yin turned around, and Wen Lee finally relaxed. But Song Yin revealed a mischievous smile. He suddenly turned back, forcefully opened the balcony door, and lunged at Wen Lee with open arms. He held her tightly in his embrace. Faced with Song Yan's sudden closeness, Wen Lee was flustered, asking, What are you doing?" Her imagination running wild, she asked, "Are you trying to push me off the balcony?" Song Yin chuckled at this kitten's unique way of thinking. He asked, "Have you been watching too many disappearance shows?" Wen Lee's face was already red, and seeing Song Yan's light laugh, she angrily asked, "What are you laughing at?" Song Yin held Wen Lee's waist with one hand, pulling her into his embrace. He said, "I'm laughing because you're a fool." Before Wen Lee could retort, her soft pink lips were covered by Song Yan's. After struggling unsuccessfully a couple times, she gave in, feeling Song Yan's passion and desire. Wen Lee relaxed and responded. The directing team was frustrated, shouting, "Who installed the cameras? Why didn't we put one on the balcony?" Wen Lee sneaking home like a thief, caught by Song Yin, directly embracing and kissing intimately on the balcony, seeming somewhat naive. After the startling incident, Wen Lee suddenly pushed Song Yin away. She whispered, "There are cameras," then pretended to fan herself as she walked inside, hiding her blushing face after the kiss, saying, "It's not even summer yet. Why is it so hot?" The directing team pointed at the screen. They said they must have been fighting, but the director, well-versed in showbiz, knew that wasn't true. Wen Lee was a variety show expert and wouldn't really be angry about a surprise visit. The director immediately channeled Sherlock Holmes, continuing, "And I have a strong feeling we missed some very important footage." Meanwhile, Wen Lee, embarrassed, spent the entire afternoon sitting cross-legged in her bedroom, until the doorbell's ding-dong sound was heard. The staff from Life With You program arrived, saying they would install cameras on the balcony since filming was done today. Wen Lee and Song Yin looked at each other. Had the program team discovered something? Song Yin avoided the awkwardness, while Wen Lee adjusted her hat to hide her nervousness. Moments later, they waved goodbye to the staff who had finished installing the cameras, until they heard the door close with a bang. Wen Lee's fake smile hadn't stopped. Song Yin turned to look at Wen Lee, wondering if she'd been taking smiling lessons. Feeling Song Yan's gaze, Wen Lee kept smiling while strategically retreating. Song Yin noticed she must still be feeling shy. Happily and obediently packing his suitcase, Wen Lee composed herself and walked forward saying, "Teacher Song, you need to apologize to me." Song Yin asked, confused. "For what?" Wen Lee crossed her arms saying, "Think about it. If there had been cameras on the balcony this afternoon and they broadcast your beastly behavior, do you know what impact that would have?" Song Yin continued asking, "What impact?" Wen-li thought about it, her heart racing, flustered, in broad daylight. You did that to me? Song Yin, seeing her adorably flustered state, couldn't help but laugh, then stood up, hands on hips, and leaned forward asking, did what? What impact would it really have? Wen-li was stumped. Yeah, what impact? Being kissed by her contract husband on the balcony, hiding shyly in the bedroom all afternoon. Later feeling something wasn't right, just wanting Song Yin to apologize. Song Yin looked dejected and pitiful, saying, did you make all those male actors you worked with apologize to? Wen-li bristled, saying, that's different. That was scripted. That was acting. You just took advantage of me. Song Yin, sensing the little cat's bristling, said, all right then. I apologize for my behavior this afternoon. Wen-li was stunned. He apologized so quickly? She hadn't finished complaining yet. She thought and said, well, fine then. I forgive you. She turned to enter the bedroom, but Song Yin grabbed her. Then, half sitting on the sofa, said, wait, I'm not done apologizing. Don't rush off. Wen-li was confused. Asked, didn't you finish? Song Yin shook his head, saying, besides today, Song Yin recalled each previous time. Last time during filming when I stole your hair tie, and the first time when we were drunk. Song Yin's mouth was instantly covered tightly by Wen-li's hands. Neither moved as memories returned to 2 years ago. They attended a party with no juice, only alcohol. Both were drunk, and Song Yin was already lying unconscious on the bed. Wen-li managed to climb onto the bed, falling directly into Song Yin's arms, finding a comfortable position. Song Yin suddenly woke up, finding someone in his arms. He shook Wen-li, saying, wake up. Wen-li struggled to open her hazy, drunk eyes. They gazed at each other, their beautiful eyes gradually losing focus. Song Yin asked, may I? Wen-li nodded hazily. A junior was lost in the whirlpool of love. Thinking of this, Wen-li covered Song Yin's mouth more firmly, saying, I don't need your apology. No need. Song Yin grabbed her hands, asking, so you forgive me? Wen-li turned her head, saying, teacher Song, you're too thick-skinned. What choice do I have but to forgive you? Song Yin, seeing her adorable forced surrender, smiled and said, good that you understand. Song Yin won this round completely. The memorable scene on the balcony escaped the cameras. Their exchange, reminiscing about that shy dream from 2 years ago. Wen-li admitted defeat directly. The director felt they missed some important shots. His mental state was concerning. He insisted they must capture brilliant shots during filming in Chengdu. Meanwhile, Wen-li went to the wardrobe to prepare clothes for the out-of-town shooting. She spotted Song Yin's clothes at first glance, thinking he looked good in both light and dark colors. Just then, Song Yin suddenly appeared, softly asking, which set should I take? Wen-li quickly pointed, this one, and this one too. Song Yin obediently took the clothes Wen-li pointed to. Wen-li instantly blushed, feeling like they were a real married couple. Seeing Song Yin turning to leave, Wen-li grabbed his sleeve. Song Yin turned back. Wen-li said, help me pick my clothes too. Song Yin smiled and agreed, all right. Wen-li tried on red shorts with a striped princess top, looking cute and playful. Then changed into denim shorts with a green long-sleeve off-shoulder top, young and beautiful. Then changed into a pleated spaghetti strap dress, looking innocent and pure, ethereal and floating. With each outfit, Wen-li would ask, does it look good? How about this one? Song Yan's answers were standard. Looks good, nice. Take them all. Wen-li wasn't happy. These were clearly perfunctory answers. Why don't I just bring the whole house then? Fine, I'll pick myself. Just as she was about to turn around, Song Yin grabbed her, saying, teacher Wen, aren't you tired of going back and forth? Just change here. Wen-li was confused, asking, how can I change here with you? Song Yin asked, why not? Wen-li blushed at this roguish question. You know why? But Song Yan's eyes were dreamy, shaking his head, saying, I don't know. Wen-li pressed against Song Yan's lips, saying, don't lie. Your nose will grow longer. Song Yin showed a charming smile, saying, my nose won't grow longer. Then Song Yin gently bit Wen-li's fingertip, standing up, embracing her, saying, but other things will grow when participating in variety shows. The contract couple was getting along well, inseparable like glue. Having shown both boy group and girl group dances, next time they'll try street dance. After an hour of gentle shadows, Wen-li, wrapped in a blanket, seriously asked about the clothes she tried earlier. Which one looked best? Song Yin explained he really thought each one looked good. Wen-li was about to bristle again, saying, you must choose one. Song Yin thought seriously, saying, the one you wore for recording this morning was quite nice. Wen-li stepped back, saying, you actually like school uniforms. You're such a pervert. Song Yin looked at her startled expression, asking, this makes me a pervert? Wenli propped her cheek with her hand, saying seriously, the makeup artist said I look 10 years younger today. That means 16 years old. You like me dressed as a minor? Doesn't that make you a pervert? Song Yin lowered his beautiful eyes and said, I guess so. Wenli moved closer again, asking, do you really think I look good in that? Don't you think it makes me look artificially young? Song Yin shook his head, indicating he didn't think so. Wenli turned into a proud kitten again. Well then, my dance today was youthful and not out of place. Song Yin agreed, nodding obediently. Wenli continued, let me tell you, that dance was nothing for me. I know many more dances. Then she kicked around under the blanket, saying, I'm really good at street dance. Next time when you're a guest star, I'll dance for you. Song Yin smiled indulgently and said, all right. His tone didn't sound particularly excited. Wenli emerged from the blanket, asking, you don't like street dance? Then what kind of dance do you like? Song Yin thought for a moment and said, I like. Then slowly moved closer to Wenli. As they got closer, Song Yin said, I like. Wenli's face turned red with embarrassment. She shouted, you really are a pervert, because Song Yin said striptease. The Yin couple was away from the cameras. Uninhibited, the production team saw nothing. The preview clip left fans imagining wildly. Soon it was time to film Human with You in Rongqing. Wenli couldn't control her smile in front of the camera. The photographer filmed throughout, asking, Teacher Wen, what are you looking at? You seem so happy. Wenli said, I'm watching the preview for debuting for you. The crew asked Teacher Wen, are you especially happy watching yourself dance? Wenli pretended to be shy, saying, no, they forced me to dance. The camera turned to ask Song Yin, Teacher Song, how do you feel about Teacher when dancing girl group dances? Song Yin sighed, spreading his hands, expressing some regret. Because I didn't see enough. Later when I begged Teacher when to dance again, she absolutely refused. Wenli shouted, hey, that's because you asked me to strip dash, she almost blurted out. Suddenly realizing it wasn't appropriate for this occasion, she urgently swallowed her words, accidentally biting her tongue. She let out a painful ah, covering her mouth, making woo-woo sounds, wondering how to fix this slip. Song Yin looked at her with concern, just as everyone was lost in their own thoughts, looking at her expectantly. Wenli's expression became serious. She mentioned mop dance, which was reflected on the backstage screen. The director analyzed the mop dance, saying Teacher Wen is deceiving people again. Excitedly arranged to keep the mop part unmuted, but cut everything after. The staff looked confused. Why? The director immediately explained, smiling slyly. Let the audience complete the sentence themselves. That's more interesting. Other staff immediately understood. The director was brilliant. In the hotel, Wenli was doing a face mask while watching the preview of Human with You. It was indeed caught on camera. The bullet comments speculated, is this married couple playing childish hide and seek? The following comments made Wenli even more unsettled. Obviously, Wenli accidentally bit her tongue, trying to hold back words. The experienced director had directly baited her. The cameras captured their childish hide and seek. Then the official explanation was released. Viewers called for the editor's contact information to let him experience life's hardships. Wenli elegantly drank her cooling soup, secretly relieved that explanations now would be useless. Upon careful reading, she discovered the uproar in the bullet comments. Some were even questioning Song's abilities. Wenli's mind was full of questions, wanting to explain for Teacher Song, but felt powerless. Wenli continued browsing. How did this part end up in the Easter eggs too? Teacher Song said he wanted to see another dance, but she absolutely refused. Wenli instantly bristled. How could they edit it like that? She heard herself saying, you asked me to strip dash. Then the screen went black. The bullet comments went wild with speculation. Wenli threw her phone away as if electrocuted. What kind of production team is this? Don't they care about my image? On the way to recording, her assistant Wenwen happily told her, Sister, you're trending again. Looking at the suggestive trending topics, Wenli broke into a cold sweat. When will I ever trend for normal reasons? At the filming location, many Yinli fans have been waiting for a long time, shouting Mikasa, Song Beauty, we'll carry your banner. The two highly popular stars got out of the car to greet everyone. A clear voice from the crowd asked Song Yin, what kind of strip dance did you want Wenli to do? Wenli embarrassedly pushed Song Yin, saying let's hurry inside. Song Yin looked at her awkward little expression, held her hand, and said wait, looking towards the direction of the voice. Paused for a moment, then pulled Wenli into his embrace. said it's a secret. At the Rongqing filming location, the PD announced the game rules. The theme was discovering Rongqing's beauty. Wen Li and Song Yin waved goodbye. The rule stated that the couple could only communicate through walkie-talkies about their surroundings, using their chemistry and wit to find each other. The handsome Song Yin put on a blindfold, frowning slightly. He suddenly realized variety shows were so complicated. 10 minutes later, staff indicated Song Yin could remove his blindfold. Song Yin looked around. Everyone was gone. Then Wen Li's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Ti-ker-song. This is Wen Li. Please respond. Over. Song Yin mechanically picked up the walkie-talkie. This is Song Yin. I can hear you. Where are you? Over. Around Wen Li were excited onlookers shouting, "It's me Casa, the real beauty." Wen Li tried her best to describe, "There's an uncle here making candy art, and there's a rice noodle shop next door." While Song Yin heard the surrounding voices, "Mi Casa, can we take a photo? Are you a celebrity? Give me your name. I'll make you a candy." Wen Li looked at the uncle making candy art with names. "It's really beautiful. Uncle, can you make one more?" The kindly uncle said, "Sure, write it down on paper. Who is this person to you?" Wen Li shyly pursed her lips and said, "He's my husband." The uncle said, "Such a beautiful lady must have a good husband too." Wen Li blushed as she accepted the 2 candy arts, expressing her thanks. The surrounding fans' eyes were filled with hearts. "It's sugar. This is really sweet." Wen Li ate the candy art with her name while enjoying the fans' affection, feeling proud inside, constantly praising herself. "I'm really a little genius at fan service." Her peripheral vision caught something. At that moment, both the photographer and Wen Li turned their heads. They saw Song Yin appear outside the mall, on the large screen. Then they connected with Song Yin saying, "Teacher Song, I'm at Rongqing Mall. In my hand, I have a peach blossom candy with your name on it. If you don't come, I'll eat it." On the other side, Song Yin said seriously, "Don't eat it. That's mine." Wen Li pouted unhappily. "I got it first. How did it become yours?" Song Yin replied in his CEO tone, firmly stating, "Because you're mine too." During filming, Wen Li, with her sweet and cute image, got 2 candy arts through PR, becoming a little genius at fan service. Song Yin dominantly responded, "The candy is mine because you're mine." Song Yin quickly arrived at the mall. He was immediately surrounded by his actor fans cheering. Song Yin asked through the walkie-talkie, "With so many people, weren't you recognized? Did they clear the area beforehand?" Wen Li's confident voice came through, "I have disguise skills." Hearing the increasing noise on Song Yan's side, she suddenly remembered to warn the inexperienced Teacher Song, "Don't cause any commotion or gathering. Teacher Song, don't come in yet. Wait outside for me. I'll come get you." By then, Song Yin was already surrounded by enthusiastic fans. Song Yin helplessly replied, "Too late, I'm already surrounded." The usually composed Song Yin felt a bit lost. He tried to find an exit, but it was extremely difficult. Just then, a lively cartoon-like voice rang out. "I'm here." Everyone was startled and instinctively made way for the approaching figure. A fox mascot costume cleared a path. The little fox nimbly moved through the crowd to reach Song Yin. Song Yin was startled and tried to dodge, but the little fox grabbed his arm and pulled him forcefully through the crowd. Song Yin was pulled along and started running with the little fox. The surrounding fans were in chaos. They shouted help. Finally, the little fox pulled Song Yin to the parking lot. No one was following anymore. The little fox bent over, breathing heavily. Song Yin hadn't recovered yet, standing there dazed. The little fox suddenly straightened up, its eyes moving up and down, looking quite intelligent. Song Yin was confused, wondering what this meant. The little fox seemed to suddenly remember something. With self-made BGM Tada, she took off the fox head, shook out her messy hair, and wiped her sweat. Wen Li smiled brightly and said, "Teacher Song, it's me." At Rongqing filming, Wen Li skillfully got 2 candy arts. Song Yin got surrounded while trying to meet Wen Li. Little fox mascot appears. Saving husband incident. Wen Li's perspective. Wen Li skillfully hid outside Rongqing Mall, carefully protecting the candy art with Song Yan's name. She worked hard to get it and worried it would melt in the sun. At that moment, she saw a mall staff member in a fox mascot costume wobbling inside. Wen Li's eyes lit up. Like a 100-meter sprinter, she ran over with quick steps. The production team urgently notified cameramen to stop Wen Li since they hadn't cleared the area. "Don't enter the mall." But the cameramen were speechless, watching Wen Li rent the fox costume with autographs and photos. They They could only report that it was too late to stop her. The production team watched the quickly dressed little fox and had to admit, Teacher Wen really understands variety shows. Looking at her jewelry endorsement poster, walked up confidently, observing Teacher Song's endorsement. Her image was everywhere. Her fame really needed improvement. She playfully took a selfie with her own poster. At that moment, Song Yin called. There seemed to be quite a commotion around him. Wenli suddenly remembered she forgot to remind Teacher Song to disguise himself. She looked down, following the direction of the sound, shouting, "Oh no!" and rushing downstairs. But when she got downstairs, she saw Song Yin surrounded by people, while she was stuck outside the crowd. How could she squeeze through? She could only shout, "I'm here," to try to divert everyone's attention. Then she suddenly grabbed Song Yin and ran towards the parking lot. Taking off the fox mascot head, Wenli playfully said, "It's me." Teacher Song looked at the sweaty Wenli, like petting a cat. He tucked her messy hair behind her ear. Wenli enjoyed his gentleness, saying, "You can help wipe my sweat too." Song Yin said indulgently, "It's so hot. Weren't you afraid of heat stroke? Running so fast in such heavy costume. What if you fell?" His concern carried a hint of reproach. Wenli pouted, "But I didn't fall." Song Yin said worriedly, "What if you did? With so many people around, you could have been stepped on." Wenli hadn't thought that far. Hearing Song Yan's words, she lowered her head, admitting it was reckless, but explained pitifully, "I was just trying to save you." To save her husband disguised as a fox mascot, she blamed herself for becoming the one needing protection. Worry clouded her judgment, her mood dropping. Song Yin sighed and apologized. "I'm sorry." Wenli looked up. "Why are you so melancholic, Teacher Song?" She lightened the mood, saying, "You're not used to variety shows. I should have told you beforehand. Plus, I had the fox costume. Even if I fell, it wouldn't hurt." But Song Yin still felt guilty, thinking about if Wenli got hurt saving him. Then he pressed his lips together. Thankfully, nothing happened. He gently wiped the sweat from Wenli's forehead. Wenli asked with a smile, "Teacher Song, I just saved you. Aren't you going to thank me?" Song Yin smiled and said, "All right." He reached out and ruffled Wenli's hair, saying, "Thank you, my little fox hero." Wenli and Song Yin went to the mall manager's office to formally apologize for causing trouble without prior communication. The mall said it was handled well and offered to gift them 2 mascot costumes, as it had become promotion for the mall. Song Yin declined politely, thanking the mall for their kindness. But 3 minutes later, Song Yin was seen carrying 2 mascot costumes out. They quickly rushed to the program team's task location, ready to receive their next task, drawing lots to choose transportation method to dinner venue. Wenli pulled Song Yan's sleeve, saying she was terrible at games and never drew SSR cards. Song Yin went aside to draw. Wenli prayed silently on the other side. But the moment they opened the note, Wenli froze on the spot. Song Yin couldn't help but ask what it was. They both panicked. They had drawn a tricycle. Wenli imagined herself either sitting in front or back. The scene just didn't look right no matter how she thought about it. She quickly dispersed these images, tearfully watching assistant when packing up the mascot costumes. Wenli suddenly had a bright idea. They had incredible luck. Drawing a tricycle as transportation was eye-catching. Wenli came up with an ingenious idea. Song Yin, looking like a lucky winner, was about to say something about the tricycle, but was interrupted by Wenli's excited shout of "Teacher Song, you have any idea?" Then a young and beautiful female fox mascot appeared, with her own background music, looking pleased. Song Yin stared at the other fox costume in his hands. After a while, he resigned to his wife's creative idea. Since it was his wife's wish, he had to wear the matching fox costume, even reluctantly. The result was, they became the center of attention wherever they rode. Onlookers wondered if this was some kind of promotional event. The cameraman following them in the car was laughing uncontrollably. Song Yin was sweating cold inside while feeling hot outside. Only the obviously happy Wenli thought her idea was brilliant. She even patted Teacher Song encouragingly, saying, "It's fine, no one will recognize us." Seeing Teacher Song not responding, Wenli immediately stood up and asked, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" Song Yin warned her to sit down, saying there's no seat belt and she shouldn't move around. On the side of the road, Officer Tang was live streaming, recording a traffic safety program. He was identifying violations in real time to provide guidance and education. Just as he started, something unclear floated past his camera. Officer Tang turned around and looked carefully. Was that a fox couple riding a tricycle? He immediately translated for his viewers. "What do I see? There's a big fox in front, presumably male, carrying a small fox, probably his wife. This type of tricycle isn't meant for passengers. Let's go teach them about the law. He then picked up his megaphone and shouted at the tricycle ahead. Wenli instinctively looked back, wondering who he was calling. She saw the traffic officer running towards them while shouting. Song Yin hit the brakes immediately. Wenli pulled Song Yan's right hand, whispering, "Did we get into trouble?" Earlier, she had thought wearing mascot costumes while riding a tricycle was brilliant. She was so pleased, thinking she was clever like a class monitor. Unexpectedly, while teacher Song rode in front, a traffic officer was chasing with a megaphone behind. "Tricycle ahead, stop immediately." Song Yin hit the brakes hard, and when Lee finally realized she might have caused trouble, seeing the couple being questioned by the police, the filming crew quickly contacted the show's director. Officer Tang put on a kind and friendly expression, but the nervous when Lee was in complete panic, wondering what mistake she had made that brought the police. Officer Tang cleared his throat softly, greeting the two foxes. "Good afternoon, Old Beijing," with 4 greetings. "Have you eaten yet?" The wedding was unclear, so he tilted his head and said they were just going. Officer Tang continued, "Then we're interrupting your meal. Do you know why we stopped you?" Wenli held her heavy fox head and shook it. This made Officer Tang laugh heartily. He said to the camera, "This little fox is quite adorable. You two are married, right?" Wenli leaned closer to Song Yin, and Song Yin answered, "Yes." Officer Tang asked, "Then Mr. Fox, you let your fox wife sit in such a dangerous place in the back. Isn't she your own wife?" Before Song Yin could answer, Wenli fiercely defended her husband. "Of course I'm his wife. I chose to do this myself. It has nothing to do with him." Officer Tang sighed. "That's nice. This is true love." Then he righteously began explaining the law with his megaphone. "First, no one should ride in the cargo area of a tricycle. Plus, your husband is wearing that heavy mask that blocks his vision. This is very unsafe on busy streets." Wen Li and Song Yin exchanged glances. They silently nodded in understanding. Officer Tang asked, "Now do you understand what you did wrong?" The two stood sadly, nodding frantically like schoolchildren admitting their mistake. Officer Tang was mainly concerned about safety education. Acknowledging mistakes makes you good comrades. "You could take off your masks now. Let's see your real faces." The two froze in place. They had worn these costumes specifically to avoid being recognized. Taking them off now would be mortifying. After Officer Tang's safety lecture, he asked the Fox couple to remove their masks. Wenli kept backing away. She explained they were too ugly and might scare the officer. Officer Tang said it was fine. Law-abiding citizens are the most beautiful. At this point, the camera crew came to explain and apologize, saying it was the show's fault, and these two guests had never ridden a tricycle before. But they still asked the two teachers to remove their masks, saying everyone would know when the show aired anyway. Both pale-faced, they awkwardly removed their masks. Wenli thought this was her first such embarrassment since entering the industry, and she had dragged Song Yin into it too. Together with Song Yin, they apologized to the officer for the trouble. The officer joked, "Your wife wasn't honest. If this is ugly, how should the rest of us live?" Wenli turned and said, "Police officers are the most beautiful." This made the officer laugh heartily. He reminded them, "Don't put your wife in dangerous places anymore." Song Yin nodded and replied, "I'll remember." After recording, the show crew consoled the couple, saying their fame in Rongqing would increase, which was a good thing. The couple both held their heads in despair. Wenli said, "That depends on whether it's positive or negative." The crew continued, "Think about it. You don't even need to pay for trending topics. Isn't that cost-effective?" Wenli was completely desperate and asked hopefully, "So will I get to save money?" But she suddenly caught the main point and checked her phone, wondering if they were trending already. Indeed, they saw Yin Li's apology photos taken by passersby. People questioned how they both lacked common sense, and surely began to suspect it was fake. Wenli had to seek help from Sister Dan. Then Human Has You official account posted an apology statement. Tang Talks Traffic also posted a show preview. Wenwen advised Wenli to focus on live streaming, saying Sister Dan had handled the PR. Wenli collected herself, trying to emerge from the shadow of this mishap. She prepared to start streaming and explain to fans. Teacher Song had some small work to handle, but would come soon. However, the screen was filled with comments telling her to watch the traffic program. Wenli broke into a cold sweat, thinking she had to accept both good and bad. She clicked to watch. The screen boldly displayed the Fox couple's adventure. Wenli couldn't swallow her water and sprayed it everywhere. Although she was mentally prepared, but Song Yin had just finished his phone call. He saw Wenli coughing nonstop and came forward to pat her back. After she caught her breath, he asked if she was cold and offered to get her a blanket. As he turned to get the blanket, Wenli grabbed him. Song Yin was confused. He turned back to see Wenli's embarrassed, coughing reddened face. She stammered, Don't leave me here to be embarrassed alone." The live stream was full of comments demanding to watch the traffic program. The program title boldly read The Fox Couple's Adventure. Wenli and Song Yin both died inside. Wenli said with a red face, "I've watched it. Are you satisfied now?" The screen filled with satisfied comments. They asked about the embarrassing situation, joking about building palaces from scratching the ground and crowdfunding for the couple's immigration. Wenli proudly raised her head. Wenli, will never immigrate." Glancing at Song Yin, "I've got nothing left to lose, but teacher Song's image is completely ruined today." The comments were asking Wenli, "That's your husband. Why are you acting like a bystander?" Song Yin spoke up, "So my image is ruined." "Whose fault is it?" he asked with a fatherly smile. "Who do you blame?" Wenli said pitifully, "Fine, it's my fault. I shouldn't have suggested wearing fox costumes." Then she suddenly raised her head. "No way." She put her hands on her hips and looked down at Song Yin. "If you hadn't drawn that three-wheeled vehicle, I wouldn't have suggested wearing those hot fox costumes. So ultimately, you're the root cause." Song Yin looked up at Wenli. "Would you rather ride in a shopping cart?" Wenli was stunned, stammering in response. The comments exploded. The entertainment industry's pure love has become a social law lesson. Let us see the full episode. Who can understand what they're arguing about? Wenwen gestured to Wenli, indicating not to spoil anything. Wenli covered her mouth. "Can't say more." Anyway, teacher Song bears inescapable responsibility. Just wait for the full episode. Wenli waved her hand, acting tough, saying she was used to trending topics and would enjoy watching Song Yin embarrass himself alone. She was crying when Song Yin grabbed her left cheek, asking, "You want to watch me embarrass myself alone?" Moving close to Wenli's face, he asked, "Aren't you my wife?" Wenli rubbed her pinched cheek. This was truly embarrassing. The screen exploded with comments. "A cheek pinch attack? Warn us before dropping sweet moments." Wenli turned her head away, thinking, what is teacher Song doing with so many people watching? She pretended to casually read gift notifications. "Thanks for give grandpa a kiss. Sending 500 submarines, 20 submarines." Wenli belatedly realized and blushed, shouting at the screen, "In your dreams." The fans watching stirred up more trouble. Comments exploded, wanting to send Wenli trending to embarrass her. Wenwen frantically opened Weibo, her pupils dilating in shock. The show team was right, not only trending, but in the top 4. They really did save that money. At night, the directing team came to discuss tomorrow's recording segment. Wenli was lost in thought nearby, chatting with her young fan Shi Sahan, who said that she and Yin Jun's shopping cart incident was also leaked and embarrassing. Wenli replied tiredly that although it's not very ethical, seeing them in an even worse situation was somewhat comforting. The directing team and Song Yin were discussing Lu Cheng's confession at the soccer field, feeling troubled. Given teacher Wenli's personality, this would be difficult for her. Song Yin glanced at Wenli and didn't object. "But since we're a romance show, we need to consider Yin-Li fans' feelings," they suggested, looking at the distracted Wenli. "Why don't you two do more fan service?" Song Yin thought about it and agreed it would be difficult. Shortly after, the directing team left. Details would be discussed tomorrow. Wenli scratched her head embarrassedly. Song Yin took over, saying the directors felt the confession scene wasn't clever enough, so he would discuss it with the director. Wenli, turning into a sweet kitten with a goldfish's memory, asked about the previous plan. Song Yin explained fatherly. Tomorrow, they were supposed to go to the university's famous couple's confession spot. The Ginkgo Avenue was blocked for announcements. Wenli sniffled, saying that considering her allergic reaction to romance, they changed it to regular game segments. She defended herself. "I'm not that delicate. It's just a confession. For an actress from idol dramas like me, this is child's play." Song Yin tilted his head charmingly and asked, "Really?" showing anticipation. "Then show us." Teacher Wen. Wenli's mouth moved faster than her brain, saying sure, but then froze, words stuck in her throat. After waiting, Song Yin sighed helplessly. He gently patted Wenli's head, comforting her. "It's okay. Don't force yourself." He stood up to take a shower, but Teacher Wen grabbed him. Song Yin was surprised. Turning back, he felt her warm breath as she said, "Wait, Teacher Song. I like you." Faced with this sudden confession, Song Yin was caught off guard and froze. Slowly turning to face Wenli, he hesitantly asked, "Who do you like?" Wenli blushed, turned away, covering her mouth while softly saying, I like you. Teacher Song still hadn't recovered and couldn't meet Wenli's eyes. Changing the subject, he mentioned tomorrow's university campus shooting. Wenli thought Song Yin was reminding her about appropriate confession scenes for filming. Getting more comfortable, she said, "Oh right, senior, I like you." Song Yin was stunned, wondering what was wrong with this cute cat today. Seeing his questioning look, Wenli thought, wasn't he asking her to practice campus confessions? Why that expression? Song Yin felt teased and said laughingly, "Teacher Wen, you're breaking the rules." Wenli was annoyed, thinking it was just fan service for CP fans. Fine, the fans won't unfollow even without fan service. This woke Song Yin from his daze. Fan service? Wenli nodded repeatedly. Yes, weren't you asking me to try? He grabbed his towel and headed to the bathroom, saying, "Never mind, I'm going to shower," leaving behind a helpless Song Yin. He stared at the ceiling, trying to clear his mind, feeling mixed emotions. What he wanted was for the cute cat to truly like him. After her shower, Wenli, hiding under the covers, narcissistically watched various confession scenes from her idol dramas. She wondered why, with so many Yinli fans, no one had ever made soul edits of her and Teacher Song. She found the answer in the comment section. It turned out that Teacher Song's films were mostly sci-fi or action blockbusters, with barely any romance scenes. Looking at Song Yan's handsome profile, she muttered, "You say I'm breaking rules, but you're the one with no experience." Then she gently patted Teacher Song's head. Song Yan suddenly turned and asked what, startling Wenli. He gently lifted her hair strands, finding them still damp, and asked, "Haven't you dried your hair?" Wenli suddenly remembered Song Yin mentioning hair loss, while he was worried she'd get a headache tomorrow. He got up and gently blow-dried her hair, creating a harmonious and warm atmosphere. Song Yin asked, "What did you say about no experience?" Wenli jumped up, holding her phone, saying, "Confessions. Fans say you've never filmed any. Let me show you how I do it." Like a schoolgirl seeking praise, she showed scenes of her confessing to other men. She kept reciting the lines from back then. Song Yan's face grew darker. He locked the screen, then held the phone high up. Wenli thought Teacher Song was being ungracious. Was it so hard to admit her acting was better? Suddenly Song Yin threw the phone aside, grabbed Wenli's slender waist, pulled her down onto the bed, demanding, "Teacher Wen, are you doing this on purpose? Deliberately making me unhappy?" Wenli advised him to take more such roles, saying he'd improve with practice. Song Yin leaned closer, saying, "Think of other possibilities." Wenli said, "It's because of Lu Ming, right? I don't mind, it was just a show." Song Yin didn't know how to describe his silly wife, saying firmly, "You're such a fool." Wenli, annoyed, headbutted him. Both ended up with bumps on their heads. Wenli bristled. "You're the fool, not just a fool. Butan idiot." Song Yin nodded in agreement. "True, otherwise I wouldn't have married a fool." An angry shout pierced the sky. A fool married a fool for a wife. The fool, not accepting this, headbutted again. The next evening, at the recording site, middle-aged actor couple Chiu Hong and Chen Zidong commented that innocent confessions were more interesting when done by young people. Chi Sahan used the show to gossip. "Teacher Wen, did you have any close male friends in high school?" Wenli immediately thought of Bai Sun. "Yes, I had a childhood friend. We were childhood sweethearts." "Did anything develop between you?" Wenli quickly waved her hands. "No, impossible with him." "Ha, such a quick denial. Afraid Teacher Song will be jealous." No, she thought. Song Yin spent every day with Brother Bai Sun then. He knows everything. Chi Sahan continued. "Besides childhood sweethearts, were there other boys?" Wenli hesitated. "No, all my other close friends were girls." Chi Sahan looked disappointed, then turned to Song Yin, asking, "What about you?" "None. I was young then, didn't know how to interact with girls." Looking at Wenli, he continued, "Sometimes I didn't even know what to do with myself around people. Afraid of being exposed, so I just acted aloof." Teacher Song Yin, "You were such a coward when you were young." "Yes, I was quite useless back then." "I don't believe it," Chiu Hong suddenly said. "You both look like you have stories to tell. Don't lie now." "I'm not lying." She thought about knowing Song Yin in high school. If it could be dug up, it would have been exposed long ago. After the gossip session, the director announced wrap-up, saying keep chatting, we'll pack up first. But they didn't know the recording was still continuing. Chiu Hong's gossip spirit ignited. After first love, let's talk about first kisses. The recording's done anyway, starting with the intern couple. Well, they're still inexperienced from birth until now. Wenli suddenly thought of Zheng Shui. If he were here, he'd proudly say they were each other's first kiss. But neither she nor Song Yin would dare say that. Teacher Wen, why are you spacing out? Haha, thinking how to make something up? Chi Sahan quickly explained for Wen Li. Teacher Wen never dated in school. Her first kiss must have been on screen. Though I never dated, my first kiss was in high school. With whom? That's not something to casually share. Why is Teacher Song so calm? Aren't you jealous? What about your first kiss? What a coincidence, mine was also in high school. Did we just uncover some major gossip? Wait, Chiu Hong questioned Wen Li from behind. If you never dated early, how did you have your first kiss? The director watched regretfully, knowing this juicy content couldn't be aired. The next day, Wen Li lay reading her phone. Fans' comments seemed strange today. Had their contract marriage been leaked? Apparently, the rooftop conversation had leaked. Some fans were sad their favorite CP weren't each other's first kiss. Oh, that's all? What a relief. But it's such a shame. If only someone had asked one more question, fans wouldn't be heartbroken. Wen Li recalled yesterday's scene. She immediately covered Song Yan's mouth. Don't say it. Okay, whatever you say, wife. The woman was prettying herself up in front of an 8-square makeup mirror. The man slowly approached. This is for you. If you don't mind, you can wear it during the show. I'm negotiating endorsement with this brand. They custom-made matching watches for us. The woman looked at the watch in surprise. This brand? I've only seen it in Uncle's collection cabinet. Are you negotiating for Asia Pacific or China regional ambassador? The man calmly replied, global ambassador. The 800-year marriage pickle jar turned over, full of envy and jealousy. Looking closely, it even had their initials engraved. Wouldn't wearing this watch during filming seem too showy? Song Yin gently responded, it's fine. If you're worried about showing off, you can put it away. Wen Li carefully handled it, absolutely delighted inside. A few days later in the car, the young assistant said, Sis, your recent watch is really pretty. I think I've seen Teacher Song wear it too. Is it a couple's set? Wen Li tensed up. It indeed was a pair. Then quickly defended. Wearing some luxury items shows brands how in demand I am. While gently stroking it, she added, wearing couple watches also takes care of CP fans' feelings. Soon they arrived at the For You group recording site. And Wen Li's OED was quickly posted online. Comments below read, has Wen Li and Su Xinyue's script controversy passed? They're now wearing sister-style watches. Su Xinyue's is a global limited edition worth over $1 million. Such favoritism. Wen Li seems to be a regular model worth just over 100,000. Seeing the comments, Wen Li was furious. What regular model? This is Teacher Song's custom design. Mine is one of a kind in the world. Way better than limited editions. Your lousy cameras can't even capture my initials. Trash cameras. Staff came in to notify it was time to go on stage. The scene moves to the stage. For You group volunteer performance was underway. Wen Li was happy seeing her brother had fans cheering even before debut. This kid's not bad, though his dancing needs work. But he's doing well. As soon as NBO finished, the audience was shouting, Li Zai is so handsome. Thank you for this group's wonderful performance. Do the judges have any comments for them? Seeing his sister nearby, Su Li unconsciously stepped aside, afraid others would notice. Their relationship. Su Xinyue said, your group did well overall. But Su Li, your vocals are great, though your dancing needs more work. Keep it up. Su Li nodded obediently like a puppy. I'll work hard. The senior always stirred trouble. Su Xinyue deliberately asked, when Teacher Wen Li stood next to you earlier, I saw you move away. Do you dislike or like Teacher Wen Li? The question stunned both siblings. Wen Li was nervous for her brother. If he said he liked her, people might think a trainee was trying to curry favor with a witness official. If he said he didn't like her, her fans would resent Su Li, surely leading to conflict. Su Xinyue looked at Wen Li with a smug expression. Wen Li returned an unwavering stare, thinking, well, now you're plotting against my brother. After an awkward pause, Su Li cutely replied, I'm a fan of both Teacher Wen and Teacher Song. I stepped aside because I was sweaty from dancing and didn't want to bother her with the smell. This clever answer from the simpleton made fans laugh. Wen Li quickly included Song Yin. Thanks for liking Teacher Song. I'll pass that along. Su Li appeared grateful outwardly, but was rolling her eyes internally, not achieving her intended effect. Su Xinyue was visibly disappointed. Just then someone called from behind. When, using the fiercest glare, while speaking the gentlest words. Xingyue, next time you make such jokes, I'll scold you even as your senior sister. The trending actress lay on her husband's lap, pouting and rolling around. I'm angry. Earlier at the For You group recording site, the Hong family's junior sister deliberately used a male trainee to try to embarrass senior sister Wen Li. Unexpectedly, Wen Li showed no mercy, directly confronting Su Xingyue after returning to the judges' seats. Next time you make such jokes, I'll scold you even as your senior sister. At these words, the audience began whispering. What happened? Wen Li is angry? Maybe the joke went too far. Seeing this, Su Xingyue quickly explained with a big smile. I was worried Su Li's dodge might hurt senior sister's feelings. I was trying to stand up for you. Oh, so that's what it was? If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed. I'm not as sensitive as you. If you were interviewing up there, you'd probably have filled your notebook about Su Li by now. But it's good you're just commenting down here, so you won't have to worry about being hurt by trainees. Su Xingyue was caught off guard by Wen Li's direct confrontation, awkwardly saying, Senior sister, you're making me sound petty. Haha, I know you were just joking with me earlier, but I do think you're very detail-oriented. Then waving to the audience explaining, don't speculate, we have a great relationship. Immediately turning to hold Su Xingyue's hand, right, junior sister? And you deliberately wore the same brand watch as me today to surprise me, right? That's the tacit understanding between fellow disciples. Oh, senior sister noticed. What a coincidence. Wen Li ignored her and announced the next group's performance. Su Xingyue was confused, thinking that although she specifically wore Director Guo's watch today to outdo her, why did she bring up the watch issue voluntarily? Even if I picked up someone's unwanted limited edition, it's still more expensive than hers. After all, whoever has lower status should feel embarrassed. After returning home from recording, Wen Li was about to explode. Su Xingyue, Song Yin took Wen Li's clothes. So, you're angry because she publicly caused trouble between you and Su Li? That's not all. Speaking, she showed the online discussions about her watch. Those reporters didn't even get clear photos, but claimed hers was limited edition and compared it with mine. It makes me want to vomit. I deliberately showed this watch during recording, planning to have Sister Dan release an article saying it's custom-made. By the way, Whaley said once it stops. Song Yin looked at her puzzled. When will your endorsement be announced? If it can't be revealed early. I'll hold back. Song Yin hung up the clothes and sat back down. Look at you, can you hold back? Won't you get even angrier? But this watch is your gift to me. I have to consider your feelings. Song Yin said gently. What about your feelings? Wen Li looked pitiful, though wanted to say it's okay. She was really angry. Conflicted, she suddenly lay down on Song Yin's lap, fussing. Teacher Song, I'm unhappy. Song Yin gently stroked Wen Li's scattered hair, responding, okay, I understand. After a while, as sunset light scattered in the room, Wen Li fell asleep. While playing with Wen Li's hair, Song Yin was sending messages, contacting the brand to expedite their collaboration. After the public clash between fellow disciples, the woman vented to her man at home. Her anger came in waves. To help his wife get revenge, the man contacted the brand overnight. The next day, in Su Xingyue's comments, someone posted photos of Wen Li and Su Xingyue with an infuriating caption. Comments said the junior sister bought her own watch, but got parasitized. You could be passive-aggressive, but can't afford something more expensive. Wen Li angrily threw her phone. If not for worrying about affecting Teacher Song's endorsement, the young assistant was also scrolling through those things online. Her furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. Oh my hot sehansume. Wen Li looked at her assistant. Now you have the mood to look at handsome guys? As my assistant, I'm angry. And you're swooning over guys? No. The assistant quickly waved her hands. It's Teacher Song. Sister, you've seen him so many times. What's the big deal? Such a young girl. Looking at the phone, it was JL's official announcement. Moonlight Night, Silver as Water, new date series, Century of Heritage, in the name of love. Special custom made, gifted to global spokesperson Mr. Song and Mrs. Song. Unique worldwide. Only one pair. Comments below. Global limited edition can have dozens of custom pieces, but this is the only pair. Can't be defined just by limited edition or price. Wen Li stared at the phone screen for a long time. The assistant asked, Sister, did you know about this announcement copy before? Huh? What? No. But he didn't. Then did Teacher Song come up with this copy? He's just a spokesperson, not a copywriter. Wen Li leaned by the window, looking outside, remembering her complaints to Song Yin. He had asked about her feelings. Suddenly she understood clearly. So Teacher Song did this for. After returning home, Wen Li walked to Song Yin. I saw the trending topic. How much does jail's copywriter make monthly? I want to poach them to write for me. Oh, how much would you pay me? I won't work for too little. Surprisingly, he wrote it himself. Wenli looked at Song Yin in shock, her face suddenly turning red. She quickly turned away, saying, "You're too expensive." "Actually, I'm not that expensive." Before finishing, Song Yin's phone rang. He answered, checking the time. "Okay, it'll be this soon. My son is looking for me. I'll be back tonight. See you tonight." After speaking, Song Yin left. After the door closed, Wenli stood there hesitating for a long time. She felt her heart beating fast. Oh no, something seems wrong. Meanwhile, at Baishur Entertainment, yesterday your manager was still negotiating, but you announced it right after talking to them. And you wrote the copy yourself. Did they pay you? Bai Sun, Baishur Entertainment CEO, was Wenli's childhood friend. The endorsement fee was enough. The copy was complimentary. Wow, Teacher Song is so generous. Previously you were acting, getting business degrees, trying to earn all the money in the world. Now you have time to write copy for brands? For Wenli, that girl, just helping her vent a bit. How strange. 2 years ago, when that girl had trouble, she wouldn't let us help. You casually married her. She competed for resources with rivals. Then you casually joined that variety show. Now she has a watch clash, and you casually wrote copy. Ayen, how did you grow so many hands? What are you implying? You like that girl, right? I'm experienced in romance. You can't fool me. So you just noticed I like her now? Looks like your romance expertise is just empty talk. The woman's heart suddenly raced to 180. She felt she might have fallen for him. At the wedding, lying in bed tossing and turning. Although she and Teacher Song were a marriage of convenience, adults having mutual needs was normal. No one was at a disadvantage. But how did she end up giving her heart away? How did she really fall for him? Well, if I've fallen, I've fallen. It's just pursuing someone. What's so difficult about that? Meanwhile, Bai Sun was discussing with Song Yin about being a guest star on a certain show. Let me think about it. Just then, Song Yin's phone suddenly rang. Bai Sun picked it up directly. I'll answer for you. Hurry up and decide. I've already given my word to others. Bai Sun smirked at the caller ID. Well, if it isn't my former fiancé, the little firecracker. Who's calling? Bai Sun deliberately said unknown number before answering. Teacher Song, when are you coming home? Bai Sun was shocked by the sweet voice on the phone. The little firecracker has turned into a little vixen. Wenli recognized Bai Sun's voice. Song Yin immediately felt something was wrong and snatched back his phone. Before he could speak, he was bombarded. Are you that free? Answering other people's phones. Does Song Yin not have hands or mouth? Why does he need you to answer? Song Yin, where are you? I'm here. You. Wenli was suddenly at a loss for words. Why did you let him answer? Now he's laughing at me. He grabbed my phone. What did you say earlier? Wenli suddenly couldn't say anything. Nothing. You hung your pet first. Song Yin quickly asked Bai Sun. What did she say? Nothing much. Just asked when you're coming home. Song Yin looked at him suspiciously. Then why are you grinning like that? Haven't contacted my ex-fiancé in a while. Can't I be happy? Want me to help you? Don't meddle. It's fine to have less contact with your ex-fiancé. Hey, I haven't even mentioned you stealing my ex-fiancé, and you're getting petty. Song Yin suddenly fell into deep thought. She was supposed to be my fiancé. Who are you kidding? You were playing young master elsewhere before transferring here in second year. But don't worry, I absolutely won't mess with that girl. Remember that graduation trip? Some guys asked me to bring Wenli along, saying we were engaged anyway, would share a bed eventually, might as well enjoy it now. I was about to curse them out, but before I could finish, you appeared out of nowhere and threw a punch. They begged for mercy. I still remember how you looked when you were angry. I wouldn't dare provoke you. For my personal safety, I'll just cheer you on and be your love life's protector. Song Yin patted Bai Sun's shoulder. Smart choice. Iskanal, arrange the guest appearance for me. You're choosing love over friendship. In the elevator, Song Yin's mind was filled with Wenli's image. No matter whose fiancé she used to be, now she's my wife. The woman discovered her feelings for the first time and wanted kisses, hugs, and to be lifted high by her husband. As soon as the man returned home, the woman was waiting at the door. Song Yin glanced at the camera, remembering the previous flirting task. You came to greet me at the door. Do you have a task from your roommate? The woman's face showed nervousness. Well, yes, there is a task. In the monitoring room, the director looked at the assistant. Did you secretly change the script? No, Absolutely not, Song Yin asked helplessly. What's today's task? The woman playfully beckoned with her finger. The task is we can do anything, but we have to stay together. Then what do you want to do? Let's play games. The one you endorsed. So they began playing. Wenli gradually moved closer while playing. She cheered for Song Yin in the game. Outside the game, she slowly inched closer until she was leaning on Song Yin's shoulder. Song Yin rubbed his neck, saying, "If you're bored watching me fight monsters, you can do other game tasks." "I'm not bored." She immediately reached out to help. "How's my massage?" "Not bad, right?" Seeing Song Yin's silence, she moved even closer. "At least give me some feedback." Faced with Wenli's unusual flirting, Song Yin lost the game. Then he got up, saying he needed to get some water. Wenli looked at him, then also stood up. "Why are you following me? The task requires us to stay together. Getting water takes 2 minutes at most." "No, even those 2 minutes count as separation." Song Yin helplessly held his head, then suddenly grabbed Wenli's hand and walked straight to the bathroom. I don't have a fetish for watching you use the bathroom. Didn't you say even 2 minutes apart counts?" The woman shyly closed her eyes tight. "Go ahead then. I promise I won't peek." Song Yin whispered in Wenli's ear, "There's no camera in the bathroom. What's your real task? Tell me secretly. The production team won't know." Wenli stubbornly insisted. "Nothing else. Just the task of staying together." "Just staying together? It's impossible to not even separate for 2 minutes, making you follow me around." Wenli didn't know how to explain, wanting to speak, but unable to. She complained softly, "I just want to be your shadow today." The man cupped her face with both hands. "My little shadow, what's your purpose?" With his warm hands on her cheeks, Wenli became even more speechless. Seeing her continued silence, Song Yin gave up. "Fine, if Teacher Wen isn't comfortable saying it, then don't." "Wait!" Wenli grabbed his hand, her heart slightly nervous, anxious, and trembling as she asked, Don't you want to kiss me?" The man's calm gaze concealed excitement. Then his burning lips tenderly met the woman's mouth. The woman made the request, and the man responded. But unlike previous filming scenes, this time it was the woman's sincere invitation. His hand gently rose to her face, feeling each other's breath and warmth. Just then, Wenli's phone suddenly rang. She pushed the man away. The director hadn't seen them come out of the bathroom, so sent her a message. Wenli said, "You go out first. I'll come out later. Otherwise, this scene will give people the wrong idea again." Song Yin looked at Wenli's kiss-swollen lips, while gently wiping his lips. She said, "Even if it gets aired, it's fine. We just got caught doing something naughty. Why are you making such suggestive comments? Why are you smiling so happily? Mind your own business." Wenli, stop hiding it. "I just enjoy being naughty with you. What's wrong?" Then she walked out triumphantly like she'd won a battle, leaving Song Yin still processing what happened, alone in the bathroom. The next day, Wenli was still immersed in joy. After yesterday's kiss, she planned to use her charm to win him over completely. Once she got him, canceling the divorce agreement would take just a minute. Just then, her manager Dan Jie suddenly called. Wenli answered excitedly. "Good afternoon, Dan Jie." Dan Jie was confused. "Did you win the lottery? Why so excited?" Wenli noticed and contained herself. Dan Jie said, "I've been trying to get you the Ice City movie role. The director and screenwriter are very talented." Wenli sensed there was more and asked directly. And then Dan Jie continued, "But they don't care about popularity. I've tried several times, but the director hasn't agreed. Fortunately, the screenwriter thinks you're good. Plus, Song Yin is one of the male leads, so there's still a chance. There's an acting variety show, S-Level Acting Awards. The Ice City team will attend the final episode. I'll send you the script. You need to perform well to seize this opportunity." After hanging up, Song Yin walked in. "If you need the study, I'll go read the script in the bedroom. Don't you have that can't separate task?" After yesterday's success, Wenli had forgotten about it. She said awkwardly, "I must have." Then they both stayed in the study, each doing their own thing. After reading, Wenli kept staring at Song Yin, since falling for him. His forehead, eyes, nose bridge, lips, and whole face had become exactly what she loved. After being stared at for so long, Song Yin couldn't help but lean closer and ask, "What are you looking at?" Wenli didn't move her gaze and said seriously, "Looking at you." Song Yin became embarrassed. "Focus on your script. Want to get caught not studying it properly?" When Lee whispered in his ear, "If I get caught, it's your fault. Who told you to be more attractive than the script?" Song Yin immediately turned his head shyly, calling her a sweet talker. "How am I a sweet talker for telling the truth?" she said, standing up, preparing to leave. Song Yin grabbed her. "Why are you leaving?" "Well, since you're more interesting than the script, I can't focus in the study." The directors behind the camera were surprised at how calmly Teacher when delivered such lines. Maybe it's because she's played so many idol drama leads. While Song Yin, after being flirted with, was extremely nervous. After all, he hadn't acted in idol dramas. He had no experience, his face was completely red, and his heart was pounding. When Lee's blatant flirting was quite effective on him. Because the man was too handsome, the woman had to temporarily leave to focus on work, leaving the man with a racing heart, adorably alone. In the evening, Song Yin brought dinner in. The woman was a bit surprised. "Thank you, Teacher Song." The man bent down. He accidentally glimpsed the script for Ice City on Wen Lee's phone, which he would be starring in. His thoughts started racing. Why hadn't she told him? Did she not want his help? Or did she not want to work with him? The woman looked at the food in her bowl and said, "Are you trying to make me fat? You put so much salad dressing. Even Lu Dongbin wasn't as innocent as me. Are you calling me a dog? Yes, you ungrateful puppy. It's low fat. Eat without worry. You should have said so earlier." "Oh no, no, no. I'm pursuing him now. I need to watch my attitude. Be nice to him." Then she instantly turned adorable, nuzzling against Song Yan's shoulder. "Your salad is so delicious. Want to try some?" She looked at Song Yin expectantly. "Is this another new task?" She quickly pointed at the camera. "Look, the light is off. There's no task. Do you think I'm stupid?" He helplessly asked. "Then what's with you today?" "Nothing. You made me salad. I'm happy, so I want to feed you a bite." Song Yin felt when Lee was acting strange, but thought, "My wife. I'll indulge her." "Fine, feed me. I'm ready." When Lee opened her big mascara-lined eyes. "Yay!" Song Yin saw when Lee put it in her own mouth. "Weren't you going to feed me?" Before he could finish speaking, Wen Lee cupped his face. Then slowly moved closer. She shared half the food from her mouth into Song Yan's. With a gentle bite, the food, carrying their shared warmth, separated into their mouths. Wen Lee turned her head shyly. "Well, I saw your mouth was small, so I helped eat half." She suddenly felt so embarrassed and bold. "You shouldn't mind my saliva. After all, we've exchanged it many times." Isn't it tasty?" Song Yin finally reacted and swallowed. Wiping the lingering warmth from his lips, he hummed, "Very sweet." Days later, Song Yin was dining with the Ice City production team. The devoted husband smiled at his phone. "Remember you promised to come home early today." "Okay, Teacher Wen, don't worry." "Yin, what are you smiling at?" "Chatting with my wife." "Wen Lee, is she asking for your help?" Song Yin shook his head helplessly. "I want to help, but she won't let me. She's quite stubborn." Stubborn is good." Ice City's Lee Wan is also very stubborn. "But Yin, your personality seems different. I saw your variety show preview. Marriage has really changed you." "Director, please stop teasing me." "Yin, you're getting shy." No. I'll go to the bathroom first. Just a preview, and I'm being teased. If the full episode gets aired. No, I better have a word about this." So he called Director Yin from Human Has You. "Hello, Director Yin. I want to discuss something. Can we cut out when Lee's task segment from the other day?" "What task? We didn't assign any tasks when you were home those days." "No, but she pretended to turn off the camera. And then, what did you do after turning off the camera dash?" "No, nothing." Song Yin quickly hung up, frightened. Just then, a woman approached him from behind. Softly called out Song Yin. "Long time no see." The flirting in the bathroom, the coy feeding, he thought it was all for the tasks. But Song Yin heard a different answer from the director. His thoughts returned to this morning before leaving. "Teacher Song, can you come home early today? I want to rehearse lines with you. I haven't acted much in productions like Ice City." Feeling uncertain, Song Yin gently rubbed his head. "If you ask, I'll definitely come home early." Wen Lee happily grabbed Song Yin's hand. "Then I'll practice more by myself before you return." Song Yin was very confused, so he tentatively asked, "You never mentioned this before. Why are you so interested in this role? Such a good script and team. Isn't it great? It can help me transform my career." Wen Lee's mind wandered. "Plus I can stay close to you and pursue you every day." Song Gyanse istimit. He had hoped a little that it was because he was in this drama. Thinking about Wen Lee's recent strange and contradictory behavior, the man became lost in thought. Song Yin. Only then did he snap back. "Sorry, I was just thinking about something." Just a few minutes ago, when Song Yin went out to call the director of Human Has You, he suddenly met his on-screen lover from 10 years ago. They were once rumored to be dating due to their roles. Coming back to his senses, Song Yin introduced her. The woman slightly touched her hair and politely said, "I heard from you Dao that you were having dinner here, so I came uninvited." Xiao Dao quickly said it's fine. The producer wanted to meet you anyway. When they all went to greet each other, iCity's screenwriter sat next to Song Yin and whispered, "I think your wife Wen Li's vivacious spirit and heroic charm better suits Wan Wan's character in the Tang family. This person has good qualities but doesn't match iCity's Wan Wan." "Thank you, screenwriter Zhou. My wife would be overjoyed to hear that. Too bad I'm just a screenwriter. I can't make decisions. I sent your wife the script very early, but after a few days, Miss Tang contacted me instead. Those who know. Hearing this, Song Yan's smile faded, gradually turning gloomy. "Old Joe, why are you sitting here? What are you chatting about with Yin?" "Just talking about his wife." "Hey, where's your wife today?" Song Yin said bluntly. "The role isn't even hers yet. My wife is shy. She won't come." The woman understood this implied meaning and frowned slightly. Then Xiao Dao raised his glass again. "Yin, for that acting award variety show in a few days, you must give me some tips. It's my first time on a variety show. Today's celebrity fans are scary. I'm afraid of offending them." "What are you saying? Many people would love to be guided by you, but can't." Teacher Zhou is right. My wife also hopes Xiao Dao can give more guidance. But I'm a wife slave. I hurt when she's upset. I hope Xiao Dao can be gentle with words. All right. For the sake of you being a wife slave, I'll control my temper then. At this moment, the Tang family member was secretly seething. After dinner, everyone said goodbye in the parking lot. Seeing Song Yin and Tang's current status, Xiao Dao recalled 10 years ago. You know Song Yan's debut work from 10 years ago? The one with Yue and Guangdao. Back then, Song Yin was just an ordinary high school student, like a blank paper. When he acted with Tang, there was no light in his eyes. But didn't Song Yin win Best New Actor that year? They were also Best Screen Couple. "You old man, don't rush the gossip." Later, Yue asked Song Yin if he had a girl he liked. "Put yourself in the role. The girl you like is radiant, while you're just soil in the ground. You love her very much, but you're not worthy of her pride." In that movie, Song Yin wasn't looking at the female lead or Tang Jiren, but the girl in his heart. Just as Song Yin opened the door, Wen Li ran over. "You're finally back. Take a rest first. Help me check my acting performance." Song Yin looked at the woman before him. Whether 10 years ago or now, she was always radiant. Before her, he always needed to look up in admiration. Clap, 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 Song Yin applauded. "As expected of Teacher Wen, your acting is excellent." "Really? Is it good enough?" "Of course it's true. Today's screenwriter Zhou said you fit the image and hoped you could get it." "Then do you want me to get it?" Song Yin embraced Wen Li. "Of course I want you to." She immediately became as happy as a little girl. "I'll work hard for it." Feeling Wen Li's happiness, determination flashed in the man's eyes. Even if he wasn't worthy, he wanted to make her shine brighter and be more confident. The boy was chasing frantically until he saw the girl's graceful and beautiful silhouette. Only then did he stop. That was the girl he liked. He couldn't wait to go forward. But a cold and arrogant man blocked his way. The man looked down and said, "Young Master Song, if your father hadn't gone bankrupt, you'd still be young master, and my niece would still be your fiancée. But your father has lost his glory now. I know this sounds harsh, but you grew up in luxury. If you were me, would you agree to this marriage?" Those words shattered the boy's pride into pieces. Song Yin, Song Yin. A voice woke him from the cold dream. After waking up startled, the man was still shaken, sweating profusely. Seeing Song Yin not responding for a while, Wen Li anxiously asked, "Teacher Song, are you okay?" Song Yin finally came to his senses. "I'm fine. Had a dream. Maybe lately. I'm all beat-teated." Wen Li sighed in relief and covered him with a blanket. "If you're too tired, go rest in bed. Since you're fine, I'll head to work now," she said and turned to leave. Song Yin watched Wen Li's back, remembering the scene from his dream, instinctively grabbed her. Wen Li looked confused. "What's wrong?" Song Yin hesitated. Nothing." Then handed her the blanket. "Teacher Wen, go ahead to work? Okay, call me if anything. Remember to look at the G Awards script." After Wen Li left, Song Yin took out the script. His mind couldn't calm down. Why did he dream about this again? The assistant of Human Has You asked, "Is that the script for the acting awards?" The director said, "I heard the competition content is randomly selected. It's quite challenging. So familiarize yourself first." That's true, but it's been an hour and Teacher Song hasn't turned a page. He must be distracted. Song Yin was indeed distracted. Wen Li's recent changes and that dream made him feel restless. He simply closed the script. I'm done reading. But the director in the monitoring room was furious. I suspect he's watching adult videos. Why else won't he let us see? Because Song Yan's back was completely blocking the phone screen. Then he typed in the Q&A section, analysis of behavior characteristics of narcissistic, tsundere, stubborn, bad-tempered girls. The answer suggested to change partners as soon as possible for salvation. Song Yan rubbed his chin. Changing partners is impossible. This isn't worth referencing. He became increasingly anxious. Suddenly thought, fans should know their idol better, right? So he went straight to Wen Li's fan forum and saw the title, Wen Li's Thousand-Layer Strategy. Showing charm through small acts, dancing, acting cute, and feeding fruits. Direct attack strongly stirring his heartstrings. Mikasa's playing hard to get, both aggressive and artistic. Song Yan's hands trembled excitedly as he read these. The light in his heart suddenly brightened with a bang. Could it be that he really... Wen Li worked until night before returning home. After washing up, he came to the bedroom and found Song Yan already asleep. So he tidied his hair, noticed his furrowed brows even while sleeping, because in his mind appeared another scene with Wen Li saying teacher song, "Do you like me?" But due to his timidity and fear of loss, he hesitated to answer. Watching Wen Li gradually walking away, he became more afraid. He suddenly embraced Wen Li, saying what he dared not say before, "I like you. Don't leave me." Before, he never dared to think about it, never expected his response. But now, Song Yan felt at peace in Wen Li's embrace. Hearing Song Yan's mumbling words made Wen Li blush with surprise. The man was secretly heartbroken at home. The woman was looking stunning outside. The assistant praised Wen Li. "Your makeup looks so good today." Wen Li looked at herself in the mirror. Indeed, not bad. She thought about showing Song Yan tonight. Just then a message came. Uncle Wen Yin messaged that Song Yan went to Wen Zheng's restaurant. There was also an actress inside. Wen Li asked confusedly, "So what?" "That actress is Tang Jiren." Seeing this name, his hand froze. Even in a contract marriage, loyalty should be the basic condition. Wen Li looked at his uncle's message. While overthinking, he suddenly heard from the assistant's phone. "Are you looking at the My Thousand-Layer Strategy in the CP forum?" "Yes, sis. Have you seen it?" Wen Li suddenly slapped the table. That video's imagination is ridiculous. Then held up the phone to the stylist. "The fan's video is taking things out of context. I'm not that forward, but it really looks like you're deliberately teasing teacher Song." His voice gradually weakened. "No way." Thinking those materials were from before, when she had no ulterior motives. "Sister Dan is calling." Wen Li collected herself and answered. "You're recording the Louis show the day after tomorrow. Have you mastered the Ice City script?" Wen Li hesitated. "It's okay. I've been busy with variety shows lately." "So you haven't looked at variety shows these days? You need to prepare the script too. You're participating in this variety show to get the Ice City role. What if Cho Dao makes you lose face? Don't stay at home these days, go take an opera class. Don't disappoint Zhou, director's expectations." Earlier at Ice City Crew's private gathering, Tang Jiren was there too. She must be determined to get it, otherwise wouldn't have gone without notice. Hearing Tang Jiren's name, Wen Li suddenly spoke up. "Sister Dan, do you think Tang Jiren's return to China is for the role, or to work with Song Yan?" The manager asked back. "What about you? Do you want the role, or to work with Song Yan?" Wen Li answered without hesitation. "I want both." The manager was surprised. "Rare to see you so honest today. If you want both, so does she. She's been sending articles to domestic media these years abroad. Otherwise, even though you're married to Song Yan, why would her CP with Song Yan still be so popular?" Wen Li pouted. "Still not as many fans as my CP with Song Yan." The manager laughed. "Then when your contract ends, when Song Yan becomes single again, what if they rekindle their relationship? It was just one movie together. What relationship?" Wen Li returned home irritated, pushing the door open angrily. "Song Yan and I knew each other earlier anyway." She had deliberately kept her makeup on, wanting to dazzle Song Yan when she got home. But finding him already asleep in the bedroom, Wen Li quickly removed her makeup. Crawling into bed quietly, she grumbled internally, "Just sleep forever then." She took out her phone and clicked on the Tang Song CP page. "Let me see how well matched they are." Her expression immediately darkened, becoming quite gloomy. In the Paper Airplane movie, that once cold senior would show such gentle and longing eyes towards the girl he liked. Yet he was always so cold to her, almost writing, "I hate Wen Li" on his face. She quickly put away her phone. "No more watching. Be more mature. What's there to see?" Her eyes suddenly caught sight of Song Yan beside her. Why was he frowning even in his sleep? What she didn't know was that Song Yin was dreaming about her. He suddenly hugged when Lee softly calling out, "Don't go," seeing Song Yin's face full of fear and sadness. He must be dreaming. So when Lee gently stroked his face, comforting herself, she buried her head close to him, saying softly, lingering, "I knew you earlier. If you hadn't disliked me then, maybe I would have fallen for you back then." The woman comforted the man as they slept embracing each other. The next morning, the deeply sleeping pair was awakened by a phone ring. The woman half opened her eyes drowsily, complaining about who would call so early. Before finishing her words, she was startled by the firm, hormone-filled pecs before her eyes. Blushing, she quickly sat up. This was too stimulating for early morning. Wenli answered the phone, hearing her assistant urging them to get up. "Today you and teacher Song need to fly to Lushur." After hanging up, Wenli went to wash up. Just then, the bathroom door was pushed open. Song Yin walked in slowly, yawning with messy hair, half awake. Through the mirror, the woman watched him and remembered his looks towards other girls in Paper Airplane. Getting angry at the thought, she looked away and said coldly, "I'll call you when I'm done." The sudden coldness woke the man completely. He lowered his head dejectedly. "Okay, I'll go pack first," complaining internally that even fans don't understand him. It wasn't self-deprecating love at all. He scoffed. It was just his own wishful thinking. They quickly got ready and waited downstairs for their assistant. Wenli glanced at Song Yin, who was looking at his phone, wanting to speak but not knowing how. It was all because of watching Paper Airplane yesterday. The director of Human With You got angry seeing them standing a hand's width apart, going on a business trip together, but not being sweet. Do they even realize they're married? Helplessly, the director told the cameraman, "Requirements aren't high. Just get enough footage to fill the episode length." Just then, Wenli also noticed Human With You filming behind them. A light bulb moment. Right? I can use this method. I'm such a genius. Just as they boarded the plane, Wenli kept staring at Song Yin. She wanted to do as she pleased under the show's name. She coughed twice, cleared her throat. Teacher Song, we have a task." Song Yin looked at her in surprise, asking what task. So when Lee reached out around Song Yin's arm and grabbed his hand, with a blushing face, she said, "Well, you know, we need to hold hands until we get off the plane." Song Yin was first surprised, then immediately showed a slight smile, understanding that when Lee was up to her tricks again. Seeing no reaction from Song Yin, the woman lowered her head in slight annoyance. "What? You won't even cooperate with the show's task?" She quickly pulled her hand away. "Fine, forget about cooperating." Song Yin immediately grabbed her hand again. Leaning close to her, he said softly, "I'm not refusing to cooperate, but since it's a task, let's do it more seriously." Then he interlaced his fingers with hers, wrapping his arm around, holding her hand tightly with fingers intertwined. When Lee blushed, gently looking at her, his cheek lightly touched the back of her hand. "Is this okay?" To capture the man's heart, the woman used all 800 of her tricks. Using the show's name, she lied to the man about a new task requiring them to hold hands throughout. Not only did he comply by holding hands, but he even interlaced their fingers. Exceeding when Lee's expectations, she hummed happily, like a fox whose scheme had succeeded. Seeing her smiling slyly and arrogantly, Song Yin decided to tease her. He leaned to her ear and whispered, "Are you sure the task is just holding hands? Not kissing?" When Lee froze for 0.01 seconds, then quickly shook her head. "No way. How could that be possible?" After saying this, she felt guilty, wondering if her excuse was too obvious and he'd seen through it. But she still maintained a righteous face. "What do you mean by that joke? Do you think I'm lying to you?" Song Yin shook his head with a regretful look. "Teacher one never lies in my heart. How could I think that of you?" Wenli said satisfactorily, "That's right." Then Song Yin deliberately suggested, "But the cameraman isn't here. Even if we complete it, they can't film it. Should we ask them to come over here?" Wenli gritted her teeth, looking at Song Yan's innocent face. This guy really saw through everything and is playing with me. But refusing to back down, she stubbornly continued, "No need to call them over. I'm just practicing holding hands with you first, afraid it might look unnatural on camera." Song Yin suppressed his laughter and nodded. "Oh, so that's it." Wenli saw his barely contained smile. Feeling defiant, she pulled his collar and leaned in, saying seriously, "I said holding hands, but you had to ask if it was kissing. Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Wen Li's directness stunned Song Yin. He stared at her for a long time without answering. Having turned the tables, Winley showed a triumphant expression. With a forgiving attitude, "Fine, it's because I'm so charming. I understand you want to take advantage of me. I won't hold it against you." Just as Song Yin was about to say something, Winley immediately put on her eye mask, indicating she was sleepy. Going to sleep first. Although Winley could be unreasonable, stubborn, and arrogant at times, Song Yin couldn't get angry at all. He was completely smitten by her. The plane landed. Many fans came to greet them at the airport. They waved hello along the way. When there were too many people around, Song Yin kept Winley close in his arms. However, Winley hadn't forgotten about her trick being seen through by him, but she quickly came to terms with it. Seen through or not, I'll just play dumb. Let's see who can hold out longer. In her mind, she imagined teasing him about today's events after they fell in love. Back then, you were over 1.8 meters tall, yet this big man was so flustered he couldn't speak when being flirted with. The fans' cheers brought her back to reality. She quickly patted her face a few times to clear her mind. What was she thinking about? Seeing Winley's expression, fans thought she lacked confidence and was under pressure. They all comforted her. "Mikasa, it's okay if you don't perform well. We'll control the comments online. Your brother-in-law is there too. Don't worry, if he doesn't help you, we'll confront his fans." Winley responded with a bitter smile. "Don't always think about confronting others. Have some faith in me. I won't disappoint you." The fans cheered in unison. "Go Mikasa! Go brother-in-law!" Hearing the term brother-in-law, Winley felt surprised and shy. Despite being married to Song Yin for over 2 years, she hadn't really felt much like being married. Song Yin protected Winley as they walked out. Amid fans calling out Song Yin, "Take good care of your wife." Once in the car, the man pulled his wife close. "Can't you see how I feel about you?" After getting off the plane, the Mikasa couple headed straight to the recording site. In the car, Song Yin thoughtfully handed over the script with his familiar parts marked. "If you need, I can practice these parts with you without the script." Looking through the script, Winley noticed Song Yin had skipped all the romantic scenes. She complained slightly. "You won't practice the romantic scenes with me? If I practice romantic scenes with others, wouldn't you be jealous?" she said while nuzzling his shoulder. But Song Yin seemed oblivious and seriously explained, "I'm really not good at romantic scenes. I probably can't help you much." Winley turned away, letting out a disappointed huff, while the clueless guy next to her was still thinking about how his wife could win the director's favor. After reading the script for a while, Winley tiredly leaned on Song Yin's shoulder to rest. Song Yin immediately put his finger to his lips, signaling the staff to speak more quietly. Then he leaned his head over too, cuddling with his wife. Soon they arrived at the S-Class Acting Award rehearsal room. As soon as they entered the studio, a group of young actors came to greet them. But as guest performers, they were immediately separated to guide different actors. Young actors Ning Junxian and Wang Miao were rehearsing the confession scene from Wen Li's period drama from a year ago. Wang Miao eagerly asked director Wen Li for advice, saying, "When I look at the male lead, my eyes don't show a young girl's shyness and uncertainty. It doesn't look like being confessed to, more like just reciting lines." "No worries, I'll show you a demonstration. Watch my eyes." Then she waved to Ning Junxian, "Let's act out a scene together." On the other side, the actor Song Yin was directing noticed when Li was acting with Ning Junxian. Wanting to watch, they asked, "Teacher Song, don't you want to see teacher when acting with others?" Song Yin replied flatly, expressing no interest. "Why? Are you going to be jealous?" Then with all the idol dramas teacher when it's filmed, "You must be jealous every day." Song Yin sighed. "Fine, let's go watch." He was still explaining to himself that he wasn't jealous, he just didn't want to watch. But reality immediately proved him wrong. Wen Li now stood in front of Ning Junxian, perfectly embodying a young girl's shyness before confessing to her crush. "I like you." Her eyes were filled with deep affection, looking as if she had liked this boy for a long time. Song Yin watched everything before him, his heart unable to bear it. He thought he wouldn't be jealous, but he had clearly overestimated himself. Ning Junxian couldn't keep up with Wen Li's confession scene. He embarrassedly said he couldn't handle teacher Wen's gaze. His heart was pounding. While speaking, he accidentally glimpsed Song Yin watching. Though Song Yin was smiling, Ning Junxian inexplicably shuddered. Wen Li, still unaware, comforted Ning Junxian that it was okay. "Let's try again." Ning Junxian admiringly said teacher Wen was amazing, able to act so realistically even with her husband watching. In reality, he was terrified inside, thinking, "Please, I'm scared." Only then did Wen Li look around. Song Yin applauded, saying great acting. His smile couldn't hide his murderous thoughts. Since romantic scenes are my weakness too, why don't teacher Wen teach me as well? Wenli suddenly felt uneasy. But why am I nervous? It's just acting, not an affair. Sensing Song Yan's ill intentions, she tried to refuse, saying you shouldn't interrupt their rehearsal. Because in her heart, she didn't think Song Yan's romantic acting was weak at all. However, the surrounding actors started encouraging it, leaving Wenli no choice. She could only agree, saying beforehand, I can't teach you. If I don't act well, I'll humbly accept criticism. Song Yin also became polite. If I don't act well, teacher Wen should feel free to say so. Song Yin looked at the script. Everyone around shouted 3, 2, 1, action. Song Yin suddenly pulled Wenli into his arms. Little fox spirit, how can you not see my feelings for you? With everyone watching, Wenli was held in Song Yan's embrace. She felt embarrassed, repeatedly telling herself, I'm a professional actor, stay calm. I've never indulged any woman to this extent, missed anyone to this extent, worried to this extent. When you're happy, I'm happy. When you're sad, I'm sad. I keep talking about righteousness and morality, always saying helping you is just a small matter. But I know myself. My heart aches for you. Finally, he whispered in her ear. After saying all this, don't you understand, silly fox? When Lee's cheeks burned hot, feeling his breath slow and alluring. For a moment, she couldn't distinguish if this was acting or reality, but only hoped it would never end. They were supposedly just showing their acting skills, but they both held secrets in their hearts. The man used the lines to tentatively express his long-held affection, making the woman unable to distinguish between reality and acting. As Song Yin finished his lines, she frantically pulled away. I don't want to hear these nauseating words. It's so mushy. Inside, she cursed herself for being weak, wondering why she started stuttering. Song Yin turned her shoulders, looking down at her intensely. Though it's mushy, every word comes from my heart. When Lee was completely defenseless against his flirtation, Song Yin unconsciously leaned toward her face, everything developing naturally. One confessing to someone they liked, one being confessed to by someone they liked. Oh my God, it's a kiss scene. The sudden voice behind them struck her like lightning. She instantly came to her senses. When they were just 4.15 centimeters apart, she broke away with a shout. She turned her head and blocked Song Yan's kiss with her hand, awkwardly saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Song." Warm applause immediately erupted from the crowd. Husband and wife acting together is really different. The chemistry in their eyes was electric just now. Forgetting the admiration in their eyes, they exclaimed, "Teacher Wen, you're amazing." While Wen Li maintained composure on the surface, she was actually panicking inside. Someone remarked that with such atmosphere, it was absurd the scriptwriter didn't arrange a kiss. Others explained it was in the original script, but was removed due to tight scheduling concerns. After hearing their conversation, Wen Li gently tugged at Song Yan's clothes. She whispered, "There wasn't even a kiss scene in the script. What were you trying to do?" Song Yin proudly said, "I've watched Teacher Wen's drama many times. Everything that happens later is in my head." Wen Li complained, "If you knew it so well, why didn't you rehearse with me in the car? You said you weren't good at it." Song Yin seemed to savor the previous scene again. "I really am not good at it. I almost couldn't handle Teacher Wen's gaze just now. Almost made me think you liked me." Song Yan's words struck like lightning, throwing her barely calmed heart into chaos again. Before she could respond, some young actors called for Song Yin from afar, asking for guidance. Seeing Wen Li's lack of response, Song Yin joked, "Teacher Wen, you've made my heart flutter. I need to work to calm down." Then he walked away. Left alone, Wen Li thought irritably, "You're older than me. What butterflies are you talking about?" Several hours later, the directors arrived. Song Yin prepared to take Wen Li to greet Xiao Dao. The two walked towards the break room. On their way, there was an awkward atmosphere, perhaps an after effect of their previous scene. So when Lee found a topic, I was a bit distracted during our scene. Did it affect your guidance to the others?" Song Yin shook his head. "It's fine. I was distracted too." "You were distracted too?" "Got too into character, so I got distracted." Wen Li became unsettled, grabbing Song Yin to ask, "Then who did you imagine me as just now?" "The Tang family." Her sudden reaction stunned Song Yin. The next second, Wen Li lowered her head dejectedly, turning around saying, "Never mind, let's go." Perhaps not wanting to hear an unwanted answer, Song Yin quickly grabbed her. "What?" He slowly uttered two words. "Wen Li." She frowned unhappily. "Why are you calling me?" Song Yan's expression turned serious. "I'm not calling you. I'm answering your question. I said I imagined you as Won-Lee. The actress was criticized by other male actors for poor acting. Her husband defended her skills, wanting to fight for her reputation. This is director Yu Wei-gwang. Song Yin introduced to Won-Lee. Director Cho silently assessed Won-Lee. Her appearance indeed suited Won-Won in Ice City, but the skill level of this celebrity was yet to be determined. After greeting Yu Wei-gwang, Won-Lee turned to Cho Ping. He was still waiting to hear what Won-Lee would say. But unexpectedly, she just gave a simple greeting, saying, "I'll do my best." Cho Ping was stunned. These words were unexpected. He had thought Won-Lee would use some smooth, flattering words to please him. A few minutes later, they began recording the drawing lot segment for the S-level acting competition. The host asked Won-Lee if she had any preferred script. Won-Lee looked at Song Yin and smiled, saying, "Whatever I draw, I won't embarrass Teacher Song." The host unexpectedly got a mouthful of dog food. Then, Won-Lee began drawing lots. After seeing the script's name, she instinctively felt doomed. It was terrible. It turned out to be a political movie directed by Yu Wei-gwang, with the most difficult-to-control recent romance plot. After drawing lots, the guests began choosing partners from new actors to complete the performance together. Song Yin directly chose his junior schoolmate Yin Junxian. When it was Won-Lee's turn to choose, all the new actors below the stage recommended themselves. Won-Lee became troubled and hesitant. Song Yin suddenly spoke up beside her. "Why not choose me?" Song Yin pointed to himself. The guests on stage, the host, the new actors, including Won-Lee, all froze. Yu Wei-gwang from the judges panel broke the silence with a laugh. "Can your brain handle performing 2 scripts?" Song Yin looked regretful. "I really liked director Yu's movie. I couldn't act in it back then due to scheduling conflicts. I've been regretting it ever since." Yu Wei-gwang thought, "Yeah, right. What scheduling conflicts?" You clearly turned it down, saying you weren't good at romance scenes. But being close to Song Yin, he wouldn't expose him. Xiao Ping watched from the side, unsurprised. Won-Lee wanted to use this play to compete for Won-Won's role. Besides her own abilities, her partner's skills were also important. New actors' performances were indeed unstable. This guy Song Yin, all his attention is on his wife now. The host turned to the director, asking if this was allowed. After receiving an affirmative answer, Won-Lee finally smiled happily. Compared to a bunch of concubines of similar skill level, Queen Song was more to her liking. Meanwhile, Duan Hong, who drew Won-Lee's fantasy drama scene, kept a stern face. Famous for acting in serious dramas, she looked down on idol stars like Won-Lee. Among the 8 guest performers, only Won-Lee wasn't professionally trained, yet she held a top position. The host tried to ease the atmosphere, asking, "Teacher Duan seems to have never acted in fantasy dramas before. Are you nervous?" Duan Hong smiled. "Yes, my agent usually rejects such scripts. The internal challenges are quite big. But since my partner is professionally trained, I'm confident we can communicate well." The host caught the implied meaning and awkwardly tried to smooth things over. In contrast, Won-Lee remained composed, knowing that arguing was useless. Only ability could prove others wrong. For a day and a half, Won-Lee worked hard rehearsing with Song Yin. After running through the lines, Won-Lee humbly asked, "Was my emotion too intense just now?" "No, just treat me as fierce," says Duan Hong. Won-Lee was startled and quickly turned off the mic. "Don't say that out loud. Let me be angry alone. You're a film emperor, and he's a TV emperor. When the show airs, it won't be good for you to have conflicts with him because of me." Song Yin was surprised that the usually proud princess would consider his interests. He rubbed her face. "How can I not be angry?" Won-Lee deliberately pouted. "Then why didn't you stand up for me earlier?" Song Yin tilted his head innocently. "I thought acting well with you and leaving her speechless was standing up for you." "Ah, if you had given me a signal, I would have confronted her directly." "Oh, Teacher Song knows how to fight too." "Of course. I fought a lot for you back in school. You just didn't know." Won-Lee finally cheered up, stroking Song Yan's face. "All men, why is our Teacher Song so good? Since I'm so good, could you like me then?" Her husband was rehearsing with his junior, while his wife was fantasizing about intimacy. The man asked with hopeful eyes, "Could you like me?" This caught Won-Lee off guard. He was so skilled at teasing others, but became incredibly awkward when it came to himself. After a while, Song Yin hadn't received Won-Lee's response. Though expected, he still felt disappointed. So he changed the subject, saying they should go over the script. Won-Lee panicked. How could this ambiguous atmosphere end so abruptly. She quickly grabbed Song Yan's hand and said without hesitation, so you should hurry up and like me too. But the next second, she felt she was too reserved and her face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Song Yan's heart also raced at 180 beats from her words, mumbling, "Teacher, when you're breaking the rules." When Lee looked at him confused. Just then, staff suddenly opened the door. "Are your mics working? We're not receiving any sound." "Yes, we just turned them off for a private conversation." When Lee finally remembered they were working, romance talk could wait until later. The man she was pursuing wouldn't slip away now. He used to be indifferent, but now he was falling for her step by step. After composing herself, Wenli held up the script and said, "Let's memorize our lines separately first." But Song Yin couldn't switch modes as easily as Wenli. He couldn't focus at all now. His mind was full of their recent intimate atmosphere. When Wenli finished memorizing and came over, she found Song Yin hadn't finished. Somewhat incredulous, she asked, "Is Teacher Song having trouble managing two scripts?" She sat down and linked arms with him. "Where are you stuck? Let me help you through it." She was overjoyed inside. Helping others while getting legitimate physical contact was simply perfect. Song Yin was caught firmly by Wen Li, her occasional touches making him restless yet helpless. So he made an excuse to check on his junior, wanted to calm himself down. Wen Li thought the same. She couldn't monopolize him forever. She advised Song Yin, "Ning Junxian has good talent, he's just too reserved. Help him loosen up a bit." Song Yin, understanding her intentions, said, "You should focus on preparing your own performance." With Ning Junxian, Song Yin was clearly in better form. They were rehearsing fight scenes. They practiced for 2 straight hours. Ning Junxian learned many things from Song Yin that school couldn't teach. Teacher Song's moves just now were so cool. I was stunned. Song Yin smiled mischievously. "Really? Then why were you also stunned watching Teacher Win's dramatic scene?" Ning Junxian was terrified. "That was because I was impressed by Teacher Win's acting skills." After a short break, they started practicing again. That's when Wen Li came over to see how they were doing. Ning Junxian saw Wen Li and immediately greeted her with a smile. Then he said to Song Yin, "Let's do it from the beginning for Teacher Wen." Watching them wrestle on the ground, Wen Li envied how men could act together so freely without concerns. If it were Teacher Song and herself doing a fight scene, Song Yin pinning her down with both hands, his arm around her chin, saying in a deep voice, "You can't escape." Her thoughts started to wander. She remembered the last time Song Yin said "you can't escape" was in bed. Ding Junxian suddenly called out, "Teacher Wen," pulling Wen Li back from her heated imagination. "Teacher Wen, how was my performance just now?" Wen Li, who hadn't really been watching the performance, avoided eye contact and stammered, "It's good. I need to go review my lines." Then she quickly turned and ran away. Ning Junxian was confused and asked Song Yin what was wrong with Teacher Wen. But Song Yin wasn't in a good mood either. Already displeased during the rehearsal, Wen Li had been staring at Ning Junxian the whole time. So he responded irritably. Who would have thought a top female star and a devoted actor would get angry over one man, both feeling wronged? After finishing rehearsal that evening, the car was eerily quiet. The assistant was so uncomfortable their toes could dig into the ground. Then Song Yan's phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence. Wen Li pretended not to care, but listened intently. It was Junior Ning Junxian asking Song Yan about a line he didn't understand, wanting Song Yan's help. Wen Li finally opened her eyes. "Your junior is still rehearsing. How could you leave? What kind of senior are you?" Song Yin, already unhappy, retorted, "You care so much about the junior?" "Not at all. I just noticed you were in good form with him, while you couldn't even remember lines when rehearsing with me." Song Yin scoffed. "If you're not concerned about him, why were you staring at him during rehearsal?" Wen Li suppressed her anger. "Then why were you teaching him hands-on, but couldn't even focus when reading lines with me?" Song Yin felt wronged. "Why I lost focus? That's all Teacher Wen's fault. You treat your junior better than me. Who's really treating us differently?" They argued stubbornly over the same man. The assistant finally couldn't take it anymore and risked getting fired by saying, "You're both adults. Can't you just admit you're jealous?" Who's jealous? Back at the hotel, Wen Li grabbed her towel to shower. "I'll wait for you outside." Song Yan's words made her heart skip a beat. She shyly peeked her head out again. You should sleep first. We have early rehearsal tomorrow." Song Yin paused, thinking, what does me waiting for you have to do with tomorrow's rehearsal? I need a shower after you anyway. Wen-li quickly turned around and slammed the door shut. What am I thinking? Such dirty thoughts. I need to clear my head and stop thinking about chasing men. Outside, Song Yin felt Wen-li was acting strange, but understood after thinking about it. So he deliberately went to the bathroom door and teased, hurry up, teacher Wen, or we could shower together. It'll be faster. Wen-li frantically ran to the door with her towel. She locked it and retorted internally, kiss your head, hurry up your head. Then Song Yin also took a shower. Wen-li leaned on the bed reading the script. When Song Yin came out, she immediately waved. My dear son, come here. Song Yin paused. What did you call me? Your queen mother calls you. Come practice lines with mother. You're playing my son in the script after all. Try calling me that again. I'm getting into character. Could you give birth to a son my size? How do you know I couldn't? Then give birth to one and show me. Can't do it alone. Want me to help you? Wen-li didn't back down. Fine. If I give birth, you'll have to call him Dad. She grabbed Song Yin's neck and planted a quick kiss on his lips, immediately freezing in place. After succeeding, Song Yin asked if she was scared. He pressed close. I am scared. So how long are you going to play with me? Does keeping me hanging give you satisfaction? Are you happy making me jealous using your junior? Since jealousy was mentioned, Wen-li spoke directly. You're so focused when rehearsing with him, but distracted with me. Song Yin laughed in frustration. You think everyone's as dense as you? You keep me hanging, so I can't be distracted. That's my strategy for pursuing men. You can't pursue worth a damn. Wen-li wouldn't lose in words. I can't pursue? Then what am I doing now? Loser. Song Yin took a deep breath, eyes locked on her. Teacher Wen, do you know what happens when you deliberately make me angry in bed? What will happen? The woman and her partner kept pulling back and forth, full of love, but refusing to say it, making Song Yan's emotions burn hot. He took a deep breath, eyes fixed on Wen-li. She instinctively backed away, but with each step back, he took one forward. Wen-li had no choice but to try moral manipulation. Teacher Song, as a grown man, when you can't win with words, you resort to threats? Song Yin smiled and embraced her. Stop being stubborn now. If you don't want to admit it, I won't force you to say it. Just do whatever feels comfortable with me. Really? Wen-li thought, could there be such a good deal giving her all the control? But you need to respond to me. I don't like this feeling. Wen-li knew it wouldn't be that easy. She retorted, that's my strategy for pursuing someone, okay? Well, your moves are too powerful. I've been in turmoil every day. It's unbearable. Wen-li's competitive spirit rose. Are my moves really that powerful? Song Yin, wanting revenge for these days of mental torture, gently bit her earlobe. You're definitely powerful. Why else would I feel so troubled now? Wen-li instinctively started struggling. Is this your response? What did you just say? No, I'm just ticklish. Song Yin didn't let her finish and pressed close. The temperature between their lips immediately rose. But the next second, Wen-li pushed Song Yin away. If you reject me, it means you don't like me. Song Yin turned the tables. Wen-li's face changed color. Song Yin continued, no response means you like me. Then he continued. Her face was flushed red, making low sounds in her throat. Can't you let me finish? Song Yin understood. Okay. His movements became gentler. The next day, Wen-li and Song Yin were half an hour late to rehearsal. Wen-li explained to the makeup artist, it's all Teacher Song's fault for being so slow. Wang Yao smiled and said, no wonder I heard you kept apologizing to the staff and practicing even during lunch break. Just then, Song Yin finished makeup and walked over. Wen-li, leaning against the doorframe, met his eyes and awkwardly froze. Wang Yao thought their period costumes looked amazing. She finally understood why her manager wanted her to stick to modern dramas. An hour later, after Wang Yao and Ning Junxian finished performing, Song Yin and Wen-li were backstage. On stage, the host interviewed director Duan. Please comment on the performance just now. Very good. At the risk of offending Wen-li, I think Wang Miao's version was better than Wen-li's original. More detailed and lively. Maybe that's the advantage of professional training. Wang Miao was sweating nervously beside them. All those new designs were taught by Wen-li, yet now they were being used to criticize her. The host was also nervous and quickly continued. Next is director Duan's performance segment. Are you nervous, teacher? Not really nervous. I just don't think this role suits me. I believe actors should know their position. This kind of of drama suits Wen Li better. It's unfortunate she drew director use play. The audience whispered among themselves. She's implying Mikasa isn't professionally trained. She's criticizing without even seeing Mikasa perform. In her eyes, idol drama actors can act. Only serious drama actors have skill. I'm already getting angry for Mikasa. Wen Li frowned, listening below, feeling more pressure. She quietly tugged on Song Yan's clothes. What's wrong? I'm a bit nervous. Please encourage me. What if I hold you back? Won't you blame me? Why would I blame you? Song Yan's tone grew gentler and firmer. When you were in high school, you danced alone on stage during school festivals. Now you have me with you. Even if you make mistakes, your husband will cover for you. Just perform normally. Wen Li felt much more relaxed. Pushing further, she asked, if it was someone else instead of me, would you be this generous and nice? Of course not with others. You're saying I have double standards, treating people unfairly? Song Yan held her hand. I've never been fair in my life. I'm always biased because I only like you. The top celebrity couple's chemistry was incredibly sweet. The stepmother Empress Dowager was pushed down by her stepson Emperor. The Empress Dowager anxiously shouted, Zhu Yulan, what are you doing? The Emperor's face lit up with joy. You called my name. The Empress Dowager thought the Emperor was angry and grew anxious. But hearing his request to call his name again, she looked at him in disbelief. The Emperor lovingly repeated, call my name again. My dear. With a cut, Song Yin and Wen Li's scene passed perfectly. Hearing the audience's cheers, Wen Li became unusually nervous. This must be what it's like to have someone reliable nearby, someone you can freely act spoiled with. Song Yin held her hand comfortingly. It's okay, I'm here. But Wen Li's worries were clearly unnecessary. Both their acting and looks were on point. Even director Yu of this drama praised them highly. The producer wanted to create a custom script for the two of them. Cho Dao was stunned, as if seeing a treasure. Seeing this, Wen Li felt relieved. She could finally clear her name. Director Duan, how was my performance just now? That's what you get for judging people with prejudice. Does your face hurt now? But being merciful, Wen Li gave him a way out. Actors without formal training haven't received systematic training. To perform well in a drama, we take more detours and work harder than others. So I wanted to use myself as an example to prove that good actors aren't only from professional schools. Real talent is what matters. Of course, my acting still needs work. I'll strive to match all professionally trained actors, like teacher Song beside me, who can perform 2 scripts while repeatedly practicing with me. Oh my CP is showing their love. The host, enjoying the drama, revealed how Song Yin volunteered to be Wen Li's partner. Wen Li tried to explain, but was drowned out by the audience's cheers. The obvious display of affection made everyone tease Song Yin. Just admit it, you can't stand seeing your wife act romantic scenes with others. Wen Li noticed Song Yan's discomfort and comforted him. This part will be cut. The audience immediately protested. No, don't cut it, and we want to watch. The audience started chanting, kiss, kiss. The situation was getting awkward. How did it start getting out of control? Song Yin regained his composure and smiled, declining. No, we'll save it for home. They successfully returned backstage, finally getting through the ordeal safely. Suddenly, hearing Song Yin sigh, Wen Li became nervous again. Did I perform badly somewhere? With you there, everything was fine. Just feel it's a bit of a shame. The audience's request wasn't excessive. Wen Li blushed hearing this. Londo agreed with Song Yan's thoughts. As he turned around, puzzled to ask, Wen Li took the initiative to kiss Song Yan. Considering you've been behaving well these days, I'll fulfill your wish. Here's a kiss as a reward. Keep up the good work. Since Song Yin confirmed Wen Li's feelings, he became unrestrained, openly doing whatever he wanted with Wen Li. Wen Li blushed and pulled her clothes tight. Teacher Song, control yourself. But Song Yin became even bolder. Now that I know my wife likes me, what's there to control? After they found time to watch the original Empress Dowager Jinan, they realized how regrettable it was that Song Yin missed this role. With his looks and temperament, the drama would have been perfect. But thinking about Song Yin being intimate with other actors, Wen Li felt jealous. Suddenly, she didn't feel it was regrettable anymore. Song Yin shook his head. That's not absolute. Everyone has their own charm. I did consider it. Wen Li smiled and poked Song Yan's face. Don't tell me you're not good at romantic scenes. It's quite the opposite. When acting in idol dramas, you're much better than those male artists." This sparked his competitive spirit. Song Yin instinctively compared himself to her previous male co-stars. Without doubt, she was the best. When Lee praised him generously, "You can rest assured, in my heart, you're not even in the same league as them." Oh my, hearing his wife's highest praise, Song Yin couldn't be happier. "Now that I've praised you, isn't it your turn?" But Song Yin pretended not to understand when Lee's meaning. So baby Wen got angry. If you won't say it, then fine. Let's just go to bed." He just wanted to tease her a bit, but she actually got angry. Song Yin lovingly pulled her back for a kiss. "Why are you so impatient? You know what I was hinting at, yet you played dumb. What kind of person are you?" His wife's pouting was too cute to resist. "Do I need you to tell me I'm cute?" "Yes, I know you're cute. So, shall we practice our lines tonight?" Song Yin was asking knowingly. "We've already performed. What's left to practice?" Then when Lee continued talking about Xiao Dao asking her to audition over dinner. "We can have dinner anytime. If I didn't look like Guan Guan, I wouldn't even get an audition." Song Yin became distracted, casually saying, "Looks are also an advantage. Prepare well." Then Song Yin started his second hint. "Are we done talking about work?" When Lee worried about the outcome again, asking Song Yin to share some experience. "No problem. We'll talk after sleep." "So, are we done talking?" Hearing Song Yin repeat this phrase, Wen Lee broke free from his hands, bristling. "Are you getting impatient?" Song Yin simply buried his face in her embrace and admitted it, clearly expressing his romantic intentions. This side of Song Yin was something Wen Lee had never seen before, but she had experienced his intensity before. She firmly refused, wanting Song Yin to teach her experience first. "No problem. You can refuse. I'll continue what I'm doing." So when Wen Lee still wanted to take notes, Song Yin immediately took away her notebook and threw it aside. He deceived Wen Lee, saying it could only be understood through experience, not through textbooks. Needing practice, feeling Song Yin kiss her collarbone, Wen Lee was stunned at first. Do auditions require such big sacrifices now? But then she realized something wasn't right. She immediately pushed Song Yin away. "There aren't any bed scenes in the iCity drama." Then pulling her clothes tight, she accused teacher Song, "Don't take advantage just because you're handsome." "You're wrong. I'm taking advantage because you like me." Is he a primary school student, always talking about liking? Not just that. Song Yin gently bit her ear, seductively, saying, "Call me senior." When Wen Lee softly called him senior, it instantly ignited Song Yan's passion. He kissed Wen Lee. His attitude made Wen Lee feel scared. "Senior, be gentle." Afterward, Wen Lee asked, "Why do you like hearing me call you senior so much?" Because he had liked her since high school. He had liked her for 10 years, waited for her for exactly 10 years. Hearing senior again was like a dream come true. The white-clothed film emperor wanted to give fans some fan service, but ended up being directly kissed by his wife in front of millions of viewers on livestream. After the Psy Lee couple finished recording S-level acting competition, the director of Human Has You was furious. The Wen Lee couple really angered the director. In our show, they always turn off cameras and piece things together, with only 30-second previews. On other shows, they start with forbidden scenes and 2.5-minute previews. At this moment, Director Yin suddenly said with a sinister face, "Let's change the script. Add script to the charity livestream." They can't turn off cameras during a livestream. One day, several couples from Human Has You came to the charity livestream. The Mikasa couple reunited, and the livestream comments instantly became lively. The host explained the process. "This livestream isn't just for selling products. We'll also have guests play games to promote products and increase couple intimacy." Looking at the 10 million viewers in the livestream, Wen Lee patted Song Yin. "We can't lose. It's about pride." Then the host brought out a box of tissues. To verify that Kwangfing tissues are soft and durable, we'll play a tissue passing game. Immediately, the comments were flooded with old dogs. The rules are, one person holds it with their mouth, then passes it to their partner's mouth. The couple who passes the most tissues in the given time wins. Wen Lee immediately entered battle mode, just waiting for the whistle to start. Soon, other couples had various mistakes and ended up kissing. However, the Mikasa couple remained calm, as steady as veterans. After winning, he asked fans in the live stream, "How was that?" "I am muy impresive." "You're not impressive at all? Can you control your competitiveness?" Fans weren't happy and demanded another round. This time Song Yin would pass to Wen Lee first. Slowly approaching the tissue, Song Yin deliberately breathed out warm air. When Lee felt it and stopped moving, so Song Yin beckoned her to come closer. Seeing no response, Song Yin cupped her face with one hand, pulling her towards him. The tissue was passed over. Fans finally got to see Song Yin's playful beauty. Your wife is stunned. After Song Yin put the tissue in Lee's mouth, he prepared to receive it again. But unexpectedly, she dropped it. The tissue fell. But all the fans were excited. We want to see you completely appreciate it. Unexpectedly, Lee covered Song Yan's face with her hand and seriously lectured him. Be more serious. Everyone except when Lee had dots on their faces. One Sam Lee, were you raised in a steel factory? This woman has a goddess face, but is so dense, making everyone angry. After the live stream, Lee saw herself trending as the reverse sales queen. She didn't understand, since the host just told her the tissues were sold out. She showed her phone to Song Yin, who irritably said, "Don't ask me, go cry to your fans." Sensing Song Yan's mood was off, Lee leaned in to look at her. Are you angry because I slapped you during a live stream? Song Yin turned away, pouting. I'm not angry. I just feel sorry for myself. She recalled the trending topics. There was one about feeling sorry for Song Yin. Looking at Song Yan's expression again, she suddenly pounced on him with all her might. Song Yin pinched her cheeks, saying helplessly and angrily, "What are you doing?" Lee said sweetly, "Teacher Song, how come I never noticed before that you're so cute?" Woman slapped her husband's face in the live stream, refusing his affection. At home, the man was sulking and didn't want to talk to her. The woman was amused by her husband's demeanor. She hugged him directly. Song Yin pinched her cheeks with a sulky expression. What are you doing? Teacher Song, how come I never noticed you're so cute before? Song Yin was defenseless against Lee's coquettish behavior. Looking resigned, I don't know if I'm cute, but I'm certainly easy to coax. Lee held back her laughter, deliberately asking, what do you mean by easy to coax? It means I'm praising your skillful methods. I admit defeat, he said while kissing her hand. Oh, that's nothing, Lee said, blushing in surprise. I have even better methods, she said, curling her finger. Would you like to experience them? Song Yin, still full of vigor, said, please teach me, teacher one. Just at this crucial moment, suddenly, a small electrical sound came from behind. Lee covered Song Yan's mouth and turned to look for the source of the sound. She quickly discovered the camera with a small green light behind them. The camera guiltily turned away slowly. Lee angrily turned off all equipment. Both were extremely embarrassed. Song Yin helplessly said, how come no one turns off the cameras when they're not home? If the most dedicated award isn't given to Human Has You staff this year, I'll suspect foul play. After clearing the room of all cameras, Song Yin picked up Lee, eager to experience her better methods. Meanwhile, someone in the monitoring room was wailing, regretting why they touched the audio equipment, but fortunately, they had enough footage from before. Director Yin, nearly driven to menopause by the Sanli couple, was drinking sullenly at dinner with colleagues. The staff member who just got the footage immediately called to report the good news. Ha! Director Yin suddenly stood up beaming and raised his glass to everyone. The hellish Sanli couple found Director Yin wanting to delete yesterday's footage. Director Yin naturally refused. Lee helplessly said, then delete the later parts. The audience is still under 18. Director Yin gritted his teeth and agreed. Fine, we'll delete the later parts. Now Song Yin disagreed, telling Lee, why don't we just delete it all? No way, Teacher Song. Your wife calling you cute. What's wrong with broadcasting that? Song Yin felt a bit cold seeing Director Yin so excited. Lee scratched her head. Actually, I think that part is fine too. Song Yin sighed helplessly, slightly frowning. All right then. A few days later, when Human Has You preview aired, fans were asking about the deleted scenes. In the car, the assistant looked at the trending topics. Tisk tisk, number one again. But sis, what exactly did you delete? Pretending not to hear and changing the subject. Teacher Song, see? Those lines were fine to keep. Song Yin remained silent. She knew there was nothing wrong with those words, but the person saying them, that smile, the tenderness in those eyes, and that sweet voice, she wanted them all to herself, not for others to see. Beside her, Lee noticed Song Yin still seemed unhappy. She turned her face and said, actually, Director Yin was right. Your wife calling you cute. There's really nothing wrong with showing that. Then she gently leaned in for a kiss to comfort her. Just after the wife had consoled her husband, she herself started getting jealous about something from 10 years ago. That day, the Sanli couple went to dinner with Director Chiu. Upon entering, Song Yin introduced, "This is screenwriter Zhou." "Hello, Mr. Zhou. You're exactly like how I imagine Wan Wan." "Thank you, Mr. Zhou." After exchanging pleasantries, Qiu Dao slowly said, "Today is a private dinner, all familiar directors and producers. Miss Wen, please feel at ease. Just sit anywhere." Yu Guang spoke up, "Mrs. Song, your Empress role was really well done. Must have practiced a lot privately." "Director Yu, you're too kind. Teacher Song helped me a lot. I could only perform well with his guidance." Yu Guang turned his gaze to Song Yin. "You didn't like the script at first, but now you have time to coach your wife." Song Yin awkwardly pressed her lips. "How could I not like your script? Hindsight, huh? But I remember when you first entered the industry, you were even more wooden than your wife. I talked myself hoarse trying to teach you." Song Yin nodded obediently. Yes. Thank you for your hard work." Wenli giggled beside her, amused to see Song Yin in such a situation. "The hard work was fine, but back then, your family also got scolded along with you." Hearing the name Tang Jiren, Wenli paused slightly. Song Yin immediately looked at her wife, worried she might feel uncomfortable. Just seconds later, before others noticed, Wenli quickly smiled and changed the topic. "I think Director Yu's guidance was very effective. They both acted really well, mainly because their age was right, just the right amount of innocence. They might not be able to achieve that effect now." The producer beside them joked, "When Tang Jiren auditions at Qiu Dao's place, you should let Song Yin act alongside for a scene." Hearing this, Wenli got distracted and accidentally bumped the wine glass. The producer continued, suggesting that Director Yu should film another piece with them, as a nostalgic treat for fans. Wiping her hands, Wenli thought, this is what they call a classic. After so many years, people still talk about it, unable to forget the on-screen couple of him and Tang Jiren. At this moment, a hand slowly reached under the table and held hers. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just worried about things in the next few days." Song Yin pressed further. "Anything else?" Wenli quickly withdrew her hand, afraid others might notice their small gesture. She hurriedly said, "Nothing else." Just as Song Yin was about to say something, Wenli's expression suddenly changed. "Oh no, I need to use the restroom." After Wenli left, Yu Guang leaned in and quietly asked Song Yin, "Is your wife bothered by what we said earlier?" "I thought she was, but I just asked her and I was overthinking." But Wenli's lack of concern actually made Song Yin feel a bit unhappy. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Wenli's feelings were complicated. In the past, she didn't mind being jealous about Ning Junxian. It was just being dramatic, and Song Yin never took it seriously. But Tang Jiren was different. It was with her that Song Yin performed her most innocent, sincere acting when she first debuted. It must be an unforgettable experience for Song Yin. But as an actor herself, being bothered would seem unreasonable. Besides, Song Yin loves her now. Who she liked 10 years ago. "Where's Mrs. Song?" Yu Guang suddenly appeared behind her. "The producer next to me earlier tends to speak without filters. Don't take it personally." Wenli quickly shook her head. "No, I was just thinking about the upcoming audition." "Ah, I see. Then I was overthinking. Let's head back to the room." Wenli looked hesitant behind him. Finally, she called out to Yu Guang. "Though I'm really not bothered, could you tell me about Song Yan's filming experience from 10 years ago? Why don't you ask Song Yin directly?" Wenli laughed awkwardly. "I'm just too embarrassed to ask." She thought she couldn't just ask Song Yin. "I want to know if you and Tang Jiren had any romantic sparks back then. That would be too embarrassing." "Ha, tell me what you want to know." Wenli said hesitantly. "If you don't mind, the more detailed the better." A wife accompanying her husband to a dinner party unexpectedly heard about his on-screen romance from 10 years ago. Wenli had always been curious and concerned about that youthful, sincere performance. After much hesitation, she asked Yu Guang, "Director Yu, could you tell me about Song Yan's filming experience from 10 years ago? If you don't mind, the more detailed the better." "Haha, I remember meeting her at her high school. I invited her to act in my film, but she refused. A few days later, she suddenly came looking for me. Her first question was whether being an actor would lead to success and make good money. After talking for a while, Wenli learned many things about Song Yin that she didn't know before from Yu Guang, like how Song Yin was short on money in high school, but disappointingly, she still didn't hear the key point. Then Song Yin came looking for them to return to dinner. Seeing Yu Guang chatting with Wenli, Song Yin mumbled, "What did teacher tell you?" "He told me about your embarrassing past." Back at the table, Wenli raised her glass. "You're all my seniors. I hope we'll have chances to work together. I'm being presumptuous, but thank you in advance for your future guidance." She finished her drink in one go. After several rounds of drinks, Song Yin held her wife's hand. "Let me drink for you." Wenli responded quietly, I really want this role, so don't help me. Let me do it myself. But look, your face is already red. Let me do it. You're a man. I'm a woman. If I can't drink anymore, I can act cute and pitiful. They won't force me to drink then. Besides, even if I get drunk, I have you, my husband, to take care of me. Song Yin could only reluctantly agree. Soon after, a tipsy Wenli raised her glass. Seniors, today we're not Song Yin and Mrs. Song. We're Wenli and Wenli's husband. Any issues, come to me. Everyone was stunned, then burst into laughter. Ah Yin, today you're letting your wife protect you? Song Yin had been worried about Wenli feeling uncomfortable at business gatherings, but she didn't need his help at all. He just needed to be a good husband. The dinner lasted nearly 3 hours. Before leaving, Director Chiu told Wenli, for the audition in 2 days, just relax. Your natural state already resembles Wanwan. Yu Weiguang seized a moment to secretly advise Wenli. Director Chiu values eye expressions. During the audition, bring in your most genuine feelings. Don't try to fool him with acting techniques. Just imagine someone you love or hate in front of you. That's how a Yin had her breakthrough back then. Old Yu has left, the driver's here. Alright, come in. After the directors left, Song Yin supported his drunk wife to the car. Young Master Song, a voice came from behind. Bienvenidos, uncle. Let's talk, Song Yin instructed. Wait in the car with uncle's assistant. He started with accusations. You went drinking with Wenli. She's drunk as a dog while you're fine. Is this how young Master Song takes care of my niece? Song Yin replied calmly. She cares about me and wouldn't let me drink. But Mr. Wei probably doesn't understand, never having been cared for by his niece. Wei Yuan's tone changed. Are you showing off? What? Young Master Song wants me to congratulate you on finally succeeding, using true love to defeat me, the old-fashioned guardian who tried to separate you. Song, Yin showed no respect. I don't need your congratulations. It means nothing to me. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Wei Yan's eyes showed 3 parts contempt for parts coldness. Back then, my father helped you study inland considering his friendship with your father. Instead, you took away his precious granddaughter. Since what's done is done, regardless of your marriage motives, you should take good care of her, not make her worry about you. Suddenly, a drunk Wenli ran over shouting, "Why aren't you attending to me?" but whispering with another man. She showed no fear. You're just a single 30-something old guardian with nothing but a face. No woman wants you, so you're coveting my man? Her uncle's temples throbbed with anger. Wenli, are you asking for trouble? Blah blah. Hit me if you dare. Touch me, and I'll call the police. Listen to yourself talking nonsense. You're just shocked. That's why you can't find a girlfriend. She then pulled Song Yin into the car and left. In the car, Wenli hugged Song Yin. You left me aside to talk to others. What kind of husband are you? It was just a brief conversation. Wenli suddenly asked about Tang Jiren. Song Yin was confused by her jumping thoughts from Wei Yin to Tang Jiren. She stared at Song Yin intently. I'm jealous. But you can't think I'm being unreasonable. This shows that I like you. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother being jealous. Song Yan's eyes were full of laughter. Okay, I understand. You understand? Then comfort me quickly. Hurry up. The assistant and driver in front awkwardly raised the car's partition. Wenli whined. Just a hug, and you think you can get away with it? Am I that easy to please? Then let me try something else, he said, leaning in. After a few seconds, Wenli pushed Song Yin away. Can't you do it right? A kiss without tongue isn't a real kiss. After the dinner, the woman's drunkenness began to show. In front of the assistant and driver, she wanted kisses, hugs, and to be lifted up. Although the partition was raised, scattered sounds could still be heard. Wenli's drunken behavior left the 3 sober people in the car awkwardly pretending to be deaf and mute. Fortunately, they arrived home soon. The director excitedly called when they got back. Quick, turn on the indoor camera. However, as soon as teacher Song entered the house, he turned off the camera's external switch. The director was so angry he started cursing. Back home, Wenli lay on the sofa. Is it turned off? After getting Song Yan's confirmation, she immediately pulled him to sit close to her. Song Yin gently touched his wife's cheek. Why is your face so hot? Because I'm hot. Song Yin immediately stood up to adjust the air conditioning temperature, but Wenli pulled him back. Lying on Song Yin, Wenli said flirtatiously, Are you stupid? It's not the temperature. It's because you're next to me, so my heart is racing. Clearly, Song Yin hadn't encountered such cheesy moves before. With a complex expression, can you talk normally? Don't you like how I talk? I'm talking properly, and it's all from my heart. I've wanted to say these things for so long. My heart beats so fast whenever I see you. When acting with others, I feel nothing. But with you, even though it's just acting, I always shamelessly feel like you're really confessing to me. It's all your fault. You make me so unprofessional. You're also acting in Ice City. What if you affect my performance? Song Yin said indulgently. Then I won't act. You can go alone, okay? No, you must act. It's such a good script. I want to act with you. Song Yan's heart was filled with her words. Though drunk talk, it was so direct it was hard to handle. Also, I'm competing with Tang Jiren for the benching role. You must support me unconditionally, understand? Of course. Oh, baby, you're so good. I really like you. Song Yin smiled, pretending to be confused. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Wenli frowned slightly, thinking he really hadn't heard. I really like you. I really like you. She repeated it several times. I didn't hear clearly. I fucking like you. Are you fucking deaf? You won't say this when you're sober, so I need to hear enough now. After lying together for a while, Wenli suddenly said, Today I heard from you Dao about your past. He said you used to be short on money. If you need money, you could actually borrow from me. I have money, but you wouldn't have asked me then. Because you hated me. If you needed to borrow money, you definitely would have gone to Brother Bison. She started getting angry as she spoke. So, why did you hate me then? I'm so beautiful. Got confessed to twice a week on average. What's wrong with your taste? Are you gay? Wenli felt like she had suddenly realized something. He didn't like her then. There must have been something wrong with him. When we had our marriage agreement, I heard you weren't very straight. You married me to prove yourself. Wow, my deadly charm. I actually turned you straight. Song Yin moved Wenli's hand. Come sit on my lap and stay like this. Can that prove anything? Liking men doesn't mean not liking women. Not convincing. But it doesn't matter. I had plenty of admirers in high school too. If you hated me, so be it. Song Yan's expression suddenly became downcast. Yeah, back in high school you didn't care for my affection either. Wenli suddenly felt her heart tighten. Usually, she would remain stubborn, but now she felt heartache. But you were precious then. Wenli's flustered explanation overlapped with Song Yan's calm statement. Fortunately, they both heard each other clearly. Song Yin held her face, looking at Wenli's nervous expression. In a low, hoarse voice, he said, How could I hate you? I didn't even dare to like you. There's nothing to dare or not dare. I'll tell you now, if you like someone, go for it. I allow it. Ever since the little mouse got drunk and turned off the camera, under Human with You's guidance, they were determined to get the video from Song Yan's phone. No matter what they said, or even offered money, Song Yan wouldn't agree. Having been in variety shows for years, Hai-Yin now had quite a few tricks up his sleeve. The 7th episode preview aired on time. In the footage, Song Yin helped a wobbly Wenli lie on the sofa. Fans quickly realized she was drunk. Then Song Yin suddenly appeared on screen with a close-up shot. Just as fans were getting excited, the screen went black with subtitles saying sorry. Teacher Song turned off the camera. The comments were full of complaints about Song Yin. Suddenly, the screen lit up again, showing them just waking up the next morning. This blank period of an entire night left fans with endless imagination. Next was Song Yin taking his phone to watch videos in the bathroom. Then it went black again. This caused an uproar, with comments all demanding to see Song Yan's phone. Director Yin shifted the blame confidently, and the preview once again topped the trending topics. Meanwhile, Wenli, who had just finished work, was preparing to go home. Tomorrow, she would go to the director about that matter. She had squeezed out some time to rehearse with Song Yin. After getting out of the car, while she was reflecting on her celebrity privileges, Assistant Wenwen suddenly asked curiously, Teacher Song, what's actually on your phone? Wenli's previously smug expression immediately turned to horror. Both embarrassed and flustered. Why are you asking about that? It's all over the trending topics. Sister, take a look yourself. Wenli quickly took out her phone, remembering that today was the preview release for Human with You. Her expression gradually became complex. Seeing all the topics about stealing Song Yan's phone, her fingers pressed harder on the screen, starting to worry. She quickly ducked into a corner and called Song Yin. Hey Dammy, you haven't shown your phone to anyone, right? Song Yin was still unaware of everything at this point. No. Wenli continued anxiously. Maybe you should delete that video. Won't delete it, Song Yin answered firmly. Wenli had no choice. she shouted. Then protect your phone well. If others see it, we're done for. Be careful. After hanging up, Song Yin became curious and teased her, sending a message. What do you mean by done for? Have you seen my sassy girl? Want to meet a sassy wife? Shortly after sending it, assistant woman called out again, Sister, sister. Oh my God, sister. Look at what teacher Song just posted. When Lee prepared herself mentally and opened Song Yan's blog, she saw a simple thinking character with an emoji. But below were several screenshots of Little Mouse, which were actually their chat content from just now. When Lee's face instantly turned red, with lightning speed, she fled home from her assistant's presence. Her heart took a heavy blow. She didn't expect Song Yin would love so intensely. She could barely handle it. She ran to Song Yin and scolded. What nonsense are you posting online? Song Yin had a smug look. Keep complaining, and I'll tell on you to your fans. Are your fans your parents? What telling on me? Wooly said while trying to grab the phone. I won't let you finish. Song Yin threw the phone onto the sofa. Why don't you let me see what a wife deceiver looks like first? The last woman was incredibly fierce, not only expressing love boldly, but also telling men to be brave and pursue what they like. Just as they were starting to get intimate, the woman grabbed and hit him repeatedly. Didn't you say not to hesitate? Do you regret it? Wen Li looked shy. No regrets. As she spoke, delicate tears rolled down her face. If you're this delicate, let's rest a bit. Wen Li wasn't happy with that. Who's delicate? I'm a tough doctor. After a night of tossing and turning, the next day, when Wen Li sobered up, her head was splitting and her body ached. Song Yin thoughtfully handed her a glass of water, then sat across from her, smiling while staring. Wen Li bit the glass rim, very wary. She wouldn't admit anything about yesterday. If asked, she'd claim memory loss. You were drunk yesterday. Really? Wen Li naturally started playing dumb. She denied everything. Gigi du Sanfi? I don't remember. No problem. Wait a moment. Song Yin took out his phone and handed it to her. Go watch it in the bathroom. There are no cameras there. After saying this, he smiled and said good morning to the camera. In the bathroom, Wen Li tremblingly played the video. After their intimacy last night and shower, Wen Li was very sleepy and wanted to sleep, but Song Yin wouldn't let his wife go. Sleep later. Answer my question first. Do you like me? Wen Li smacked Song Yan's face. Isn't that a silly question? Say whether you like me or not. Wen Li nodded. I like you. Say the full name of who you like. Song Yin recorded while making Wen Li speak. I like Song Yin. Really like. Really means very much, not calling you a thief. Oh, I know that. Okay, I'm done asking. You can sleep now. But Wen Li suddenly mumbled. What about you? Do you like me? Me? Song Yin looked at her, then gently stroked her cheek and said lovingly, I love you. Wen Li suddenly got anxious. Not fair. Like his two characters, I said one more than you. Song Yin sighed. Shouldn't I be the one saying it's unfair? Wen Li pouted stubbornly. You mean I'm shortchanging you? My man must be the happiest in the world. Y sin tu proveito. Song Yin, I love you like a mouse loves rice. The video ended with Wen Li's high-pitched singing. Coming out of the bathroom, Wen Li's face was red, too embarrassed to show herself. At this time, Song Yin received a call from Director Yin. I just heard that Wen Li was drunk yesterday. You turned off the cameras, but you recorded it yourself. It's not in the contract, so we can broadcast it. Can we buy it separately? Song Yin didn't even think about it. Sorry, but it's not for broadcast. Then he hung up immediately. Song Yin walked up to Wen Li. Wen Li shyly turned her head away. Did you watch it? Seeing Wen Li's shy expression, Song Yin smiled. Still want to deny and play dumb? Little Mouse doesn't deny it anymore, gives rice. The man had just shown their love publicly online yesterday. The next day, he secretly changed clothes and followed his wife to work. Wen Li looked at him puzzled. Don't you need to go to the theater today? The theater's closed today. I'll accompany you to the audition, Song Yin said while closing the car door. Wen Li found it strange. Never seen you like this before. Then asked, did you make an appointment with Director Chiu today? No appointment, just letting your assistant have some PDA to watch. It's good to go together. If Director Chiu needs anything, Teacher Song can help. Wen Li turned her head proudly. I'm not a child. I don't need help. Oh, sister, isn't it nice to have your husband with you? Don't be so stubborn. Song Yin immediately pretended to get out of the car, saying if you don't like me accompanying you, I won't go. Wen Li panicked and instinctively grabbed his arm. Hey, I didn't say I don't like it. Drive. Should have said so earlier. After arriving at the location, Wen Li went with the staff for makeup, while Song Yin went to find the director. Just entering the makeup room, Wen-li saw the stylist spraying hairspray on another person. The staff was giving instructions to the makeup artist. Wen-li turned her head slightly and saw it was Tang Jiren. Tang Jiren noticed her too. Wen-li slowly stood up and spoke gently. My schedule was always full before. Finally had time today to come audition. Didn't expect to run into you. Hello, Wen-li. Wen-li hadn't expected to meet her either. She politely responded, hello, Teacher Tang. No need to be formal. You're Yan's wife. He and I are old friends. You can call me Jiren like he does. Although Tang Jiren's words were polite and friendly, something felt off to her. Regardless of any hidden meaning, she decided to counter first. Wen-li smiled and shook her head. That wouldn't be right. My husband is my husband. How he addresses you can't be the same as how I do. My husband calls me baby, so should Teacher Tang call me baby too? Tang Jiren was stunned, seemingly not expecting Wen-li to refuse in such a way. Fortunately, the staff called her, and she came back to her senses, said goodbye to Wen-li, and went for the audition. Meanwhile, Song Yin found director Chiu, and they greeted each other. Assistant Director Lee curiously asked, the artists coming for the audition today all have special relationships with Teacher Song. Since your wife isn't here, tell us if you and Tang Jiren ever dated before? Director Chiu desperately pulled the gossiping Lee. Song Yin frowned and simply said, no, that's impossible. Really not? Those exposés about your love history. They said Tang Jiren was your first love. The analysis was quite convincing. Song Yin burst out laughing. They really worked hard on that. There is only one love story. That's why I'm here accompanying her to the audition. Just one? Then it must be his wife. Both directors found it hard to believe someone could be so clean in this industry. At this moment, Tang Jiren entered, breaking their previous conversation. Song Yin stood up to leave, as it wouldn't be appropriate to stay during others' auditions. Tang Jiren was startled to see Song Yin, quickly concealing her expression before smiling. Didn't expect you'd be here today. What's unexpected about it? I'm here with my wife. Please continue. I'll go take a walk. As he was leaving, Director Chiu called out, what's there to see in a hotel? Since you're here, you might as well help with the scene. Song Yin hesitated. Not wanting to refuse the director, he slowly said, all right, I'll just run through the lines. After about 10 minutes, Tang Jiren finished and politely left the room. The assistant director immediately said she was the best, but due to Zhou's insistence, Director Chiu didn't rush to make a decision. On her way back to the makeup room, Tang Jiren met Wen-li, who had finished her makeup. Although she had followed the drama and acting competition show and knew Wen-li's Republican-era look was popular, seeing it in person still shocked her. Her confident gaze dimmed slightly. Still, she walked over and patted Wen-li's shoulder. Zhou has good eyes. You do look similar, but looks alone aren't enough. It was the first direct confrontation between the wife and her husband's rumored first love. On the surface, they were all smiles and politeness, but underneath, tensions were running high. That day, Wen-li and Tang Jiren auditioned for the same role. After Tang Jiren finished, she walked towards the makeup room. She happened to meet Wen-li, who had just finished her makeup. Looking at Wen-li's Republican-era styling, Tang Jiren was shocked inside, but didn't show it on her face. She walked up and subtly competed. You do look like Wan, but looks aren't everything. Wen-li ignored her and went straight to the audition room. Hello, directors. She wore a qipao with large embroidery, highly saturated and vibrant in color. She looked absolutely enchanting. Director Chiu patted the assistant director. Quick, call old Zhou. His Wan has come to life. Old Zhou is still stuck on the overpass. If you tell him Wen-li is in makeup, he'll run here straight from there. But Wen-li frowned, feeling uncomfortable, because Song Yin, who had just changed into his costume, was staring at her intently, his eyes full of emotion. Director Chiu spoke. Let's do the first meeting scene between Wan and Ting Feng. Ting Feng, the son of a general returning from Luoyang, was seen as a playboy. His marriage was the focus of all young ladies in the city, yet he insisted on marrying a woman from a brothel. Everyone sighed and envied both Ting Feng's devotion and this woman's luck. However, this was just a fake romance to cover up an undercover operation. Ting Feng looked through the paper window. A woman sat in the room, the flickering yellow light casting her beautiful face in half shadow. Wan saw the handsome man at the door, her eyes alluring as she said seductively, an honored guest has arrived. Don't be nervous, dear guest. Wan took Ting Feng's hand. After leading him to sit down, she asked, is this your first time? Ting Feng appeared awkward, avoiding eye contact. Yes. Oh my, how lucky I am to receive your first time. She touched his forehead. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. Song Yin was feeling a bit jealous, full of emotions. Usually she'd refuse to even lift her waist, but now she's willing to do anything for the scene. Wanwan moved closer, whispering, "I guarantee you won't leave here disappointed." Just then, Ting Feng noticed someone seemed to be eavesdropping outside the door. His previously shy demeanor instantly changed to that of the playboy everyone thought him to be. He flirted with Wanwan, "Then I'll have to take responsibility for you." Of course. They continued their playful banter. After a while, they noticed the movement outside the door had stopped. Ting Feng then whispered, "The higher-ups want me to take you back to the mansion in a few days. Be ready. I'll be waiting for you." After the scene ended, when Li, sitting on Song Yan's lap, turned to the director and asked, "That's the end, right? Can I get up now?" "Oh yes, you can get up." The alluring charm in her eyes instantly disappeared as she innocently asked Song Yan, "How was my performance just now?" Then Director Chiu had them do a few more improvised scenes. Afterward, Director Chiu indicated he had a good idea. Without saying it directly, he instructed Wen Li to quickly finish filming that variety show with Song Yan. Just then, Zhou Bianju arrived, sweating and out of breath. "Is the audition over?" Wen Li pulled Song Yan away. "There's a recording for you to watch." They ran all the way to the makeup room. "Good thing we ran fast, almost had to work overtime. Mr. Song, here's to our pleasant cooperation in the crew." Song Yan's eyes were full of affection. "Looking forward to working together. I'll go remove my makeup first. Wait for me in the car when you're done." After giving instructions, Wen Li walked straight into the makeup room. Tang Jiren, who had changed back to her clothes, was also inside. Wen Li sat down at the makeup mirror and looked at Tang Jiren, casually asking, "Miss Tang, why haven't you left yet?" "I wanted to wait until your audition was over to talk with Director Chiu." Wen Li responded with an "oh" and said, "Well, you can go now." Tang Jiren leaned close to Wen Li. "This is what they call being spoon-fed by heaven, isn't it? Too bad your acting skills don't match this role." Two actresses competing for the same role. Besides competing in acting, neither would back down verbally. Just as Wen Li was showing off about her husband calling her silly, Tang Jiren questioned her acting ability. "You're just lucky to have a face that heaven favors. Too bad your acting doesn't match up." Wen Li frowned hearing this. "How do you know me so well?" Tang Jiren smiled confidently. "I don't know you, but I know your work. Though I must say, you do look beautiful in a cheap how." Tang Jiren said while walking out. The young assistant was confused. "Sis, why did she compliment your beauty?" "You silly thing. It's precisely because we're competitors that she has to acknowledge my strengths. If you consider someone worthless as your opponent, it doesn't reflect well on you either." But she made one mistake. She only acknowledged my beauty while ignoring my hard work. Meanwhile, Tang Jiren had found Director Chiu, who directly shared his decision without beating around the bush. Tang Jiren was reluctant. Just because she looks like Wanwan? While looking the part is important, based on this alone dash. Director Chiu interrupted her. "It's because she's improved greatly. She's worked hard, and Song Yin has taught her well." Hearing Song Yin's name, Tang Jiren smiled. "No wonder you're at ease. Next time there's a good script, I'll bring it to you first." Tang Jiren nodded, then looked around. "Where's Song Yin? Has he left? He should be with his wife." Tang Jiren didn't leave, but instead walked back to the makeup room. At the doorway, she overheard Wen Li and Song Yan's conversation. "How am I supposed to wear this costume home?" "I won't do it." "Wen, go tell Director Chiu that Mr. Song wants to take the costume." The young assistant rushed toward the door, almost bumping into Tang Jiren. "Ms. Tang, why are you back?" "Oh, I came to congratulate Wen Li." The assistant immediately called inside. "Ms. Tang is here to see you." Wen Li leaned forward to look at the door and noticed Tang's gaze was fixed on Song Yin. Tang Jiren smiled warmly and said, "Oh, you're here too." The man just politely nodded in response. He quickly turned his head away, lazily leaning back in his chair and starting to fiddle with his phone. Tang Jiren shifted her gaze back to Wen Li. "Congratulations." Wen Li stood up saying thank you, adding, "If Ms. Tang has any doubts, you can watch the screen test recording." Director Chiu wouldn't lie about this. What Director Chiu says and what Ms. Tang thinks are two different things. "Because I knew you were my competitor, I put in a lot of effort. If it weren't for the pressure you gave me, I might not have performed so well today. I should thank you, Ms. Tang." After hearing Wen Li's words, Tang Jiren sighed, realizing she had truly lost completely. She said sincerely, "Those were just pleasantries before, but this is genuine. Congratulations on getting the role." I hope to see you at next year's film awards ceremony. Thank you for your kind words. After speaking, Tang Jiren didn't stay long and left without looking back. She was deeply hurt, not only from losing the role of Wan Wan, but also from Song Yan's cold and distant attitude. She had thought Song Yan's previous unsmiling demeanor and poor acting meant his sincere looks back then must have indicated real feelings, believing he liked her. But now she realized that whether it was sincere looks or smiles, he had them all along. They just only appeared when he was with Wen Li. Back in the makeup room, Wen Li was looking at Song Yan with a half smile. I think Tang Jiren came to see you. Song Yan's brows furrowed upon hearing this, looking displeased. Wen Li immediately became nervous, thinking she had taken the joke too far. Although she knew nothing was wrong, she just couldn't help teasing him. Why aren't you saying anything? Wen Li poked him twice while pursing her lips. Song Yin changed the subject. Don't take off the costume. I'll talk to Director Chiu about it. All right, Wen Li agreed. She hadn't expected Song Yin to still be thinking about the costume. Back home, Wen Li collapsed onto the sofa. Still uncomfortable, she wanted to take off the chi pao first. But Song Yin stopped her, saying, don't change, keep it on. Wen Li was exasperated. It's too tight. I'm uncomfortable. Fine, if you're so capable, you put on your costume. See if you're uncomfortable or not. All right, I will. With that, Song Yin really went to change into his costume. Soon, a handsome man with sharp features and dignified presence emerged wearing a military uniform. Song Yin tilted his head, looking straight at Wen Li, calling her character's name, Wan Wan. Wen Li's eyes lit up. Come on, while we're in costume, let's practice our lines in the bedroom. In the play, Wan Wan was from Suhu, speaking in beautiful Wu dialect. Her voice was captivating as she often sang enchanting songs while playing the pipa. Now when Li was practicing Wan Wan singing, to better fit the role, she had specifically taken lessons. After finishing a song, Wen Li suddenly felt shy. Was my singing okay? Song Yin nodded. Yes, it was so good it melted my bones. That's right. The character you're playing is a true revolutionary at heart, so you should be affected by such songs. Song Yin leaned forward. I'm talking about myself. Then he moved indirectly. Wen Li immediately understood his meaning and slowly asked, aren't you hot wearing all that? Yes, it's hot. Then help me take it off. Wen Li raised an eyebrow. I get it now. You're trying to seduce me. You just figured that out? Well, now it's too late. Your man was just rehearsing with his wife at home. Who knew his wife's sultry song would touch his heart so deeply? That soft Wu dialect was like a hook, making Song Yin restless. After 2 hours of intimacy, Wen Li blamed Song Yin for their midday indulgence, complaining that as the male lead, he hadn't properly read the script. Song Yin lazily nuzzled her. I read it well and understood it. What did you understand? Song Yin said casually. She's really patient. Wen Li playfully punched him, saying seriously, don't insult the character. Song Yin grabbed her fist, interlocking their fingers. Yes, I'll definitely get into character better next time. That's better. By the way, Wen Li suddenly asked, did Tang Jiren like you before? Song Yin thought for a moment. Yeah, I think she confessed to me once. Then Tang Jiren went abroad to develop her career. We lost contact. It's been a long time. I knew it, she replied with a knowing look. What's wrong? He repeated what Tang Jiren had said. Then in a proud tone, he said, I countered right away. I said you usually call me baby, but when you meet, you have jealousy written all over your forehead. Don't worry, I won't get jealous unnecessarily. Song Yin raised his eyebrows and whispered baby in her ear. Wen Li smiled contentedly and responded with an even more affectionate nickname. Mi darling baby. Song Yin blushed to his ears. Wen Li laughed. Never mind, I'll just call you Teacher Song. You can call me. Before Wen Li could finish, Song Yin called out Junior. After a pause, he added her name, Junior Ollie. Good, Wen Li nodded. I like that nickname. Then you call me with my name too, Senior Yin. After Wen Li awkwardly said this, Song Yin remained silent and hugged her tightly. Wen Li suddenly felt sorry for him. Whenever the past was mentioned, she could sense Song Yin being particularly sensitive. It seemed like he wanted to reminisce with her, but was afraid to let her know. Thinking about how he had to act in movies because he needed money made him seem so pitiful. Wen Li called out Senior Yin several more times. You little parrot, since you like it, I'll say it a few more times for you to hear. The next day, news about the Ice City casting broke online. The news sparked endless debates, with some supporting the Tang Song CP and others supporting the real-life couple CP. Danjia, Wen Li's manager, wasn't concerned about these online debates. The official announcement would come in a few days anyway. Plus, the current discussions were generating buzz. But Wenli wasn't so calm. Just then, her phone vibrated twice. She saw that Zhou Bianju had posted a blog giving the main characters the surnames Wen and Song. Anyone who wasn't stupid could understand what that meant. Qiu Dao looked at old Zhou with disdain. At your age, isn't shipping couples a bit childish? What's shipping? I just think the character names sound nice. Oh my, Zhou Bianju is helping speak up for you. Looks like you really meet his standards. Don't let him down. Wenli looked proud. Before long, netizens shifted from discussing the movie to gossip, from Song Yan's first love to Wenli's first love. With Wenli's looks, she must have dated 800 people. Yet she claims Song Yan is her first love. Wenli was furious reading this. Just because I'm pretty, I must have dated 800 people? Can't a beautiful person still have their sweet first love? She immediately used her alt account to reply, saying previous rumors were just publicity stunts. Instantly, a netizen replied, "Childish fan, stop defending. Only you fans believe your idol is faithful." Getting attacked while trying to explain kindly, she'd explode if she read for another minute. Originally, Wenli was concerned about Tang Jiaran and Song Yan's past, but after his explanation, she let it go. Now these netizens made her overthink again. What about before Tang Jiaran? So she called Bai Sun. Bai Sun answered casually, "Hey girl, what's up? Find a quiet place. I need to ask you something private." "Ask away, except about my love life. Anything else is fine. I'm not interested in your messy love life. I want to know about Song Yan's romantic history." "What's there to ask? It's zero. He's really gay and a bottom too. Good match with you. You look like a bottom, but you're a top. What are you thinking?" "I mean zero as in 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And who looks like a 0? Even if I were gay, I'd be a top." Wenli felt awkward. Could he have dated secretly without you knowing? "We were together except for bathroom breaks. How could he hide dating from me? Want me to make up a story?" "Never mind. I just saw netizens guessing about his first love and got curious." "Are you that bored? Why listen to netizens? Just ask him directly. I've talked to him, but he always speaks in riddles. I can't understand." Bai Sun mocked. "Not smart enough to get his hints? But it's not your fault. Yan's always been quiet. If he weren't an actor, his vocal cords might have atrophied. Right? He spoke less than 50 sentences to me in high school. Yeah, someone like him having a first love, him falling for you, is a world miracle." Wenli suddenly became confident. "Right? Lucky he mitma. Otherwise he'd be single forever." Just then, Song Yin returned home and heard Wenli's laughter. He walked straight to the bedroom. Wenli was lying on the bed, happily swinging her legs. While still gossiping about Song Yin with Bai Sun, Wenli suddenly felt a cold presence. She saw Song Yin leaning over her. Expressionless, he said, "You and your ex-fiancé seem to be having a nice chat." He's jealous. A woman chatting with her ex-fiancé just happened to be caught by her husband returning home. Seeing her happily swinging her legs, her husband frowned and leaned forward. "You and your ex-fiancé seem to be having a nice chat." It turned out that while Song Yin was away, Wenli had been secretly asking Bai Sun about Song Yan's past love. Unexpectedly, she was caught red-handed. Wenli was too guilty to speak. Bai Sun laughed and teased Yin. "Coming home so late, leaving my beautiful sister at home alone, that's not right." Song Yin replied coolly, "If I didn't come home late, how would I give you two a chance to chat?" Wenli mumbled softly, "It's just a chat." "Oh really? Just chatting? Then I'll leave. You two continue." He got up immediately. Wenli panicked and grabbed him. "Don't go." But with that pull, Song Yin wasn't prepared. Bang! Their lips crashed together hard. Wenli yelped instinctively, making Bai Sun on the phone start imagining things. "What was that sound? What are you doing?" Wenli's lips were slightly red from the impact, tears welling up. Neither had time for Bai Sun now. Song Yin looked worriedly at his wife's lips. Wenli backed away slightly. She suddenly jumped off the bed and ran to the bathroom. Song Yin watched her panicked state, seeming to recall something. He chuckled while touching his slightly painful lips. Just then, an awkward voice piped up. "Hello? Can someone acknowledge me?" Song Yin picked up the phone. "Call less often at night." "Damn, you're really jealous?" "Come on, Yin. She's your wife, but she's also my childhood friend. Besides, I never saw her that way." "I don't doubt you too. I'm used to." "Then why emphasize ex-fiancé so sarcastically? Besides, she's had more fiancés than just me. I heard when she was 6 or 7, her grandfather arranged one for her. Don't know what happened. Then I became the replacement. So don't think too much. Doesn't matter how many fiancés she had before. You're her only one now." Song Yin laughed softly after hearing this. Bai Sun felt relieved, finally cheered you up. By the way, what happened earlier? I heard her yelp. Nothing. She accidentally hit my mouth. Song Yin regretted saying this immediately. Bai Sun laughed meaningfully. TSF, I remember in high school, you had a similar accident with a girl, right? Your mouth was bleeding, and your face was even redder than your lips. You were distracted for days, and you secretly washed your blanket that morning. When I asked who that girl was, you played mute and wouldn't tell. I was so upset then. Song Yan's lips twitched, knowing he would say this. Are you still upset now? I can tell you if you want. No need, I'm not interested anymore. By the way, Winley called to ask about your high school days. But don't worry, I'm a loyal brother. I didn't tell her. Keep that pure first love in your heart and cherish it forever. Meanwhile, when Lee, hiding in the bathroom checking her lips, suddenly remembered the past. She recalled when she had fought with classmates and asked Bai Sun to skip PE class to stay with her. As soon as she entered Bai Sun's classroom, she started crying loudly, complaining about her friend. Halfway through crying, she suddenly questioned Bai Sun, I've been crying for so long, and you don't even know to offer me a tissue? Immediately, the boy in the seat hurriedly pulled out a tissue and handed it over. That's better. Bai Sun is always so good to me. Before she could finish, Winley suddenly froze. The face before her was completely different from Bai Sun's. Neither of them spoke. The silence was particularly awkward. Realizing she had just rambled about random things to a stranger and demanded tissues, her eyes started tearing up again from embarrassment. Song Yin quickly pulled out another tissue, softly comforting her. Don't cry. Just then, the summer bell rang. Winley panicked, not wanting anyone to see her in this state. So Song Yin quickly pulled her behind the door to hide. Winley thought this was ridiculous. I haven't hidden behind doors since elementary school. And don't tell anyone about what just happened. In response, Song Yin directly covered her chattering mouth. Bending down, he whispered, Junior, be quiet. Rebellious as when Lee was, somehow she actually fell silent. But the next second, the classroom door was pushed open from outside. Song Yin stumbled, leaning forward. Neither could react in time, and they crashed into each other. The pain was so intense that when Lee couldn't think of anything else. She covered her mouth, feeling like her teeth might fall out. Song Yin was also in pain, touching his lips which were already bleeding. Then when Lee seemed to realize something, we just kissed. And just like now, she ran away quickly. After treating her wound, when Lee came out to help Song Yin, she thoughtfully applied medicine for him. The next day, when Lee went to visit her grandfather in the hospital, it must be said that she was the most treasured child in the Wen family. As soon as she entered, her grandfather started complaining playfully. I thought I'd have to wait until I was on my deathbed to see you. Come here, let me look at you. You've gotten thinner again. Does being thin look good on camera? That's why I say don't be a celebrity, getting as thin as a rail. That poor Su Shermao, not only can't he take care of my daughter, he can't even take care of my granddaughter. What kind of father is he? Before when Lee could speak, her phone rang. Her grandfather complained, go outside to answer it. Being a celebrity, you get more calls than your uncle. Just as when Lee closed the door, her grandfather asked her uncle, didn't that song boy come with my granddaughter? Well, it's better he didn't come. Just thinking about this son-in-law makes me feel sorry for my granddaughter. Just then, Winley poked her head in. Just stepping out, I need to discuss something with you. Go. Your niece has something to tell you. It was about life with you. The next shoot required visiting her old high school for memories, so they needed to disclose Winley's background. You can disclose it, but our agreement stays. Once people know about your connection to Xingyi Group, you come straight home. But this is work, not personal reasons. I need family support. I've already signed a contract. If you can't disclose yours, why not use Song Yan's? You were always going next door to find Bai Sun anyway. You probably have more memories there than at your own high school. Wow. How do you know? Because I'm your uncle. If you weren't my niece, I wouldn't care if you lived or died. Hey, uncle, you're not getting any younger. You should fix that sharp tongue of yours. Otherwise, forget about 30. You won't find anyone even at 50. Your mouth isn't any better, yet you still have foolish boys falling head over heels for you. Song Yin isn't foolish. He's great at studying, acting, and business. Can you do that? Well then, let Song Yin handle your resume. You'll never find a wife. That evening, back home, Whaley called the director, explaining that she studied abroad before university. So for the new episode, They could only visit Song Yan's high school to reminisce about the past. Perhaps because they'd been talking about the past so much lately, she kept thinking about Song Yan's first love. Song Yan, just coming out of the bathroom, saw Wenli spacing out and hugged her. "Why aren't you on your phone today?" Wenli teased. "It's because talking to brother by son made you angry, so I dare not play." "Go ahead, I'm not angry anymore." Wenli was surprised. "Teacher Song, are you serious? You're really angry?" "Although I was engaged to brother by son, we had no feelings for each other. It's purely 24K friendship. After so many years of friendship, you have to allow me to contact him occasionally." Song Yin fondly ruffled Wenli's hair. "I was just joking. Of course you can contact him." "Oh, so generous. Seems like you don't like me that much then." Song Yin was both amused and exasperated. "By the way, have you seen the online discussions lately? About your first love?" Wenli probed. "Of course, I'm not gossiping, but I think you didn't have anyone you liked back then. If I had to say there was someone, it would have been brother by senior," Song Yin replied. "How could it be him?" Wenli's heart tightened. "Who was it then?" "Even by son, who was with you every day, didn't notice." "You say you didn't notice, but you didn't either, you little fool. What does it have to do with me? You were so indifferent to me back then, I couldn't care less who you liked. So did you date them?" "No, they didn't know I liked them." "Why didn't you tell them then?" Song Yin smiled self-mockingly. "Because I was afraid." Back when he was 17 or 18, he gathered courage to confess to the girl he liked, but another man came instead. "Stop waiting. You were engaged to my niece, but that's no longer valid. My father sponsored your mainland education, not for you to rekindle your relationship. With your current abilities, you can't provide what we require. Focus on your studies. My father's sponsorship ends when you graduate college." Every word Wei Yuan said to him, he wished to forget, yet kept remembering. His last courage, remaining dignity, and self-respect were all extinguished in that moment. Those unspeakable teenage feelings, he didn't want to mention them again. After all, they weren't pleasant memories. Wenli asked, puzzled. "So what were you afraid of back then?" Song Yin hugged her without speaking. The girl he liked hadn't done anything wrong. She just didn't like him back then. As long as the ending was good, getting his wish now was enough. Wenli noticed Song Yan's mood change and secretly decided to find that girl and teach her a lesson. "Why did she make you still feel sad even now?" She confessed. She cried, and they embraced under the brilliant fireworks. Life with You, Episode 8 recorded 4 couples revisiting their schools. Among them, the Yenli couple went to Song Yan's alma mater, Ingda International. It was summer vacation now. Except for some arts club students, all other students had gone home. After the opening, Wenli received a task card. Collect keys to open Song Yan's memory box. Wenli looked questioningly at Song Yan. He shrugged. "The production team's rules. I can't say anything." Wenli's heart tightened. Could it be about his first love? But then she thought, the production team wasn't stupid. They wouldn't do an entire first love memoir. As she opened it, the first clue was earthly smoke. The watching students immediately answered it was Fireworks Square, their school's confession spot. The couple went to the small shop beside the square. Song Yin looked at the confession candles on the counter. Memories suddenly flooded back. That day, she went to Minfeng's dance room to tutor Su Li. Wenli was practicing dance nearby. When Su Li went to the bathroom, Song Yin, who was secretly watching, was caught by Wenli turning around. Her face turned red, and she immediately looked away. Wenli approached confused, asking, "Senior Yin, was there something wrong with my dancing?" Song Yin nervously looked down, stuttering, "De-dancing. Dancing was good." "Then why do you look so disapproving? You won't even look at me." Song Yan's heart was pounding. Before finishing speaking, the door suddenly turned. He quickly grabbed a jacket and put it on Wenli. Wenli frowned. "What are you doing?" "Junior, your clothes are torn in the back." Wenli felt her back and found there was indeed a tear. Su Li came in and immediately shouted, "I just went to the bathroom, and you're already harassing Brother Yin. Go back to your dancing. I need to study with Brother Yin. I'm done dancing. I'm gonna change. Stinky little brother, get my bag for me." Su Li grumbled as he went to get the bag. Then a hand reached out. "I'll do it." Song Yin smiled and took the bag. He secretly slipped a love letter inside. That evening, he waited hopefully in the square, expecting them to run to him in the candlelight like in novels. But they never came. Just then, Winley got the key from the shop owner. The owner kept talking. You found me so quickly. I've witnessed many students' confessions here. Some even got caught by teachers. That's unlucky. Some were even more unfortunate and got caught by parents. That was truly miserable. Winley looked incredulous. How could parents catch someone confessing at school? The girl didn't show up and told her parents instead. I remember that boy was quite handsome. Song Yan's eyes immediately dimmed. He quickly grabbed Winley's hand and headed out. What's wrong? Are you tired? A little, so I want to finish filming quickly. By the way, Winley casually asked, did you come here when you were a student? Yes. Before Winley could continue, Song Yin immediately moved on to the next task. Seeing this, Winley didn't ask further. After several tasks, the last location was the administration building. Song Yan's homeroom teacher said, Song Yin was good at everything, just not very talkative. Who would have thought she'd become an actress? Winley held the graduation photo from the treasure box, examining it while listening to the teacher speak, until this segment finished recording. While Song Yin went to visit other teachers, Winley stayed behind to touch up her makeup. Just then, the homeroom teacher came running over. Mrs. Song, I'd like to speak with you privately. Winley, I remember you're Bai Sen's friend, right? Winley was startled. Old teacher, you remember me? Of course I remember. Don't worry, Song Yin called me before coming. I know about your situation. It needs to be kept secret. I called you over to help return something to Song Yin. These are also his secrets. I don't trust giving them to others. I couldn't give it earlier because of the cameras. I confiscated this from him during senior year. The teacher handed over the magazine. Winley froze looking at the cover. Wasn't this the romance novel magazine cover he secretly shot against his family's wishes? Song Yin used to like reading these? With mixed emotions, Winley opened the magazine. His name was written all over the pages. Flipping further, there were Song Yan's notes. I stand in the square, arranging lit candles into shapes, telling the girl I like you. She smiles and runs to me, falling into my arms. That moment was perfect. The girl I like is so wonderful. But right after were three big words. She didn't come. Looking at the crumpled, then smooth paper, she could imagine his disappointment, sadness, and anger then. So Winley was Song Yan's entire youth secret. This awkward youth was too embarrassing. No wonder he couldn't let it go and wouldn't talk about it. Winley's hands trembled holding the magazine, tears streaming down. The homeroom teacher knew she understood. You're both married now. Song Yin shouldn't mind me showing you this. Winley laughed through her tears. I was his first love. I was just too stupid. Sorry, teacher. We actors tend to be very emotional. Winley composed herself and asked, you said you confiscated this from Song Yin. Did she read secretly during class? I never noticed in my classes. She was quite obedient, though when she stared out the window for a long time. Don't know who she was looking at. At the mention of the window, Winley remembered 10 years ago. Song Yin and Bai Sun were discussing as instructed by the teacher. Suddenly, one boy tapped Bai Sun. Look downstairs. Isn't that your fiancé? Bai Sun replied irritably. Winley's childhood friend. Why must you call her fiancé? Can't you use any other word? Hey you, skipping class again? I'll tell your uncle. What's there to tell? Check your phone messages first. Bai Sun glanced at his phone, then nudged Song Yin. Let's switch seats. You sit by the window. Remember when Winley skipped class after fighting with friends and looked for me? You waited in the classroom for her. She's made up with them and now brought friends to see the handsome guys. Song Yan's eyelids twitched. I remember. Now she's here to see you. She brought people to see you, not me. Go show your handsome face. Pushed to the window by Bai Sun, Song Yin sat down and looked out. Winley saw him freeze for a few seconds, then awkwardly lowered his head and uncomfortably touched his nose. Hey, she turned to her friend. See? You wasn't Ling. Isn't he even more handsome than Bai Sun? Seeing her friend's infatuated look, she satisfiedly waved to Song Yin. Thanks, senior. But Song Yin quickly turned away, avoiding her gaze. Winley disappointedly puffed her cheeks, wondering if her sudden appearance had angered him. I'm leaving, then carefree left arm in arm with her friend. Watching their backs, Song Yin felt angry again. Just leaving like that, always coming without notice. Suddenly getting close, suddenly invading someone's heart. So inconsiderate. What's so interesting out there anyway? He kept staring blankly. I called him many times before he snapped out of it. Winley, as the original scenery outside the window, nodded awkwardly. After entrusting Song Yan's unspoken crush to the person he had feelings for, the homeroom teacher felt relieved of a burden. But Winley was troubled. She didn't know what to do next. If I suddenly tell him, I know your little secret, it feels like I'm showing off. No. Even if I'm the female lead in his heart, I must protect his most private feelings from when he was 18. Sis, what are you doing? The production team is calling. Wenli hurriedly stuffed the magazine to her assistant. Keep these hidden. Don't let teacher Song find out. After finishing recording that evening, they returned to their arranged hotel. After getting off the car, the assistant asked loudly, Sis, the magazine you gave me this morning? Before she could finish, Wenli covered her mouth. Oh, teacher Song, you go up first. I need to discuss something private with Wenwen. It's not like it's an adult magazine, sis. You don't understand. Boys' hearts are fragile too. Exposing it directly would hurt him. The assistant looked confused. I still don't understand. Don't move. Take the luggage up first. I'm going to Zedong's room. Keep the magazine well hidden. Then the assistant took Wenli's luggage up and explained where she was going. Just as she turned to leave, Song Yin asked, What magazine were you talking about? Other male celebrities? No, absolutely not. Just Sis's own. Teacher Song, I still have a mortgage to pay. I really can't say more. Song Yin suddenly remembered something. Back then, after Wenli started doing magazine covers, whenever a new one came out, he would rush to buy a copy. Once he almost got caught by his son. Lying in bed that night, he began to analyze. Staff said Wenli was kept back by the homeroom teacher today. That magazine must be. And he had called his uncle too. The secret I kept for so long was finally discovered by you. Does it burden you? The cold and distant senior in your memory actually secretly collected youth magazines featuring you as a cover model. Knowing you were my friend's fiancé, yet still falling for you. I'm disgusting like this. The next day's recording continued. Wenli asked the director not to let Song Yin go to Fireworks Square. She wanted to give him a surprise. The director became more excited than Wenli. Attention all staff. Before teacher, when surprise is ready, don't let teacher Song appear at Fireworks Square. Roger that. We'll make sure to complete the mission. Attention all departments. Teacher Song's route might pass through Fireworks Square. Please intercept if encountered. As they were approaching Fireworks Square, Song Yin himself suggested going somewhere else. The cameraman was panicked. Did someone leak the information? Why did teacher Song suddenly change route? Meanwhile, Wenli was arranging candles by herself. The assistant wanted to help, but was refused by Wenli. She thought since Song Yin did it alone back then, she should do it herself too. I'll arrange. I'll light the fireworks. And then, tada, mission accomplished. Wait, everything's ready, but I should probably say something too. Wenwen, go get the 82 drinks from the car. Sis, we're filming a show. You're being too bold. After gathering courage, she started squatting down repeatedly, breathing heavily after finishing the arrangement. Then she took a deep breath. She smiled with satisfaction. Everything was ready now. Meanwhile, the cameraman immediately told Song Yin they needed to meet Wenli at Fireworks Square. Song Yin's face immediately darkened. She was still too concerned about that place. Approaching the square, they saw crowds gathering from afar. Getting closer, he froze in shock. Wenli was wearing the Ming Zhong school uniform, the same apricot yellow as in his memories from 10 years ago. Her hair was in the longest bun she used to wear, still looking neat and cute. Wenli lifted her chin, smiling at him. Even without words, Song Yin understood at this moment. He put his hands behind his back, shyly shaking his head, stammering and thinking he should have drunk more. Well, these candles took a long time to arrange alone. For you, I also prepared fireworks. After speaking, she squatted down to light them. After lighting them, she looked up. Song Yin observed his reaction, wondering if he was happy or angry, whether her presumptuous actions had brought him peace or felt offensive. But the next second, tears welled up in Song Yan's eyes. He quickly pulled Wenli up. They held each other tightly as the fireworks ballooned. The woman had just returned home. Her husband immediately pressed her against the wall, giving his wife no chance to resist, frantically pressing. Just now, Wenli, wearing her high school uniform, confessed to her husband under the fireworks. Song Yan's eyes immediately moistened, something uncontrollably dripping from the corner of his eyes. He hugged Wenli tightly. Burying his head in her neck, he whispered, "Don't let them film me." Wenli turned off her microphone, comforting him like a child. There. Don't. Song Yin looked pitiful. "It's all your fault, you troublemaker." Wenli smiled gently. "Senior, I've had a crush on you for so long. Will you be my boyfriend?" Wearing the school uniform, she recreated the confession scene she missed 10 years ago. She gave it back to him in the same way 10 years later, loving him with the same intensity he loved her. in a way only they understood, soothing Song Yan's obsession and void from 10 years ago. After filming, Song Yan's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. What are you thinking about? Nothing, just feeling that today's fireworks square is very different from my memory. Love should be equal. You love me so much, I should be fair to you too. Although I haven't done well before. But from now on, I'll try hard to make up for it. On the way back to the hotel after work, director Yin called Wen-li in high spirits. Tonight's footage is really good. Wen-li looked proud. Didn't I perform well? Yes, quite well, just that the moves were too old-fashioned. Wen-li glared at Song Yin. It's your fault? I was copying your homework. Song Yin awkwardly raised his hands. My fault? I'm old-fashioned. Director Yin immediately countered. How is it old-fashioned? I think it's super romantic. And teacher Song was so moved. Moved? Couldn't tell. If my wife did this, and I was moved, I would definitely hug her tightly. But teacher Song only hugged you once. Boring. Wen-li awkwardly defended Song Yin. There were so many minors around, we had to be mindful of our influence. And even if we did kiss, it would all be cut out anyway. Director Yin looked like a husky who missed out on treats. You can kiss all you want, we'll just edit it out. What's wrong with that? You two are not romantic at all. Back at the hotel, Wen-li suddenly felt director Yin had a point. He's almost 50 and still so passionate with his wife. Although Song Yin shed a few tears of emotion, everything else seemed too bland. If it were her, she would have wanted to make Song Yin swoon. Wen-li sighed. This ice-cold senior turned into an ice-cold husband. Life ahead would be tough. Entering the room, she couldn't help saying, Teacher Song, I think director Yin has a dash. Before she could finish, Song Yin pulled her over and silenced her with a kiss. After 77.59 seconds, giving Wen-li no time to react, he princess carried her. I'm sorry, don't speak yet. He unbuttoned his shirt collar. I've been holding back the whole way. We'll talk after we're done. Wen-li had originally planned that after returning to the hotel, they would slowly reminisce about their youth, since they didn't talk much in high school. Now that things were clear, they should have lots to talk about. But clearly, Song Yin had no patience for conversation right now. Song Yin was like a landlord, desperately exploiting the peasant. After being busy for half a day, Wen-li, with her nearly broken body, went to take a hot bath. After regaining some sensation, she regretted complaining about Song Yan's cold response. Compared to just now, being cold was better. So she said Song Yan had changed. You weren't like this in high school. You were depressed, cold, and proud. I've always been like this. No, back then you clearly liked me, but ignored me. Isn't that being cold? Because you were Bison's fiancé then. I didn't know what to do. But neither Brother Bison nor I took it seriously then. I know, but Junior, emotions can't be controlled. It's not just about understanding rationally that you were childhood friends. Like 10 years ago, from the moment his father went bankrupt, he went from being a precious young master to a poor student who needed the Wen family's support to study. After school, someone deliberately deflated his bicycle tires and had to endure others' mockery. That's when Wen-li appeared. At that moment, her sense of justice exploded. She arrogantly said to those boys, "You think you're great just because your family has some money? Well, coincidentally, my family is richer. From now on, Song Yin, Senior, get on the bike. I'll take you home." Once on the bike, Wen-li started self-admiring. Wasn't I super cool just now? If I were a guy, Bison wouldn't stand a chance. Next time if you're bullied, just fight back. Don't count on me always showing up at the right time. The teenage Wen family's little sister, though extremely narcissistic, was so dazzling that Song Yin couldn't look away. Back then, I knew I shouldn't, but I couldn't help falling for you. Wen-li was about to cry. She felt like she was such a jerk. Song Yin looked at her with tender concern. Your surprise today is enough to make up for everything from before. Then what were you thinking when you saw me in the square? Song Yin was silent for a few seconds. Do you really want to hear the truth? He unconsciously swallowed as he finished speaking. Wen-li was shocked by his suggestive words. I was wearing a school uniform. I was 16. What are you saying? It's exactly because you were in that uniform. I had those thoughts when you were 16, just like now. The next day, the makeup artist asked concernedly, Teacher Wen, your eyes are a bit swollen. Did you not rest well? Sis, what time did you sleep last night? Wen-li thought and said, around 5. Song Yin nodded in agreement. The naive assistant asked, you slept at 5? What were you and Teacher Song doing before that? The makeup artist quickly pulled the innocent girl aside. Silly girl, they're newlyweds in love. They can sleep whenever they want. Wen-li and Song Yin both yawned to hide their embarrassment. That night after filming, when Lee collapsed on the bed exhausted, Song Yin gently stroked his wife's face. "Sorry for tiring you out. Come here and lie down. I'll give you a massage." "How's my technique, teacher Wen? Is it enough to make up for my behavior yesterday?" "Barely passable. Actually, no compensation is needed. A lot happened yesterday." She pulled Song Yin down onto the bed. "Besides, I still have questions." "What do you want to ask?" "Go ahead. Back then, those gay rumors were just an excuse. You just wanted to pull me out of the whirlpool of controversy with Lu Ming, right?" "Yes. Though the reason was a bit far-fetched then. You were naive enough to believe it." "Who are you calling naive?" "Sit up properly, okay. Let me tell you, during that year I was training overseas, I was secretly following your news." "What about you?" "I've watched all your movies from your debut until now." "Have you watched my works, Song Yin?" Song Yin froze at her words. Seeing Song Yan's silence, Wen Li proudly waved her hand. "Of course, I'm just asking casually. I don't really need to know." She secretly glanced at Song Yan's expression. "Oh no, why are you crying? Let me get some tissues." She quickly got up and returned. "During that year you were overseas, whenever I wasn't acting, I would follow your news. I thought if I stood in the spotlight, you would notice me sooner. That's why I chose to become an actor. And I've watched all your works." "That's my answer. It's just a shame that we missed each other like that before." Wen Li touched Song Yan's face emotionally. "Although we missed each other before, we're married now. We still have a long future ahead. There will be many chances to work together. Then we can cuddle together like now and watch our collaborative works. Just the two of us, okay?" The next day at the For You group formation recording, Su Xingyue accidentally witnessed Wen Li being intimate with a young actor backstage. Without hesitation, she immediately took out her phone to record evidence, then went straight to find Song Yin, hoping to use the video to drive a wedge between the couple, to satisfy her own schemes. After they confessed their feelings to each other, Song Yin was moved to tears again by Wen Li, because Wen Li loved him more than he imagined. The next day during filming, the makeup artist noticed Wen Li's eyes were a bit swollen. Upon asking, they learned the couple didn't sleep until nearly 5 a.m. Wen, this naive girl, actually asked curiously about the reason. The makeup artist beside her was speechless and quickly pulled her aside. They're newlyweds in love. They can sleep whenever they want. Only then did she realize. She then hid behind, secretly embarrassed. Wen Li, who just said she wasn't tired, was now yawning in sync with Song Yin. After a busy day, the energizing power of love was depleted. Wen Li lay on the bed too tired to move. Yet Song Yin, the culprit, was still full of energy, so he needed to make it up to her properly. With her waist still sore, Wen Li didn't stand on ceremony and lay down to enjoy his service. After half an hour of massage, Wen Li's symptoms improved. She didn't want to pursue the matter or need his compensation. After all, last night's events were too shocking. Anyone who heard would have trouble sleeping. But there was something from 2 years ago they needed to settle. She then forcefully pulled Song Yin down onto the bed, playfully raising her finger. "I still have questions." Song Yin was used to her playfulness by now. It turned out when Li finally discovered Song Yin wasn't gay. He had agreed to marry her then to lower her guard. It was all for her, but such a flimsy excuse. Only a fool like her would believe it without questioning his intentions. When Wen Li heard herself called foolish, she wasn't happy. She immediately grabbed his clothes in protest, which amused him greatly. But Wen Li's next words shocked him. While she was training abroad, she had always followed his news. She discovered he had achieved his dream before her, and she had watched all his movies, from his early roles to becoming a top actor. Song Yin stared at her directly, but when Li started acting tsundere again, saying she didn't really want to know. But hearing his silence, she secretly opened her eyes to peek. She saw she had made Song Yin cry again. She wondered if he was channeling Lin Daiyu today, but his tears made her heart ache. She immediately got up to get tissues, but Song Yin caught her hand to stop her. It turned out their hearts had always been connected. He had done no less than Wen Li. He even made Wen Li's dream his own. He became an actor just to stand in the spotlight and attract her attention. And he had watched all her works. He even remembered all the lines. After hearing Song Yin's confession, tears also flowed from Wen Li's eyes. Song Yin secretly felt regretful that they had missed each other before. But what's missed is missed. No need to feel regret. Most importantly, they're married now. They have a long life ahead together. They can collaborate on more works in the future. They can cuddle together like this to watch them. This was both a promise and a commitment, a beautiful love story belonging only to them. Song Yan's jealousy flared up again, even though Wenli deliberately practiced only with his brother to avoid misunderstandings. He ended up being jealous of even his own brother. Wenli received notice from her assistant that this episode required instructors to do intimate dance moves with students, which was a bit troublesome. Suddenly, Song Yan held his hand, offering to help, but was politely refused. This small problem could be handled because his brother was among the students. He just needed to pressure his brother to choose him. Su Li strongly opposed this, but his opposition was ineffective. What could he do? She was the sister, and he was just a brother. But even though Su Li agreed, he clearly wasn't comfortable. After all, dancing such intimate moves with his sister. He feared it would anger their uncle and grandfather. Even if they didn't watch, they still couldn't get past Song Yan's scrutiny. How did he end up with such a dim-witted brother? As a married person, choosing him was to avoid misunderstandings and prevent Song Yan from getting the wrong idea. Fearing his brother wouldn't cooperate, Wenli used her cute charm to beg for his agreement. The brother gave in, treating it like being taken advantage of by a pig. Little Pig when angrily shouted, "Brat, who are you calling a pig?" However, when Su Li got serious, he was quite reliable. Their movements were well coordinated. Even the cameraman couldn't help but record a video in appreciation. After thanking the cameraman, Wenli immediately sent the video to Song Yan seeking praise. The latter called right away. After answering the call, Wenli proudly showed off, seeking compliments, but Song Yan's response was lukewarm. Dissatisfied with the dominance, she pressed for more, but only got "looks good" as a response. Baby Wen felt dejected. This husband's reaction wasn't even as enthusiastic as the staff's. But Song Yan's cold response was because fundamentally, he was jealous. If he wasn't filming out of town, he would have tied her to the bed and punished her for 3 days and nights. Wenli blushed and became speechless. Then she sighed again to teach her Song. "You've changed." Hearing his words, Wenli imagined him beside her and replied, "You've become naughty." Song Yan asked softly if she liked it. As they say, women love bad boys. Wenli neither denied nor told him to shut up. But Song Yan pressed her in a different way, using her own words. Wenli responded angrily, "All talk and no action. If you can't last 3 days and nights when you return, I'll make you famous on Weibo." Oh, daring to question a man's ability? Don't beg for mercy when the time comes. Frightened by Song Yan's threat, Wenli instantly sobered up. Immediately embarrassed, she used work as an excuse to tell Song Yan not to think about such messy things all day. Song Yan felt wronged, since she was the one who started this fire. But Wenli didn't know this and felt hurt, thinking he simply didn't like it or that she wasn't attractive to him anymore. This certainly wasn't the case. He genuinely liked her dance skills, but these benefits belonged to him alone. If it was a duo, the other person could only be him. After hanging up the phone, Wenli hesitated before finally realizing Song Yan's jealousy. He was even jealous of his own brother. She didn't mind it, instead feeling bubbles of joy inside. He was quite cute. Wenli might have gone too far this time, because the green tea bitch came to provoke Song Yan again, trying to create misunderstandings between them using old tricks. Naturally, Wenli wanted to deal with her, but ended up making Song Yan angry. Now knowing Song Yan was jealous, Wenli couldn't be happier, though she felt a bit sorry for him. Then she looked at her brother with pitying eyes. "Why couldn't you have been born a sister?" This left her brother speechless. At this moment, someone outside was recording the siblings' interaction. The photographer was none other than Su Xinyue, who coveted Song Yan, intending to show it to him. Don't waste your effort. After hanging up, Song Yan had a sweet expression. He imagined her proud expression when she found out. "Well, she's my wife. Let her be smug." Several days later, Director was specially arranged a dinner to pave the way for her goddaughter, Su Xinyue. She was skilled at flattering Director Gua, who wouldn't even listen to her own daughter. She wanted Song Yan as her male lead, but was rejected. This was inevitable because Song Yan only had eyes for Wenli. Moreover, how could someone who used connections compare to the talented Wenli? Both directors agreed about Wenli's abilities. Song Yan smiled happily, telling them to stop praising or her tail would reach the sky. The director smiled teasingly. "You're always talking about her. I find Wenli quite modest. Is she only like that in front of you?" The answer was obvious. He asked the director to let him off, making the director laugh heartily. Soon after, director Guo arrived late with Su Xinyue. When Song Yin saw Su Xinyue, she seemed familiar. When he remembered she was Wen Li's junior, and that Wen Li disliked her, Song Yin consciously sided with his wife and completely ignored her like air. Suddenly, Wen Li called to check on him. He informed the director and went out to take the call. Su Xinyue secretly followed and heard Song Yin discussing Wen Li dancing with men. She was delighted, thinking her chance had come, so she pretended not to know Song Yin was on the phone, loudly urged him to return to the private room. Hearing this, Wen Li knew she hadn't given up on Song Yin, so she asked Song Yin to put it on speaker. This time she wanted to completely crush this rotten flower. Su Xinyue, if you're sick, go see a doctor. You have such good conditions and resources. Even if you retire later, wouldn't it be better to date a proper man? If you want to degrade yourself, I won't stop you. Since you're being kept, please have some professional ethics. Don't bite the hand that feeds you, or you might choke. The man you're trying to chat up from inside out, including every strand of hair, belongs to me. Even if I get bored of him one day and don't want him anymore, it still won't be your turn. Oh yeah. Wen Li's words successfully choked Su Xinyue. Just as Wen Li was about to wrap up, Song Yin angrily questioned, "Wait, what do you mean by getting bored and not wanting me anymore?" Ever since Song Yin completely gave his heart to Wen Li, she became very timid, because her every move could easily affect his emotions. Even a small joke could have consequences he couldn't bear. Wen Li was very anxious now, afraid Song Yin wouldn't listen to her explanation. Though Song Yin was angry, he wouldn't immediately condemn her. He didn't follow the usual pattern, which surprised Wen Li a bit. At this time, Su Xinyue still wouldn't give up. Shouting about such a clingy woman, Song Yin didn't want to stay with her for even a second. He turned away without hesitation, warning that neither he nor director Guo were fools, telling her not to embarrass herself. But some people won't learn until they hit rock bottom. Back at the banquet, Director Guo knew Su Xinyue had gone after Song Yin, but wasn't angry. Instead, she patiently warned her to be content. She tried to persuade her with fame and fortune to stay by her side. But she now had only one obsession, getting Song Yin. Meanwhile, Wen Li was still trying hard to comfort him, but the effect wasn't ideal. Though Song Yin was willing to listen to her explanation, her words had indeed hurt him. Wen Li didn't acknowledge her mistake, instead complaining that Song Yin was distant, and Su Xinyue clearly had intentions toward her. He didn't care about others' intentions, only Wen Li's thoughts mattered. Without doubt, Wen Li loved him. Before she said those words, Song Yin believed this. This feeling of being unable to explain clearly made Wen Li break down. She begged Song Yin to trust her, but Song Yin asked her to put herself in his shoes. If he had said the same thing about Bai's son, how would she feel? Undoubtedly, she would be heartbroken too. Of course, Song Yin would never do that. Finally, Wen Li admitted her mistake and promised it wouldn't happen again. But Song Yin didn't believe it, given the many temptations in the entertainment industry. At this, Wen Li wanted to argue, but Song Yin said he would never have second thoughts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted 10 years waiting for a fool to come to their senses. Wen Li immediately flared up hearing this. But since she had indeed done wrong, she could only apologize again. After this emotional comfort, Song Yin felt better and forgave her. But he truly loved her very much, so he was timid and couldn't handle even a little shock from her. A hint of heartache rose in her heart. Wen Li finally understood she had scared away his sense of security. Song Yin was about to let it go when suddenly Wen Li said, "I love you." This immense joy hit Song Yin with disbelief. He wanted to hear it again, but Wen Li was too shy to repeat it. Song Yin was so anxious to rush back, but Wen Li stopped him using work as an excuse. Why was this man so impatient? After returning, Song Yin's happiness was visible on his face. But Su Xinyue came to harass Song Yin again. Originally, Song Yin didn't want to pay attention to her, but then heard her seriously mention something about Wen Li. Only then did he carelessly spare her 1 minute. However, to be safe, he secretly started recording. She excitedly claimed that Wen Li was having an affair, and the person was Su Li. It felt like hearing the joke of the century. It was absolutely ridiculous, beyond ridiculous, completely absurd. Actually, Song Yin had always had a dream. He hoped Wen Li's personality could be gentler, even just a little bit would do. Unfortunately, in Wen Li's dictionary, these two words didn't exist at all. Well, he fell for her, so he'd have to be the gentle one instead. At this moment, after hearing Su Xinyue's revelation, Song Yin was just speechless, thinking she was like a clown, while she remained oblivious, continuing to slander Wen Li about having an ambiguous relationship with a trainee, claiming to have seen them coming out of a room disheveled. Song Yin knew immediately it was just the usual horsing around between siblings. So now she's using this to make Song Yin suspect Wen Li of cheating, pretending to care while trying to take advantage of Song Yan's wounded heart. If Song Yin didn't know Wen Li inside out, he might have believed her lies. Looking at her pitiful appearance, he couldn't help but sigh. This would never appear in Wen Li. This woman was naturally strong-willed. Gentleness? She'd never learned that. But sighing aside, this farce needed to end. It wasn't entertaining at all, and made him worry for nothing. He immediately called his assistant to send her back to Director Guo's room. He turned to leave. Song Yan's calmness surprised her. Still not giving up, she called out from behind. Song Yin completely lost patience. So noisy. My love for her is enough. Don't meddle. After hearing such cold words, anyone would wake up, but she wouldn't. Instead, she directed her hatred towards Wen Li. Back in his room, Song Yin immediately reported to Wen Li that he dealt with the admirer and sent over the recording. Wen Li was incredulous after listening. They'd have to be wary of this woman from now on. Although this wouldn't affect Song Yin, it was a big deal for Wen Li, so she reminded him to prepare countermeasures. She had taken preventive measures, barely contacting her after dancing with her brother. Unexpectedly, rumors still spread, but it wasn't a big problem. She then urged the drunk Song Yin to rest, but he didn't want to hang up. Wen Li's confession today had shaken his entire world, but she wouldn't let him return. He could only compromise, wanting to hear more of her voice, openly expressing his longing. I miss you. Wen Li's heart melted completely. She sweetly asked him to lie down and kept talking until he fell asleep before hanging up. They then spent half an hour being lovey-dovey. After lulling him to sleep, Wen Li was overjoyed. So drunk teacher Song could be this soft and sweet. She had to remember this. Meanwhile, back in her room, Su Xingyue, her director, was snoring and hated him even more, unable to understand why she couldn't compare to Wen Li. Is it that hard to admit someone's better than you? It's like being bewitched, insisting on competing. Her phone showed a message with their costume photos, and Wen Li clearly looked better than her. This was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Opening the video she secretly recorded days ago, just releasing this evidence, would ruin her. Senior, don't blame me. Wen Li was once again facing malicious sabotage. And this time it also involved her brother, who just entered the entertainment industry. Sister Wei deeply understood how terrifying cyberbullying could be. Although she usually liked to tease Su Li, only she could tease her brother. Everyone else needed to stay away. Though they bickered, their bond was unusually deep. Su Li remembered his sister's birthday next month and asked what gift she wanted. She didn't lack anything, just wanted to punch him once. Su Li said that's impossible. Since that's not possible, she didn't want anything else. She just hoped he wouldn't need her financial support when he debuts. Who are you looking down on? If you could do it, I naturally can too. Wen Li confidently flipped her hair. You can't. You're not as charming as me. Su Li didn't take it seriously, instead thinking about writing her a song, wanting 100 million for the copyright fee. Wen Li angrily scolded, 100 million? Why don't you just rob me? Suddenly remembered that green tea, Su Xingyue. Just as she wanted to message her brother to be careful, but instead used fans as an excuse, saying she didn't want to form a CP with him. Su Li didn't think much and just retorted to his sister. Wen Li, who changed her mind, felt she could handle this herself. But since this was a time bomb, she still needed to find time to tell her brother. But what came was Su Xinyue's revelation, on their debut day, no less. Seeing these two ambiguous photos, Wen Li felt a wave of worry. She didn't expect it to happen anyway. Remembering her own pain from cyberbullying, these experiences should end with her. So she turned to find Su Li. Today's when Li had grown up. What she needed to do now was protect her brother. So she told the manager and director she'd handle it. At the scene in Su Li's makeup room, even the staff were saying unpleasant things. But when Li didn't get angry, just asked them to leave so she could talk to her brother alone. At this moment, Su Li kept his head down without a word, silently smiling. After sending out irrelevant personnel, she immediately locked the door. Actually, Su Li already knew Su Xinyue did it, because he saw her when they met privately before, wondering why she hadn't made her move yet. He didn't tell Wen Li because he thought it wouldn't become such a big deal. This angered Wen Li. Pulling his face, She scolded that the entertainment industry is deep and smearing is just a regular operation. But it's okay. The team will soon release a clarification announcement. Hearing his sister handle things so calmly, Suli was completely shocked. How long has it been? He almost forgot his sister had such a reliable side. Then when hearing Wenli would go on stage first, Suli quickly pulled her back. Confused, he asked why. Shouldn't they go together? Of course, to clear obstacles for you, preventing harm from those blind and deaf fans. A warmth filled his heart. Aren't you afraid? Years ago, she was afraid, but now after experiencing major storms, these small waves meant nothing. This was her own brother. She had to let him grow up properly. Those years of experiencing harsh words, it was enough that she went through them. But the severity of the matter still needed to be explained to her brother. After all, hurtful words are like invisible knives. If one's mental strength is weak, they might think badly. And there's the most important point. As his sister, protecting her brother was only natural, wasn't it? It feels so good to have sister's protection. But no matter how capable sister is, she's still a girl. As a man, how could he hide behind his sister's wings? Don't play hero just because you're my sister. Wenli immediately gave Suli a big pinch. I used to help you with your homework when you were little. Suli complained, muttering, Come on, all the questions you wrote were wrong. Wenli grumbled irritably about this ungrateful brat, remembering the bad, but not the good, yet remembering such small things so clearly. Suli felt warmth in his heart. His sister's dedication was naturally imprinted in his heart, so he couldn't let his sister go on stage first. Now it's time to repay the debt, shield her from the rotten eggs, and clarify the public opinion. To prevent his sister from objecting again, he deliberately messed up her hair. Sure enough, when Lee's attention was diverted, she pinched Su-Lee's nose tip to question him, while Su-Lee, concerned about face, asked his sister to let go quickly. Since everything was cleared up, Wen-Lee felt at ease, letting her brother go. After all, there was security on site. Watching her brother's departing figure, Wen-Lee smiled contentedly. He's grown up. Suddenly, Su-Lee stopped at the doorway. I'll give you your birthday present early. Why bring that up now? She had no mind for such things at the moment, but it's time to settle scores with someone. Hearing the door slam heavily, Su Xinyue saw Wen-Lee enter, not showing any fear, thinking she wasn't threatening. You think I'm a sick cat? And she was still playing innocent despite facing her doom. Just kicking her down would be too easy for such a person. She should slap her face from both sides, not only looking down on her husband now, but also targeting her brother who hasn't even debuted. Now Su Xinyue panicked. That's her brother? Don't believe it? Then let Su Li sing for you to hear. Although he promised his sister, facing the audience alone, he inevitably felt nervous. But he would still do what needed to be done, then instructed the staff to turn off the music. He wanted to give his sister's birthday present on stage. It turned out he wasn't joking that day. Su Li really made a song for Wen-Lee. After announcing this news to the audience, he gently strummed the strings. Beautiful melody and touching vocals rang out. The audience listened to the warm lyrics in the song. Everyone was amazed. Wow, they really are siblings. The public opinion completely reversed, all turning to curse the rumor monger. Of course, Su Xinyue was the most shocked. Never thought he would be her brother. Wen-Lee, receiving her brother's full love, finally felt at ease. What a stupid woman, always thinking about dragging me down. She didn't even think that even if she wanted to cheat, it wouldn't be in the company. Besides, Song Yin is handsome and capable. She's not stupid enough to give up such an excellent husband. Wen-Lee's life was really too blessed. Not only did she have a protective brother, but also a good husband who had loved her for 10 years. Now she was being slandered by a green tea bitch about having an affair with her brother during marriage. Wen-Lee knew to rush to comfort her brother first, but was stopped by her brother, who took the initiative to resolve the rumors for his sister first. And she should also send off that suicidal green tea bitch on her final journey. At this moment, Su Xinyue still refused to believe they were siblings. Wen-Lee couldn't be bothered to waste words with her, calmly browsing her phone. She directly played the recording of her confessing to Song Yin. The staff were shocked to hear it. Confessing to a married man. She was actively pursuing being a mistress. Su Xinyue immediately panicked and rushed to grab Wen-Lee's phone. But Wen-Lee cleverly avoided her, making her miss. Now she knows fear. Back when she reported the affair video of him and Su Li, why wasn't she afraid? Fearing being caught, she finally knelt down to apologize to Wen-Lee. If you knew this day would come, Why did you do it? She had given her so many chances. This time she must eliminate her completely. Su Xinyue panicked. The company and investors won't agree to your random reporting. Seems like you won't give up until you hit rock bottom. Then I'll help you abandon that thought. Wenli made a phone call. After connecting, Song Yan's caring voice came through, but Wenli didn't respond. Instead, as an artist, she asked Song Yan if she qualified to join Baisher Company. The answer was definitely yes. Wenli had looks, ability, and popularity, a true money tree. Only a fool would disagree. Getting this answer from Song Yan, a Baisher shareholder, Wenli was very satisfied. So if the company doesn't agree to her terms, she could jump ship to Baisher. Guess who the company will choose to keep? Su Xinyue was still fantasizing that the company wouldn't let her go. Wenli was amused by her naivety. The investment in you would be painful to lose. But if they find you won't return, they'll immediately replace you. After hearing this, she began to fear, trembling. It's not that big a deal. You don't need to cry. After all, you brought this on yourself. Oh, killing the person and destroying their spirit. I like it. You reap what you sow. The moment she chose to target others, such an ending was inevitable. Coming out, she saw Wenwen crying continuously. Thought someone had bullied her, but she was crying because Su Li's song was beautiful and touching. Wenli then remembered her brother was still on stage, though he had finished performing now. Fortunately, Clever Wenwen had recorded the video in time. Undeniably, Su Li was talented. The entire song declared his strong feelings and protection for his sister. Though deeply moved inside, when Wenwen asked about it, she stubbornly said it was just okay. Meanwhile, Song Yan had made preparations for Wenli. With his wife facing such a big issue, as her husband, he certainly couldn't stand idle. He contacted his father-in-law overnight to post a clarification on Weibo. In the photo, young Wenli and Su Li stood on either side of their father. Only a blind person would doubt they were family. As for Su Li's message to Song Yin in the lyrics in Weibo, it seems this little brother-in-law has grown up and learned to protect his sister, so he couldn't back down either. He openly promised that his moon would always guide his way. When Li's birthday was approaching, but she couldn't feel any joy, because Song Yin, who loved her most, wasn't by her side. Wait for your birthday surprise, just around the corner. Wenli stared at her phone now, not hiding at all, expressing how much she missed Song Yin in front of the manager. It was just a matter of making a phone call, but Wenli was too proud to make it. So the manager suggested Wenli post on social media, hinting she wanted a birthday surprise. Indeed, experience brings wisdom. Now that Su Xinyue had left the industry, and Su Li hadn't debuted but returned to songwriting, so it was time to check on her brother's work. This made Su Li quite helpless. Why didn't anyone tell her? The staff even came over smiling, seeking credit, asking if she felt surprised. What surprise? It's no surprise at all. She could only force a smile and sit back at the table. The siblings began their mental warfare again. Suddenly, staff asked Wenli if she had anything to say to her brother. This hit the spot. She wanted Su Li to sing again, since she missed it while dealing with Su Xinyue. She playfully asked her brother to perform again, but Su Li was too shy to agree. So Wenli had to plead, but he replied, "I just wrote you this song. I'm not obligated to sing it." The situation became awkward. Staff quickly tried to smooth things over. Are they really siblings? Now at the game launch event, Wenli was quite annoyed because Su Li was as tight-lipped as a clam and still hadn't sung for her. Suddenly felt this birthday had many regrets. Regrets were just excuses. Missing Song Yin was the real truth. Even though he sent birthday wishes right at 12 last night, he did the same the past 2 years. But this year was different. She wanted to spend it with him. Suddenly, staff came in to reconfirm the upcoming scene content. It was the scene where Xiao Qi dies in the prince's arms, fading away like smoke. Before leaving, they gave her a mysterious smile and birthday wishes. But when Li's mind was only on Song Yin, not noticing anything else. Soon it was time to go on stage. When Li played the dying Xiao Qi according to script. The scene was incredibly beautiful, making the audience's approval skyrocket. When Li secretly opened her eyes. Why hasn't her prince arrived? Suddenly, a familiar voice that made her heart flutter came from beside her. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Your dear husband is here now." Seeing Wen Li's stunned expression, Song Yin approached her and reached out his hand. Wen Li was overwhelmed with joy, all her longing rushing forth. Unable to hold back anymore, she threw herself into his comforting embrace. Shao-Chi died because of me. Do you resent me? Whether in the show or real life, I don't regret it, because you're worth it. After finishing the script, Song Yin turned off all the microphones. This moment was for the couple to catch up. Wenli was still shocked by his arrival, but Song Yin had missed her just as much. So to fulfill her wish, he came specially to surprise her. Faced with Song Yin's passionate love, Wenli shyly turned away to leave. Suddenly Song Yin pressed his finger to her lips. He had come prepared. He had already arranged with the organizers to stay after the event. This was his second surprise. Happy birthday with my companionship, my girl. Reunion after long separation was like a new marriage, like dry wood meeting fierce fire. Song Yin had given her such a big surprise. Now when Lee had only one thought, to pounce on him. After finding an excuse to send Wenwen away, she thought in the car about how to handle Song Yin. But there wasn't much to worry about. He had seen all sides of her before. Just do whatever feels comfortable. What's the point of being reserved? That doesn't apply to him. Song Yin was already restraining his desires. When Lee's initiative completely broke his restraint, he decisively took back control, forcefully pulled Wen Lee into his embrace. But after all, they were in a car. Song Yin had to ask before things got too heated. He needed to check Wen Lee's intentions. Do you want to do it here? Usually, Wen Lee would definitely reject such a thrilling idea. But Song Yin was just saying it. She was his precious girl. He could hold back for these few minutes. As they slowly walked back to their room, they felt these few minutes were so long and torturous. They wished they had wings to fly up there. But there was a surprise waiting for them in the room. The production team thought Song Yin hadn't returned yet today. They had specially decorated their room in advance. All members were ready to celebrate Wen Lee's birthday. Wenwen was supposed to report when people arrived according to plan. After turning off the lights, the show was about to begin. As the key card sound rang out, everyone hiding in the dark could barely contain themselves, ready to act. But from the moment they stepped through the door, before even turning on the lights, Song Yin had already pinned Wen Lee against the wall, kissing her. Hearing these familiar sounds, the director completely froze. But the couple in love didn't notice at all. Song Yin looked at Wen Lee lovingly. Do you like the gift? Wen Lee wasn't coy, hooked his clothes, giving an affirmative response. Song Yin took that playful hand and kissed it seductively. Want to unwrap the present? Now that they're home, why wait? She directly lifted his clothes, going all in. Getting the girl's permission, Song Yin lifted her up by her hips, passionately expressing that crazy thought, then showed through actions how strong his feelings were. The staff hiding in the dark were indeed hearing quite a show, feeling like ants on a hot pan, anxiously pacing around. As the team leader, they had to reluctantly speak up to remind them. With a cough sound, the couple instantly froze like panic-stricken statues. Their expressions were quite lifelike indeed. They wanted to turn on the lights to see what was happening, but seeing everyone opposite them, oh my, this was their major embarrassing moment. Blind guess. This might be Wen Lee's most unforgettable birthday. The celebrity couple added another social death moment to their list. Since the last time the crew witnessed their intimate moment, now they're watching it again through TV with the whole family. This birthday made Wen Lee want to die from embarrassment. But fortunately, Song Yin was by her side. Might as well consider it showing off their love. Now the staff were singing birthday songs in the awkward atmosphere. After completing their task, they quickly ran away nervously. They couldn't scold the production team, so the anger was successfully directed at Wenwen. What's going on? You conspired with the production team behind my back? Do you want me to get fired? Wenwen looked innocent, but wasn't innocent at all. The young couple was reunited after a long time apart. Some intimacy was inevitable. Letting people in at that moment was really thoughtless. But Song Yin could tell Wen Lee wasn't really angry. So as peacemaker, he waved Wenwen away. But Wen Lee felt more frustrated thinking about it. Since they'd already lost face, might as well continue unwrapping the gift. Afterward, calling Yin Daoshan for the video nearly killed him. In the end, they only kept parts with muted sound. Wen Lee had a headache, but couldn't do anything about it. She'd just disappear until things blow over. People would naturally forget, and nobody at home watches TV anyway. Coincidentally, this visit home overlapped with her brother. Su Li seemed displeased seeing Song Yin in the car. Hearing this, Wen Lee immediately defended Song Yin, saying they were legally married and rightfully together. When they arrived at the Wen house, the old man was already waiting at the door. Seeing his granddaughter return, his smile was radiant, temporarily masking his displeasure with Song Yin. But that didn't mean they would accept him. Now 5 people sat in the living room in an awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, Uncle spoke up, questioning the recent hot dance between the siblings. The siblings rarely agreed, but united against their uncle's old-fashioned thinking. Then Wen-li felt embarrassed, saying it was to help boost her brother's popularity. Su-li refused to take the blame, revealing Wen-li found him because she feared Song-yin would be jealous. Song-yin was delighted to learn his wife cared about him so much. The uncle got a headache hearing the siblings argue and stepped between them to shut them up. Su-li, still upset, turned on the TV to watch their show. Wen-li froze as if stuck by a needle. She quickly snatched the remote from her hand. Everyone showed disapproval at Wen-li's behavior. Only Song-yin coughed awkwardly. Grandfather, tired of this, grabbed the remote from Wen-li. Despite her excuses, he dismissed it as just being willful. So when the TV showed the intimate scene between them, one froze, one trembled with anger, one buried their head in shame, one stood like a wooden chicken, and one stared straight ahead. Afterward, everyone found excuses to leave this mortifyingly awkward place. Before leaving, Uncle didn't forget to scold Wen-li. What a special birthday. Mind your own business. But she was puzzled by Song-yin, who hadn't left. As her husband, how could he leave when his wife was most embarrassed? Wen-li was incredibly touched, though it would have been better if he'd helped her against Uncle earlier. Actually, she was used to the prejudice against Song-yin and felt it wasn't worth caring about. Just then, Wen-li realized Song-yin wasn't welcome in this family, and she felt like someone caught between wife and mother. She turned to comfort Song-yin. I'm the one living with you. As long as I'm fine with you, that's what matters. These words hit right at Song-yin's heart. His wife finally understood. Her words were so sweet. Everyone knew Song-yin deeply loved Wen-li, but actually, he had struggled to win her over. Originally, when they were arranged to marry as children, Song-yin was unwilling. As the couple was whispering to each other, Wen-yin interrupted their moment again, calling Song-yin away. Wen-li was confused hearing grandfather wanted to see her, and Song-yin was equally puzzled. So Song-yin went to meet him without thinking much about it. Actually, calling Song-yin out was to clear up what happened in the past. They had never told Wen-li about their arranged marriage. So when Wen-li learned that Uncle had privately dealt with Song-yin's confession in high school, she got very angry with Uncle, and they had a big fight. Uncle did this entirely on grandfather's orders, aiming to tell Song-yin to give up completely. But Song-yin was unexpected. Not only did he not give up, he successfully married Wen-li. So they worried Song-yin was resentful and came back for revenge. Knowing the reason, Song-yin sneered. Business failures were common. Though their family bore some responsibility, Song-yin's parents had a good attitude, accepted it gracefully, and were living well now. Besides, his attention had long been captured by Wen-li. How could he think about revenge? All this was just them being petty and suspicious. Can I do these things simply because I love her? The old man closed his eyes in guilt, as Song-yin's attitude showed he wasn't lying. Song-yin left disappointed, ending this disheartening conversation. But grandfather did all this only because he cared for Wen-li. She was the one family's only precious daughter. Because they cared so much, they became overprotective and found it hard to fully trust Song-yin. But he knew Wen-li's personality well. She had strongly protested to cancel Bo Sin's engagement back then. Yet 2 years ago, they suddenly got married without a word. The suddenness must have had a reason. This increased their wariness. Either Song-yin used some tricks, or Wen-li truly liked him. The answer was obviously the second one. See how she kept him for so long, worried he might be bullied, and argued with Uncle to quickly rescue him. Seeing his granddaughter come, the old man couldn't keep him longer and let him go. Wen-li successfully retrieved him, smiled goodbye to grandfather, and took Song-yin out to water flowers. While walking, she asked if he was given a hard time. Nothing much. Let me cherish you well. At this moment, grandfather looked worried. This boy Song-yin didn't like Lily when young. How did he fall for her later? Remember 20 years ago, when their family came to visit, grandfather showed him Wen-li's photo, wanting to marry her to him. Little Yin looked at the photo, delighted at the word wife. But in the end, he proudly turned his head and said no. Finally, this marriage was still decided by grandfather. He's still worried about the current outcome. If anything changed, Wen-yin explicitly said he would break them up again. However, Song-yin wouldn't give them that chance. After all, she was the girl he secretly loved for 10 years, and now she loved him back. The happiest thing between couples is when I like him, and he happens to like me too. The sweetness you wanted has come again, and this time it's doubled. The couple's final episode would be filmed in Song-yin's hometown, Binching. Speaking of which, they'd been married for over 2 years, but Wen-li had never visited her in-laws. Even an ugly bride must meet her father-in-law. Moreover, Wen-li wasn't ugly at all. But since they were her parents-in-law, she needed to dress carefully according to their preferences to make a good impression. Song Yin said casual clothes would be fine, but Wen-li disagreed. "We're family, our tastes should be similar." "Teacher Song, what do you like me to wear?" "That's quite different. I prefer how you look without clothes." Hearing his inappropriate comment, Wen-li immediately gave him a punch. Wen-li even specially contacted her agent to cancel other schedules, planning to fully accompany his parents. Hearing how Wen-li cared about his parents, Song Yin was deeply touched, acting like a child, hugging and playfully disturbing Wen-li. There couldn't be a better wife. He was happy she could respect and care for his parents just as she liked him. That night, while Wen-li was packing, she heard WeChat group messages. Other guests had received notices and wanted to ask Song Yin for local food recommendations. Wen-li said Song Yin was on the phone. However, the call was taking quite long, and he deliberately went to the balcony away from her. It turned out Song Yin was talking to his mother. Song Yin told her about the unpleasant visit to the Wen family days ago. To prevent Wen-li from receiving similar treatment, he specially instructed his parents to show extra affection for Wen-li. His mother laughed lovingly, saying this boy was being too nervous and should have more confidence. Can't blame Song Yin, who wouldn't be careful after pursuing their wife for 10 years and finally being together. At this moment, Wen-li was drawn to Song Yin's smile, coming to the doorway, her heart itching to know what he was talking about. But what's the use of wondering? She decisively opened the door to ask him. Hearing the sound, Song Yin immediately put his hand on Wen-li's lips, signaling her to be quiet. The more Song Yin didn't want Wen-li to interfere, the more she persisted, getting back at him for when he interrupted her talk with both his interference. Now she would give him a taste of his own medicine. "Watch me spice things up. Don't mess around. I will mess around. This is revenge for your sneak attack last time." Song Yin felt guilty and could only take the loss. At this moment, his mother called out Yin's eye from the phone, making Wen-li's heart skip. She took the chance to pinch Song Yin's face, saying she was jealous that he was chatting and laughing with another woman for so long. Song Yin didn't explain, but gave Wen-li a little flick on the forehead. He continued the phone call. Though it didn't hurt, Wen-li crouched down holding her head, feeling extremely wronged. Song Yin even explained to the other side that Wen-li brought him a late-night snack. These words completely set off Wen-li's little bomb. Late-night snack? Dream on? But when she heard Song Yin say mom, Wen-li froze with her mouth wide open, sensing trouble and wanting to escape. Song Yin, who had just hung up, caught her. "Now that you're here, it's not so easy to run away. Eating late at night will make you fat. I'll get you some fruit." Song Yin showed his boyfriend's strength by princess carrying Wen-li. "It doesn't matter, you won't get fat." Today, Song Yin was gratified because Wen-li not only understood, but also protected him like a mother hen. She promised, "I'm going to be completely biased towards you now. Let's see what they can do about it." After their intimate moment, Wen-li wanted to know what they talked about. Song Yin avoided the main point, caressing Wen-li's face teasingly. This scared Wen-li so much, she immediately sat up. She carefully moved closer to him and asked, "You weren't saying bad things about me, were you?" Song Yin sighed. "I'm not like you." Being falsely accused, Wen-li was dissatisfied and straddled his waist to argue. "I never said anything bad about you at home." But remembering the situation when she went home that day, she realized her grandfather and uncle indeed didn't like Song Yin. Suddenly feeling sympathetic, she told Song Yin he could complain to her next time if he's wronged, and she'd help him get even. She guaranteed Song Yin she wouldn't try to remain neutral or smooth things over, especially since her uncle had bullied Song Yin in high school and didn't even tell her about it. "I'm going to be completely biased towards you now. Let's see what they can do about it." Song Yin was touched, feeling great to have his wife's protection, but worried about Wen-li getting involved. Wen-li assured him not to worry. She had nothing to fear, being the only precious daughter of the Wen family. But she couldn't understand why they disliked Song Yin. Is it because they're jealous of your good looks? Rarely praised by his wife about his appearance, Song Yin contentedly accepted it. Taking the opportunity to step down, he made Wen-li laugh. "Ha, you're so narcissistic. Still not as much as you." Actually, Song Yin didn't care about the Wen families or others' opinions. He only cared about Wen-li. Having her bias towards him now was enough. The next day, they arrived in Ice City. They walked to the reception car amid fans' send-off. Wen-li was surprised by how many fans he had, and knew the director would meet his in-laws before him. Song Yin leaned on Wen-li, casually responding while looking at his phone. Actually, since learning about the schedule, he'd been considering whether to call his mother again as a precaution. Wen-li beside him was confused by his actions, wondering why it took half an hour to decide about making a phone call. suddenly remembering Wen Li's promise from last night. It instantly gave him courage, and he sat up from Wen Li's side. Looking at him, he chuckled and said, "It's nothing. When did I become such a coward? With your bias, what do I have to fear?" Meanwhile, as the interview was prepared, Wen's mother felt disappointed not seeing the couple. But hearing the director's comfort, she understood the production team's arrangement and waited patiently for their next visit. Now they would start discussing Song Yan's life since his teenage years. The shadow of his failed confession in high school was a forbidden zone Song Yan dared not touch in his heart. But now, he allowed the show to broadcast this dark history, thanks to Wen Li's warmth that healed him, giving him courage to completely eliminate it. During the interview, Song's mother told the production team about Song Yan's failed confession. At first, the director wasn't interested, thinking it was about Song Yan confessing to other girls. Until hearing it was about Song Yan and Wen Li's past, the production team was stunned by this revelation, collectively shocked. Back then, they had created many misunderstandings trying to get material about the couple. Now they easily discovered such a big scoop. How could they not be excited? The director was delighted inside, thinking, "Watch me dig out all your love story details." His assistants silently cheered him on. Meanwhile, the couple successfully finished recording the last episode. Song's mother called in time to tell Song Yan the truth. She also mentioned the production team's strange attitude, worried she might have said something wrong. When talking about the high school past, Song Yan still instinctively felt afraid. But remembering Wen Li's promise, Song Yan made a decision and assured his mother it was fine. "Don't worry." Later at the wrap-up party that evening, Wen Li quietly told Song Yan that director Yan was looking at them strangely. When asked what it was about, he remained mysteriously silent. The interview team had the same look. They were worried something had happened. After everyone left, director Yan finally complained about them being unfair. Wen Li was completely confused, while Song Yan, knowing the truth, was smiling like a flower. Director Yan was really depressed and angry. What was there to hide? It was such a beautiful story, like a romantic drama. But the director understood the situation. He was open-minded since it involved their privacy. If they didn't want to broadcast, they could tell him. Surprisingly, director Yan was willing to compromise. Wen Li immediately asked to delete the footage, but Song Yan stopped him in time. Under Wen Li's surprised gaze, he calmly answered there was nothing that couldn't be broadcast. Director Yan was stunned by this good news. Wen Li was equally surprised. Having gotten Song Yan's permission, director Yan eagerly went back to work overtime editing the video. They were sure to get the top trending spot this time. Wen Li worriedly looked at Song Yan, knowing how painful these memories were. Why did he change his mind? Actually, Song's father still resented the Wen family and disliked Wen Li. He was also dissatisfied with Song Yan's sudden marriage to Wen Li 2 years ago. Fortunately, Song's mother was understanding and open-minded, advising Song's father that their family feud shouldn't affect the children. Song Yan put aside his past shadows to marry Wen Li, and Wen Li recreated memories to make up for Song Yan's past regrets. This showed how they both sacrificed for each other and were truly in love. Most importantly, Song Yan had now made peace with the past. This achievement belonged to Wen Li. Now, she had nothing to hide from others. Wen Li tenderly stroked Song Yan's head, telling him not to force himself. How could it be forcing? I have to thank Teacher Wen. Hearing Song Yan's affirmation, Wen Li couldn't be happier. Song Yan shared the same feeling. Thank you for giving me courage. Wen Li was a bit nervous now, because today he was meeting the parents. Song Yan held Wen Li's hand and encouraged him not to be afraid. "I'm here." Though saying that, his father, as you might see, his personality was quite serious. Looking at this expression, could it be that Song's mother's persuasion hadn't worked? Seeing his father-in-law, Wen Li immediately nervously greeted him, but he only responded with a cold While Song's father turned around, Song Yan quickly signaled to Wen Li, "My dad's a bit serious." He felt that pressure. Unlike Song's father's coldness, Song's mother's attitude was completely opposite, warm and enthusiastic. She held Wen Li's hand and asked about his well-being. She even complained about her husband being so quiet. Song's father uncomfortably coughed and spoke in the local dialect of Ao City. Song Yan quickly explained that his father's Mandarin wasn't good and wanted Wen Li to try his tea. Feeling Song's father's goodwill, like receiving his approval, Wen Li didn't mind the hot tea. He drank it all at once. Song Yan watched with concern. Although his lips were burned red, he endured the pain and gave a 5-star review, just to leave a good impression on Song's father. Song Yin and his mother both showed concern for Wen Li, telling Song Yin to quickly get Wen Li some cold water. While cooling down, they continued to comfort Wen Li, saying not to be nervous, that Yan's father was just a man of few words but a good person. Later, seeing it was about time, they went to prepare dinner. Wen Li wanted to help, but Song's mother stopped him, saying she wanted to show off her cooking skills to win over her daughter-in-law. Later, Song Yin disappeared somewhere, leaving Wen Li alone with Song's father. After waiting for a long time with no rescue, Wen Li decided to try on his own to increase Song's father's favor. Since he liked tea culture, they could learn together. This was called appealing to one's interests. When his hobby received recognition from others, Song's father finally showed a slight smile. He continued explaining while demonstrating. Wen Li continued praising, "Wow, Dad, you're amazing." But when it was his turn to try, things went wrong. He hadn't expected the teacup to be so hot. With a crack, the cup broke. Wen Li now looked like a frostbitten eggplant, completely deflated. Song Yin, seeing Wen Li's sad expression, thought his fingers were hurting again. He was very upset. The little goodwill he had built up was now ruined, reset to zero. He might even be left with an impression of being clumsy. Just as Song Yin was about to explain for Wen Li, his mother's voice called out. Since they rarely met, she wanted the couple to stay for a few days. Song Yin quickly explained to Wen Li they would visit often. Wen Li genuinely liked Song's mother's personality and said he would often come back to eat her specialty dishes. At this moment, Song's father uncomfortably coughed and walked out. He was carrying a bag of gifts. He handed the gift to Wen Li, saying in broken Mandarin, "Use this at home." It turned out to be a set of purple clay tea, that his father had made when apprenticing. This was now the only set he had. At this moment, Wen Li was very happy, knowing he had gained acceptance. "Thank you, I'll definitely practice making tea well with it at home." However, Song Yin was a bit jealous, saying when he broke teacups as a child, he never received such good treatment. Hearing this, Wen Li became even happier and pestered Song Yin for childhood stories. At this moment, Song's father was seeking forgiveness from his ancestors. The family business had failed in his hands, and Li Yin and the Wen family were like fire and water. But his son had fallen in love with the Wen family's daughter. Perhaps this was fate. Let the previous generation's grudges end here. Let it go completely. Sweet love not only makes women happy, but also helps them grow and understand how to stand together with their spouse. At this moment, Wen Li sighed while holding the script, because after New Year's Day, she would be busy again. So Song Yin promised Wen Li that he would spend the rest of New Year's Day with her that evening. Wen Li wasn't stingy and rewarded her with a kiss. But in the evening, an unexpected guest arrived at their home. Wen Li was quite surprised by her uncle's arrival. It turned out he wanted to take Wen Li home for New Year's. Wen Li hesitated before speaking. "I already made plans with teacher Song today." After what happened last time, Wen Yin had become more open-minded and was willing to take Song Yin along. So, Wen Li agreed to go change clothes and asked her uncle to wait. During this time, Wen Yin observed their small home, which was quite cozy, and could tell their relationship was good. But the following phone call shattered his thoughts. Wen Li heard the ring and asked her uncle to answer it. This one call revealed a big problem. It was a lawyer informing them that their marriage agreement was about to expire, asking about how to proceed. Wen Li, who had been calm before, became anxious after learning this. "Oh no, I completely forgot." Seeing his niece treating marriage like a game, her uncle was furious. Wen Li shrank like a quail, feeling guilty. So he wanted to take her back to explain everything to grandfather. Wen Li quickly begged him not to tell grandfather, saying it was complicated, but her feelings for Song Yin were real. But Wen Yin didn't believe in love at all. In his view, no love could withstand the cruel test of reality. Wen Li wanted to argue that they had old-fashioned thinking. Wen Yin interrupted her, revealing that their grandfather once had a true love, and though his first wife had passed away long ago, he never remarried. But for the sake of business, he compromised and married her mother, even without love between them. Even so, Wen Li still chose to believe. Song Yin felt frustrated. "You've been an actor for too long, wanting to experience Romeo and Juliet in real life." Just then, Song Yin returned. Hearing their conversation, he disagreed with Wen Wan's view. "She can be Juliet, but I'm definitely not Romeo. Although love stories full of hardships are classic and memorable, our love doesn't need that. We don't want to prove our love through hardships." Because I will work hard to become excellent, get closer to Wenli, and fulfill all her wishes. With me here, Wenli only needs to be happy every day and wait for me to come to her. Wen Yin was speechless and forced to witness their romance, so he wanted to talk to Song Yin alone. Wenli quickly held on to Song Yin, again afraid her uncle would bully him. Song Yin comforted Wenli, saying it's fine with him by her side. He's not afraid of Wen Yin anymore. But watching Song Yin's back, this time Wenli felt heartache. Previously, he had shouldered everything alone. This time, she wanted to face it together. She quickly caught up and stopped Song Yin. Wait, we're all family. What could you two have to discuss that I can't hear? The couple looked so adorable. Facing her uncle's death stare, she showed no fear and fought back. I'm protecting him now. If you want to say anything harsh to him, no way. Although they care about him, he's a capable adult who can live independently. Life can't always be smooth sailing. We never know what will happen next. Although grandfather lost grandmother and father lost mother, if heaven gave them another chance, I believe they wouldn't regret their choices. Finding true love in life is like finding a needle in the ocean. Why not be brave and love once? Even if it fails, so what? Her uncle listened to his niece's words, sighing that she had grown up and become protective. Then he resignedly closed his eyes and said, "Fine, let's go home." Meanwhile, Wenli raised her guard, holding Song Yan's hand to comfort him. "Don't worry, I'm here." She was confused by her uncle's words. He had changed his mind, but was still rushing to report to grandfather. Returning home, they saw Wen Yin pushing the old master out. As expected, but teacher Song thought, I can handle this. So she chose to take the initiative and raise the issue first. Hearing his granddaughter's questioning, the old master showed some temper, unwilling to admit his prejudice against Song Yin. Don't think playing dumb will get you out of this. Later, the old master revealed everything to Wen Li. She was shocked that he and Song Yin had a previous marriage arrangement. Analyzing it, she felt it was unfair to Song Yin. This prejudice was ultimately due to grandfather's guilty conscience. She felt sorry for Song Yin and loved him even more, telling grandfather not to bully Song Yin anymore. Otherwise, she would cut ties with them, becoming an heiress who gave up her wealthy status for love, and elope with her beloved man. But speaking of which, when Uncle tried to separate them, did he forget to give a check? The family was so wealthy, grandfather shouldn't be so stingy. The old master protested, saying it was all for her own good. Wen Li understood, knowing grandfather feared she would follow her parents' path. But unexpectedly, who could say for sure? If given the choice, father would definitely trade his life. Then, leaning against grandfather's leg, she told him not to worry. We're just choosing people who will make us happy. After talking with grandfather, Wen Li hugged Song Yin reassuringly and told him about their conversation. Song Yin was surprised that Wen Yin hadn't tattled on them. It turned out Wen Yin felt sorry for Wen Li. She said to beat her first if he wanted to separate them, but how could he bring himself to do that? Back home, Wen Li eagerly reported her victory to Song Yin, saying no one would bully her anymore. Teacher was so nice. But about their previous marriage arrangement, she felt resentful and wanted to settle scores with Song Yin. Why did you reject me as your wife when you saw my childhood photo? Song Yin felt guilty. He quickly apologized, saying he was blind back then. Since he admitted his mistake, she forgave him. Suddenly remembering how she stood up to Uncle for Song Yin today, she sought his praise. His wife's protection wasn't just cool, it left him completely enchanted. Having been married to him for so long, Wen Li immediately knew what he wanted. But she wanted to wait a bit longer for the New Year countdown. With the prize right in front of him, Song Yin didn't want to wait. We can count down in bed too. That night, Song Yin fulfilled his promise to his junior. Happy New Year. Wen Li also gave her blessing, asking him to love her more. Actually, Song Yan's love had never changed. He had given it all to her, without reserve. Song Yan's love for Wen Li ran bone deep. Even when just playing roles of love and hatred in the drama, when she fell into his arms, that feeling of despair felt so real. He was grateful it was just a scene. Now in the dark, cold prison cell, the woman lay beaten and wounded, barely breathing on the stone slab, tears falling from her eyes from the pain. Suddenly, a man appeared outside the cell, witnessing her miserable state. Then he walked towards the door, his footsteps echoing in the empty prison corridor. The woman was startled by the sound. Seeing the man clearly, her heart leaped with joy, tears flowing more intensely. It was her beloved Tingfeng. Tingfeng entered. Seeing Guan Guan's injuries, his heart ached. He wanted to embrace her, but feared causing more pain. Hearing Tingfeng's concerned voice, Guan suddenly remembered her disheveled state. She turned away embarrassed, saying, "Don't look at me." At this moment, the director excitedly announced through the megaphone that the scene was good, giving thumbs up and applauding their excellent acting. Despite the director's excitement, Song Yin only had eyes for Wen Li. He quickly covered her with his coat, worried she might catch cold. No wonder the director was so excited. Just after New Year's, Wen Li had improved tremendously. Wen Li remained humble, crediting the director instead. She said she just imagined it was her final moment with teacher Song. The director was stunned. She added that thinking about him remarrying after her death made her feel terrible. Turns out she was just showing off their relationship. The director was being fed dog food, so they decided to strike while the iron was hot and film the remaining scenes. During makeup touch-ups, Song Yin kept holding Wen Li's hand to keep her warm, gently comforting her that she'd warm up soon. Feeling Song Yin's thoughtfulness, Wen Li playfully gave him an okay sign. Don't worry, Guan knew there was no escaping her sentence. Rather than suffering endlessly, she asked Ting Feng to end it quickly. Ting Feng understood Guan's thoughts. Though heartbroken, he knew this was the best solution. He drew his gun. Guan saw his hesitation. She took his hand voluntarily, pointed the gun at herself, her eyes full of tender reluctance. Yet she still reassured him she wasn't afraid of pain. With a bang, the scene was perfectly completed in one take. The director didn't interrupt them this time, but joked that Song Yin was bullying his wife. Hearing Song Yin's name, Wen Li immediately perked up to eavesdrop. She instinctively defended Song Yin, saying he would never bully her. It felt good being defended by his wife. Ball Island was just joking. Wen Li then realized she had unconsciously defended Song Yin. The production team was well fed with their public display of affection, while envying their relationship. After the jokes, iCity's script officially wrapped up. At the celebration dinner, the director was beaming with joy over Wen Li's outstanding performance. Everyone was busy toasting. Wen Li wanted to toast with Song Yin too. Song Yin felt hurt by her formality, asking why teacher Wen was being so polite. Wen Li quickly explained it was appreciation for a colleague, thanking him for helping her get into character in the final scene. Understanding now, Song Yin contentedly clinked glasses with Wen Li. Later, Wen Li went to celebrate with others. Song Yin smiled contentedly alone. Her progress was remarkable. In today's scene, he was actually the one being led by her emotions. The moment he got into character, fear gripped his heart, afraid she would really leave him like that. Seeing her smile again now finally calmed his anxious heart. He suddenly understood her previous words. "Your existence in this world is my greatest joy." The news about their contract marriage was finally exposed. Seeing those shameless reporters attack his wife, Song Yin simply revealed all his affection for Wen Li. Let them all eat dog food with the production team. With iCity's successful wrap-up, Wen Li began her nationwide promotional tour. Of course, to put her at ease, her manager specially adjusted her schedule. "My dear sister Dan, you're my savior." Making way for the movie was the right thing to do. The behind-the-scenes views on Weibo showed how popular it was. In one segment, a reporter interviewed Qiu Dao about what tips he gave Wen Li. Qiu Dao revealed how Yu Dao had trained Song Yin years ago, having actors imagine their co-stars as someone they like. That's how Song Yin did it. He won Best Supporting Actor that way. Attentive fans immediately caught the romantic undertones and dug into their past through the Love Among Humans show, posting their findings. The manager seemed quite pleased about it. She told Wen Li before hanging up to handle matters. So Wen Li, bored, clicked to watch. What she saw truly stunned her. They had uncovered evidence of Song Yan's secret crush on Wen Li. They discovered that the shy girl from Song Yan's school days was Wen Li. They also guessed their first kiss was then. Through Song's mother calling her little sister Wen, they knew they'd known each other since childhood. Wen Li covered her blushing face. These netizens can find anything except their own partners. But everything has two sides. Along with the popularity, their contract marriage scandal was also exposed. Without solid evidence, they didn't dare name names directly, but hinted at it through recent trending topics. Song Yin, worried Wen Li couldn't handle it, quickly comforted her. The manager did too, since Love Among Humans was trending and confirmed their first love story. They were indeed a legitimate couple in the industry. Wen Li wasn't scared, just worried the opposition was planning something bigger. It was ultimately about interests. A scandal now would create negative impact, but the company was handling it. Some hardship was inevitable. Wen Li firmly replied she could handle it. But Song Yin looked at her thoughtfully. Though their manager had warned them, they didn't expect the attacks to come so quickly. Some media would do anything for attention, immediately questioning Wen Li about the contract marriage. Lee wanted them to ask about iCity instead, but they wouldn't listen, asking increasingly inappropriate questions. As a devoted husband, Song Yin became very angry. Though he didn't curse, Lee could see his anger and told him to stay calm, saying she was fine. Once was enough. He didn't want Lee to face baseless rumors again. He borrowed 10 minutes from the show, planning to thoroughly clarify these false rumors. He would protect his wife. No one else could hurt her. That girl from 10 years ago was so brilliant to stand beside her. He became an actor to be a star. Following her shadow, he was fortunate to have great mentors and achieve success. I love her, and I love being an actor. Now all my dreams have come true. Here's plenty of dog food for you. Next time you see us, you'll run away. I'm grateful to end up with the girl I liked at 18. She was my junior and my first love. Her name is Lee. She's the one I'll spend my life with. Well done, Song Yin, slapping those media outlets in the face. The night before iCity's premiere, Lee tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Sensing her anxiety, Song Yin turned and held her, comforting her while also feeling nervous. Lee was surprised, touching the hand on her waist. "You're still awake?" It turned out Song Yin felt the same way. Lee turned around, looking at him surprised. "You've been in so many good films. You shouldn't be sleepless." Song Yin gently tapped her nose. Every new work is a new beginning. Being nervous and worried is normal. He just hadn't shown it. Even after his answer, Lee remained anxious, mainly worried about Song Yan's opinion and whether he'd still be proud of her. Comforting his wife, Song Yin, being professional, moved closer and kissed her hand. "You've always been my pride." He meant it and promised to accompany her to the premiere. On premiere day, the couple arrived fully disguised, sitting in the back row early, first for privacy, second to observe audience reactions. As showtime approached, Lee grew more nervous. Song Yin focused on comforting his wife. They hadn't noticed a professional critic sitting in front of them, who was highly skeptical of Lee's acting and just came to watch the drama unfold. "Don't worry, I'll show you what a real actor is." Lee's character, Guan Guan, a courtesan, inevitably had some crazy scenes. Ting Feng blushed hearing Guan Guan's suggestive words. Though knowing it was acting, it felt real, every word seducing him, making him unconsciously fall for this woman. The audience felt the same when Guan Guan fell into Ting Feng's arms. Even the male critic was moved to tears. Only then did Lee finally relax. After returning, the critic sat seriously before his screen. After several minutes, he posted a fair, just, and admiring review of Lee's performance, ending with praise for Lee's Guan Guan in iCity. Days later, good news kept coming. Lee looked puzzled at the strange phone call. Song Yin, bringing out food, was equally confused. Seeing Lee staring blankly at her phone, she only responded when hearing Song Yan's voice. "Teacher Song." She quickly rushed to Song Yan's side. Lee hugged him tightly, her face beaming with joy. "I've been nominated for Best Supporting Actress." Seeing Lee's recent worries disappear, Song Yin was genuinely happy for his girl, more than if he'd won himself. Lee was excited about her first nomination for such a prestigious award. Of course, she needed to pick out a beautiful dress, but she was also extremely nervous. Hearing her sigh, Song Yin caringly asked what's wrong. She was worried about not winning, given all the excellent actors nominated. But at the same time, she wanted to win, wanting her first work with Zhuan Qin to be recognized. Song Yin quietly stayed by her side. Only after Lee vented her emotions did he comfort her. "It's okay. Being nominated already shows recognition of your excellence. Everyone has seen it. Don't worry, you still have me. I'll be with you, always by your side, silently supporting you." On awards day, iCity won numerous awards. The director couldn't stop smiling. When it came to Best Supporting Actress, Lee sat straight as a board, visibly anxious. Song Yin held her hand, as usual, his gentle gaze silently comforting her. After a minute of suspense, the winner was announced. When Lee was called, her heart trembled. Surrounding actors applauded and offered congratulations. Song Yin laughed at her stunned expression, patting her shoulder. "Why are you still sitting? Go get your award." Walking to the stage, Lee felt light-footed, as if walking on clouds. Taking the trophy from the host, Lee delivered her prepared acceptance speech. She thanked everyone from the iCity crew and the strict support from below the stage. At this moment, she was recognized by the film industry. Her long-standing uncertainty finally found peace. Of course, she thanked her husband who silently supported her. "Teacher Song, Well, 1,000 words can't compare to I love you. Song Yin quietly watched the radiant girl on stage. Though she was nervous today, in his eyes she was incredibly adorable. Junior, you've always been my pride. Tonight, Song Yin was bold. He dared to kiss Wen Li on the awards stage, dazzling all the eyes below. Wen Li felt shy, but Song Yan's technique was too good to resist. However, they maintained propriety. They soon parted. Wen Li awkwardly wiped her lips, wondering if it was too informal for such an occasion. But she worried needlessly. Their perfectly balanced display of affection proved their harmonious marriage and dispelled rumors of their arranged marriage. At this moment, Wen Li felt happy holding Song Yan's arm. She secretly made a decision. She would bind herself to Song Yan. As for how long, she decided on forever. Actually, Song Yin had more surprises. He wrote a song for Wen Li, Moon's Letter to You, sung by Su Li. Though Su Li left her dance career, talented people never truly stop. Now, she stood on stage again with her voice. Her singing was as good as during For You group. Wen Li watched her brother proudly from below. She couldn't hear it last time, but now it was crystal clear. Her brother seemed to glow on stage. The melody and lyrics matched perfectly. Wen Li suddenly realized, seeing her sing for me on stage, I realized I've truly grown up. Wen Li felt warmth in her heart. The song in her ears and the embrace beside her made happiness so tangible. Later, learning from Su Li that Song Yin wrote the lyrics, she couldn't help but praise her husband. Su Li protested, praise should be shared equally. Hey, doesn't the singer deserve recognition? Being Wen Li's husband and brother naturally made them the best. But keeping it secret still feels a bit annoying. When did you two start plotting this new song? So secretive. Actually, Song Yin got jealous. When Su Li sang a song dedicated to Wen Li on the For You group stage, it caused a strong reaction among fans. For this, he specifically waited for Su Li at the studio. During this time, Su Li noticed Song Yin staring at his phone and asked what he was looking at. So Song Yin showed her the phone's content. It was a post about their sibling relationship. Since their early relationship wasn't public, fans switched from shipping them as a couple to supporting them as siblings, discussing it enthusiastically. This scared Su Li silly. Brother Yin, please don't take fan behavior seriously. Having grown up together, they knew each other well. Song Yin wasn't angry, just teasing him. Are you free to record recently? As long as you're not here to settle scores. Which brother needs to personally come find me? No else. It's me. I want to prepare a gift for your sister. The surprise on her birthday was just that. She still owed a proper birthday gift. Even excellent people have shortcomings. Listening to Song Yin sing, Su Li felt her scalp tingle uncomfortably, but had to maintain face and couldn't show it. How bad was it? To put it nicely, he had no technique, just emotion. Simply put, he was tone deaf. But even if his singing wasn't good, Wen Li wanted to hear his voice. But forcing him to sing was impossible. So she kept showing Song Yin related variety shows. After such long preparation, today he wouldn't escape her grasp. Feeling Wen Li's gaze, Song Yin was confused and turned away since he had started it. Wen Li lay on his lap and began persuading, though that singer sounds good, I don't like his tone. Hearing his wife's dislike, Song Yin immediately wanted to change the channel. Don't change it. I want to hear you sing. I think your voice is quite nice. She then displayed her big doe eyes, flirting and acting cute with Song Yin. Though Su Li had kept it from him during recording, he knew his own abilities, so Song Yin didn't want to sing. So Wen Li launched her second attack. Teacher song, let me hear just a little bit. But Song Yin remained adamant. Since acting cute didn't work, then I'll cry for you to see. Let's see if your heart can stay this hard. Seeing his wife sad, his heart ached too. If he could be swayed, that was good. Wen Li knew he was afraid of being disliked, but there's a saying that lovers see beauty in each other. Now it was time for her to get angry. She straddled Song Yan's legs in protest. You keep saying you love me, yet you won't even give me this bit of trust. If you won't sing, then you'll sleep on the couch tonight. Seeing his wife angry, Song Yin quickly tried to calm her down, but still didn't plan to sing. He moved closer to her face, wanting to make up in other ways. Usually this method would work somewhat, but tonight, even if he stripped naked, it wouldn't work on her. Wen Li, like a rogue, pinched Song Yan's chin. I insist you sing. You really don't sing well. Good, 90% there. Let me give you more confidence. Teacher Song, your face makes up for everything. Afraid Song Yin would still refuse, she used her ultimate move. Senior, you can't leave today without singing. Oh my. Song Yan's weakness was Wen Li calling him senior. If Wen Li had called him senior from the start, would Song Yin have agreed? to help Song Yin sing comfortably. Wenli chose to hug his neck without looking at him. This way, she could also hear his voice up close. Listening to Song Yin sing felt completely different from listening to Su Li. Setting technique aside, Song Yin's tone was low and gentle, and you could even hear a bit of insecurity. Seems like they could let her practice more. This insecure Song Yin made her feel that charm lies in the eye of the beholder. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Wenli could hear the flaws in Song Yan singing, but she didn't mind at all. She loved it so much she wanted to record it and listen to it every day. Exposing his flaws in front of the girl he liked made Song Yin feel very shy. Hearing her say she liked it was satisfying enough, but recording it was absolutely not allowed. He immediately hugged Wenli and pleaded no, and questioned Wenli, doubting her love for her. I pursued you for 10 years. Now you have my person and my heart. Isn't that love? Wenli gently pressed against Song Yin's forehead, remembering the hurt he'd endured for this relationship. Guilt welled up in her heart as she apologized. However, Wenli's dramatic side acted up again. She really wanted to know how deep his love was. Not knowing this question would completely release Song Yin's long-suppressed desires. I love you so much that just one word or expression from you can make me lose control. But Wenli insisted on getting to the bottom of it. Very well, then feel my love properly. Junior, I'll prove my love through actions. During the next day's interview, the host praised how both he and Su Li sang well. Following the fans' lead, they asked if Song Yan's singing was just as good. Suddenly, memories of last night flooded back, and Wenli zoned out during the show. When she came back to her senses, she followed her heart and said it was beautiful, like heavenly music, rare to hear in this world. Knowing she'd exaggerated, she quickly covered up saying he only sang for her at home. But she'd fallen into a trap. Understanding what happened, Song Yin felt helpless, but wasn't angry. You made this mess. You have to fix it. So Wenli had to personally tutor Song Yin. Special training began. One studied seriously, and one taught seriously. Things changed when Wenli got carried away and pinched Song Yan's face. The mood shifted. Teacher-student romance seemed quite nice. They hadn't tried that yet. Teacher, can you please not get handsy with your student? Wenli didn't think there was anything wrong with touching her own husband. She even pounced on him more aggressively. I didn't expect Teacher Song to be shy. How could I resist touching you? Song Yan's resistance to Wenli had always been zero. He immediately got into character, using his charm to seduce Wenli into taking a break. Wenli was completely enchanted, her heart nearly jumping out. Good. Now add a bit more spice, bewitch her completely, then he could do as he pleased. Just as Song Yin was about to kiss her, Wenli woke up from her trance in time. Baby Wen was angry about him, using his charms. Break time was canceled, lessons doubled. However, singing skills need time to develop. 2 or 3 days clearly wasn't enough. So fans finally understood just how rose-tinted Wenli's view of Song Yin was. Looking at the video comments made Wenli quite angry. Song Yin wasn't angry though. He hugged his little demon to calm her down. It's okay, it's okay. From now on, I'll only sing for you. Unexpectedly, by coincidence, her wish came true. You can't go back on your word. I won't. Their team successfully completed the task. Next was Su Li's turn, thinking of bringing Big Sister over to share the pressure. But what was meant to come would come. How could grandfather let him off? Does Little Lee have a girlfriend? Wenli secretly delighted, rarely seeing her brother sweating like this. Let me add fuel to the fire. Grandfather, don't you know many people outside call Little Lee husband? Grandfather just thought his grandson was popular, patting his head and praising him for being romantic. Watching his sister leisurely drinking tea, Su Li, who went from eternally single to being called a playboy, was speechless. So this is how you help me? By spreading rumors? Wenli and Song Yan's married life was cozy. Except for when grandfather said Song Yin wasn't capable, Wenli fell into his arms laughing nonstop. But he had a special recipe to stop her laughing. Still laughing? Be careful. I'll prove myself right now. He certainly knew Song Yan's capabilities. After the joy, she worried about her in-laws' thoughts. As a responsible husband, Song Yin had already arranged everything. Since when Li would be bearing children, her wishes would come first. And if she didn't want children, that was fine too. At this moment, when Li's happiness index multiplied, she was so pampered that Song Yin felt a bit jealous. She didn't mind her own hunger, taking Song Yan's hand and promising to pamper her later. Song Yan, immersed in love's sweet words, wasn't completely dazed. He worried that if they had children, his position might be threatened. This Wenli wouldn't show favoritism. Confidently, hands on hips, she promised to pamper him the most. At this moment, 3-year-old Song appeared. Then who do you love more? Wenli directly straddled Song Yan's legs and hugged her. Of course I love you more. Even your jealousy is so cute. She was so seductive it was impossible not to love her. Hearing this, Song Yan was finally at ease. Immediately gripped Wenli's waist, pulling her closer. Then having a child wouldn't be bad. In this life, just 2 children. First a son, second a daughter. Perfect to make a good character. When Wenli had their second child, Song Yan held their daughter, then went back. Left their son at home, with Suli to care for her at the hospital. Suli took the chance to show evidence of Song Yan squeezing his hand, the right hand when their son was born. Now it was the left hand's turn. But Song Yan knew to care for Wenli, deciding not to have any more children. Suli looked at his sister who had 1 son and 1 daughter, sighing that being the nephew's uncle meant he wouldn't have to suffer the same pain. Wenli angrily said, "You little brat, haven't I been good to you?" Then the siblings discussed if switching roles would be different. Suli admitted he would definitely be a good brother. Wenli didn't think she was an inadequate sister, but she was weak now and didn't want to argue with her brother. So Suli peacefully cared for his sister. My little sister worked hard. Wenli immediately got angry, pinching Suli's face. "Hey, you dare take advantage of me?" Song Yan returned to see the siblings playing around. Seeing brother-in-law return, he quickly complained while handing over care duties to Song Yan. Seeing weak Wenli, Song Yan felt heartbroken, stroking Wenli's face to comfort her. Wenli instead cared about whether their daughter looked like her. This made Song Yan laugh. A newborn baby's features haven't developed yet. It would be strange to tell. Wenli cared because she didn't want to waste her good genes. Song Yan pressed his forehead against Wenli's and comforted her. Okay. Our daughter will definitely look like me when she grows up." At this moment, Suli in the room felt exactly like a third wheel, somewhat redundant.